know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. together. All we need is a little bit of space now. Can't you see that we are better than before? It's you that I love. 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 Time will try to separate us. All we need is a little bit of focus. Make sure we respect each other. I swear to God, it's you that I love. 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 It's you.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Winter Championship. We've still got one more region to go to crown our final champions. And of course, because it's North America and we love it so much, we decided to have a little bit of a bigger pre-show. Also, Ajax, I know you wanted to say a lot. So I'm here, Duke, there's Ajax, there's Sparky. Sparky, say hi.
Hey, everybody.
Ajax, say hi.
He's forcing me to do this. I'm not supposed to be here. Hi, everybody.
You gotta put people on the spot sometimes. You know what? Like it's like if I could grab someone from Twitch chat and they try to banter and be like, your predictions are so wrong, I'd just be like, sit down and now you tell me your predictions and then see and put them on the spot. You gotta make their lives difficult. But of course, it is the Winter Championship, and as we've been saying throughout the weekend, it is our final opportunity to pick up that Winter Championship merch. Ajax, what's the link?
Brawlhalla.com/winter merch, which again, this is literally your last shot. Do not miss out on those hoodies, the blanket. It's going to be phenomenal to have at all the upcoming lands. Whenever you get out to it, make sure you check out the Dream Hacks as well. But do not miss out on that winter merch.
Order by February 12th. That is today. That is today. Order by February 12th. That is today. Make sure you pick it up so you don't feel left out.
What other things do we got to talk about before we get into our talking about players stuff, Sparky?
I don't know. I feel like you don't know what we have to talk about. So
Well,
you're asking
you're
me.
so good about
So you're
talking
asking
about
me.
the winter
winter
pack,
the winter pack
that you can
respect.
pick up, that winter
The
championship
Winter
pack,
Championship
maybe?
pack. He doesn't even have an earpiece, and he knows.
Yeah.
The Winter Championship pack. There it is on the screen. You can pick that up in game. Other places you can pick that up. Duke, you work here.
Yeah, well, you get it on whatever platform you're on, so you can pick up that winter championship pack.
Now, we also are, of course, as many people know, back to a more normal standard season. We have LAN events coming. What's the first LAN coming in? It is DreamHack San Diego, right there on your screen. That is going to be mid-April. That is right around the corner. It will be here before you know it. We do have the month of March, but April is right around the corner. Make sure to register now for that. That is, of course, going to be an open tournament. We have the Royale coming in March for the Winter Championship, but of course, DreamHack San Diego and all of the other standard lands are going to be open entry. That means you, yes you, no matter how good, how bad you can enter into that event, play against some of your favorite pros, see them in bracket, maybe even have some upsets and knock them out.
We're specifically staring at the West Coast too. We know it's been a while since anybody's had access to that, so do not miss out. Also show up and back up the talk because we want to see everybody perform well, and I think San Diego is going to be, everybody's going to be throwing hands. It's going to be a lot of fun.
We're already seeing people talk about it and prepare for it right now. You've already seen all the tweets on Twitter about like, oh, I'm looking for a teammate. It has nothing to do with my placement in the Winter Championship with my old teammate, but I'm looking for a teammate who I can practice and get really good with this year so that we can travel to those lands where those larger prize pools are. $70,000 prize pool in that. Is that per game mode?
I think it's split across the entire
so
event.
35 for each game mode, 1v1 and 2v2. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of glory on the line. And, of course, there's always a lot of fun on the line.
Oh, yeah. It's a phenomenal event. I mean, it's way more than just the tournament. There's the conventions and everything else you see there. And also just like everybody who got to experience BCX last year, it's the fun of getting to be around your friends at a LAN. So it's an experience you do not want to miss, especially at a place like DreamHack.
Now, that's our sights set on the future. But we really need to be looking in the present and living in the moment. Hashtag living in the moment here on our Live, Laugh, Love set that we have here for the pre-show. If you want to look through the bracket, because some shakeups have already happened, you can look in Odin's Journal. That's going to have the bracket there for you. You can also, if you're not on Twitch, go to start.gg/Brawlhalla. That will give you brackets for past, current, and future tournaments going on, so you can check all of that out, register for the tournaments yourself, follow along with your favorite pros. You can also put your predictions and who you think is going to win inside of the Odin's Journal as well. We do have a leaderboard up there keeping track of points with how correct you are. Ice Pingu has been dethroned. I want to get a shout out to the person
Johnny,
who did it.
something like that?
Mission accomplished on that one. We love seeing that.
Shout outs to him. It's in general.
It's
in general.
It's in general.
It's in general.
It's in general.
Yeah.
Jeremy Roy,
There you go, Jeremy Roy.
1103.
Shout outs to that guy.
I don't know if that's a long lost
Best predictor.
Roy family member from Succession, but hey, he's eaten today with this one. We love to see Ice Pingu being dethroned.
Yeah. But, of course, I think Odin's Journal is already open and y'all can start putting in your predictions.
Yes.
So you maybe will be slightly less or slightly more influenced by the things we're about to talk about. So let's get into it. It is, of course, North American doubles today. And we're going to start talking about some of those teams that we think y'all should be keeping your eyes on. So let's kick it off with a team that is pretty established in North America. It had a kind of weird end to the season last year because of the fact that they weren't sure what they wanted to do going into the World Championship, right? Like, I'm speaking, of course, of this team of Cody, Travis, and Faison. They were, of course, a long-standing team, and then, like, towards the tail end, Autumn Championship, they split up. We're trying some new things, and then we saw them with different people in the World Championship. Ajax, what do you think of this team?
If I'm a professional sports team and I'm looking at that trade deadline or that free agent pickup and I want somebody who's going to bring me to the championships, I'm staring at Cody Travis. This is somebody who has been at the top many times over. He already has sported multiple championships, of course, both in ones and the twos. And you've seen how many people he's worked with, including the shift away from Faison, like you mentioned before, and still find success. But I think with them kind of coming back together, especially with everybody prepping, like Sparky said, to find that consistent team, I think Cody and Faison have a very solid, consistent core amongst them that will make that success drive long. So I'm putting some faith in them today. I think a lot of it, of course, is going to be dependent heavily on how Cody performs, because Faison is always consistent at support.
Faison's not too shabby himself. He is also someone who has won a 2v2 LAN going back to Low Tier City. He won it alongside, of course, our analyst here and former world champion, Remy. They were one of the very few teams that was ever able to unseat Boomy and Sandstorm from a LAN, which was a huge accomplishment. Still is to this day as one of a major defining moments in Brawlhalla history. So the last time this team played together was at the Summer Championship at the sort of middle to end of last year. Like Duke said, they took a break in Autumns and a break at Worlds because they wanted to see who else they might have better chemistry with rather than just continuing to come in 4th or 5th place. Because, of course, former champions always have their eyes set on the gold medal. They're not just happy with the podium. They want to push past that.
Yep.
And that's the big question for today is, like, are they going to start finding that same success that they used to have? They used to be in contention for the gold medal. A lot of times they were like one of the top teams in the region, and then we started to see them struggle. Like you said, a lot of 4th place finishes, a lot of rough finishes. So maybe that like FOMO, that fear of like maybe we shouldn't keep sticking to what we're doing, kind of hit them. But it looked like after the World Championship, they're like, you know what? I think we were better together, because they're back, at least for now, in the Winter Championship.
So for Legend picks going in with this team, we aren't exactly sure who they are playing just yet. We can make some very educated guesses that Cody's likely coming in on the Barraza. Could see a little bit of Rax in there. He tends to pull that out right at the end of the tournament.
Reno, which he was
or a
kind of going
possible
into.
Reno. And Faison coming in, we could see many of the spear characters that he comes out with, the Wushang, the Hattori, of course the Kaya as well, or he could just come in with the Val, or given that he has a lot of experience on Gauntlets, he could be a player who maybe tries to play with a little bit of Teska today. There are a handful of those coming out. Gauntlets are probably going to be the name of the game for a lot of different players. players, I expect that to maybe be some of the picks that Faison is going with as well.
Yeah, and anything you could do to line up team combos for Cody as well, because it's not Cody is usually the one lining up the combos majority of the time because blasters are just so perfect for letting your teammate get set up, control space, line up a recovery KO. But then Faison is also really good at lining that up for Cody as well. So having access to gauntlets, setting up any nairs to line up right into a D-Light recovery for Cody, I think we'll see a big portion of that. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see it. I think the Wushang pick is actually still kind of surprising to me that we didn't really see it at all this weekend up to this point. I think that he still has incredible kit, spears everywhere. So that I think that could be a really good pick if they're going to lead in that type of route.
Well, on social medias, we saw a lot of people talking about the cross in North America specifically. Sandstorm was one of those people, but Faison was another one of those people who was really like, if you're not playing cross, you're doing something wrong. And one thing that works well for this team is either one of them could play it. You could see Cody on the cross with his blasters play, could see Faison on the cross with his gauntlets play.
I think I would probably prefer to see Faison on that, given that he has all the Wushang experience with the gauntlets, Val experience with the gauntlets. I would say between those two, Faison's the better gauntlet player by far, at least based on what we've seen. A lot has happened since the Summer Championship last year, so that could have changed, and I would love to be proven wrong. But I also really like Cody's axe play. It can be so devastating. His ability to grab 3, 4, 5 hits, all of a sudden you've gone through 2 color changes in a very short period of time. His ability to put out that chunk damage, find that really quick DPS is a really strong attribute that Cody Travis has, and I would love to see him still on the Barraza, also on some other characters, but if they're only going to pick one cross, I would like to see it on Faison.
Okay, well, let's roll on to our next team. This is the team that is, again, it's one of those situations where like they're criminally under-talked about, and it's one of those things where for once I think it's actually kind of earned.
Well.
But when we were scheduling and we were planning this out, we were like, hey, we got to talk about these teams. We got to talk about the mid-season champions for 2v2s, Maiden Experience. Ajax, tell me about them.
4th place finishers as well at BCX, so they constantly came out and constantly proved that we should be talking about them. And there was a lot of chatter about when we were getting predictions up and ready to go about who we'd be looking at. But then you go and take a look today at what has happened so far, and a bit of a surprise, because I definitely expected them to make it to top 3. I thought that they were going to do it today, but now they're in the most difficult path because they did get sent to the elimination side of bracket right getting into top 32, so all of a sudden things are looking a bit more difficult for the midseason champs.
And they weren't sent down there by Boomy and Sandstorm, who have a lower seed due to Sandstorm not placing well in 2v2s for a while. They went down to Daddy Heizo and Ayo Blue. Ayo Blue, the more familiar of those two names. We have seen Daddy Heizo before. The fact that they went down in that best of 3 this early is huge. And we have a tweet from Experience that we did want to throw up here and read out for you. Nerves also folded me here for the first time since autumn's 2021. I put too much on myself and was thinking about what I'd say if I lost, what I'd say if I won, what I'd say if Made clutched the 2v1. Going to take it one set at a time now and see what I can do.
Well, because we saw that before today started, kind of like you hinted at, a lot of us kind of jumped off of the Maiden Experience boat. You very confidently said you're not afraid.
I'm not a coward.
You're not.
And also, this is me being vindicated, because we know Experience doesn't like to be left out of predictions. So this is me vindicating myself by possibly, we'll see, putting them in my predictions and them not delivering. So now going forward, if I don't put them in my predictions, I don't feel as bad.
Yep. Also, something I saw out of that tweet, just to touch on that real fast, is even the best players in the game will fall into the fact of trying to play not to lose rather than confidently to win, and that happens to everyone. Pressure is on the line. Winter's championship theme. Those who perform the best tend to not do so well here, and the biggest thing, though, is if you are amongst the best and you can prove that you can still make that top 3, you get sent to this spot, and this is where champions are made. You make that deep run through, and I think Experience and Made have what it takes to get there. I think just it's going to be I was looking at their predicted path they'd have to go through, and I'm pretty sure along the way they have to run into the matchup of the loser of one of the qualifiers to get into top 8, which we'll get into those teams momentarily.
It also shows that you as a player, no matter how good you are, at the end of the day, you can't look too far ahead into the future, even in pools.
Yep.
This was a pools match that they ended up losing. You can't be looking at your next opponent. You can't be looking 2 opponents into the future. You can't be looking at your top 8s, your top 3s, because even in pools, there are still threatening players. There are still players that can start the end of your tournament run that early in the day.
Well, of course, going down this early, we always talk about how it basically doubles the number of matches you have to play in order to get to the grand final. So it's gonna be a long road ahead of Maiden Experience, but we'll see how well they do. We'll probably check in on them over on the side stream, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. But let's talk about this other team, Meg-D and Radish. Sparky, what do you think of them?
So I'm really curious what their legend picks are going to be going into this. If we look at past history, of course, it's likely going to be the Petra from Radish that we've seen Radish do so well that he ended up winning just a week ago in 1v1s with. Meg-D could be coming in with the Val that we often see in 1v1s and 2v2s. There could be some Tezca coming in there. Again, because we don't physically have character reporting on Start GG, like the actual application does not let people report their characters for doubles.
For singles, you still do it.
There is
Report
absolutely
your
no
legends.
for singles. There is only one acceptable excuse for doubles, and that's fine. So we don't know if there is any Tezca experimentation coming out from this team.
Well, all I gotta say is it's the kid. We have what is basically building up to be the face of a franchise type player right here with Radish. Team Kingdom showing up between these two. And Radish just continues to prove that from the beginning of last year up to this point, he is only getting better and better and better as time goes. And then whenever you look at any championship match ever, what's the statement that gets said? Defense wins championships. Meg-D is possibly North American Defensive Player of the Year last year with how good he is at slowing the game down, making sure that you don't get in on him. You line that up for somebody who is as aggressive as Radish is in general with orb plays and such, you are going to be in for a bad time. So I think that this team, at first I was a little surprised to see it, but then I thought about it later. It's like, this might actually be one of the most dangerous cores we have going into Winters.
It's an interesting team in the sense of it is like 2 really good 1v1ers. You've got Radish, of course, hot off of his win last week, and then Meg-D, who took 2nd place at the midseason invitational. Again, a fantastic 1v1er. I'm gonna pause this. Sparky's trying to surreptitiously steal some stuff off the table. But Well, you're being a weirdo, all right?
I'm not.
You're being a weirdo.
I'm trying not to mess up the shot.
The whole lean just
Leave me alone. I'm trying. I care about the production value for the people at home. Leave me alone, man.
Why would you do that? But Meg-D and Radish, 2 really strong 1v1ers, but relatively unproven as far as 2v2s go. You don't see a lot of medals on them as far as 2v2s go. So it's going to be really interesting to see. I think in North America, that's a little bit more common. We're used to seeing like 2 strong 1v1ers come together to make a really good 2v2 team. You don't really see as many of those, like the Fozies of the world, right? Those people who are like generally just a solely 2v2 player.
Y'all are putting a lot of faith in Radish and Meg-D that I cannot comfortably put into Radish and Meg-D. And that's no disrespect, ladies and gentlemen, whatsoever. They're both extremely talented players. Like Duke said, very strong 1v1 players. And like Ajax said, I looked at Tazza for a second. I was about to call you Tazza. I'm so sorry. Look, this whole new thing is throwing me off, man. I don't adjust to change very well. But like Ajax said, it's hard to be a good defensive player. It's really hard to be a great defensive player because if you play too defensively in 2v2, like we saw several times yesterday, that's just going to let the other team start going wild on your teammate while you're hanging over on the wall being by yourself. But what Meg-D is really good at doing is like going in and then playing defensively, going in and then playing defensively, taking attention away from some of the other players and then putting himself in a good spot where if he gets hit by a move, it's not going to be a KO move. And if it is a KO move, it's too far away from the blast zone to make a connection. So that's where they're both really strong players. But I'm looking at their PRs and I'm seeing Radish at PR 18. And I'm seeing Meg-D at PR 16. And of course, PR is not the end-all be-all at the end of the day. Even Seed, of course, is not the end-all be-all at the end of the day. We just talked about Maiden Experience. But man, y'all have a lot more confidence in this team than I would, and who knows, they may come out today.
I have my specific reason as to why. I was looking at the other side of that bracket, seeing who was left on the opposing side, because a lot of the dangerous part is up at the top.
This is a very good point.
They have a really good bracket path, but also, we were talking about the 1v1 factor, that's what I feel like they're going to do. Meg-D has a winning record on almost everybody on that side of the bracket. So if they're forcing those 1v1s, Most of them have not had success against fighting Meg D. Now you got to back that up with the Radish. Doesn't mean they're definitely going to go through, but I think the bracket path does give them an opportunity to at least get to winners finals, which would guarantee them a podium finish.
I think you're exactly right on their bracket being one of the quote-unquote easier ones. Now that Experience and Made were taken out of that by Daddy Heizo and Ayo Blue. I think they have, again, all of this is within context and relatively speaking, because none of these sets are going to be easy.
No.
But they have like the easiest route into top 8, I think, that anybody has in this entire tournament. And I think that includes people like Boomy and Sandstorm, who are literal goats.
Yeah, I do think that, I had the same thought. It's like, I saw Experience fall and I was like, all right, well, let's see who's on this other side. And I had the most faith in them. But let's talk about one of our top 2 favorites, the top seed of this tournament, this new team of Luna and Snowy.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yep. I think honestly that's the biggest thing. It's 2 giant question marks because you're taking up one half of the BCX championship, and then you're also coupling that with pretty much the entirety of last year's doubles championship. You got Luna and Snowy coming together. These are 2, again, incredibly strong players, but it was not Luna with Snowy before that was getting all of those wins. So you couple this with the fact that you are changing things up. You have a Snowy coming back into the picture who, at the beginning of last year, we were wondering, is he going to be able to replicate that success? At the very end, when it mattered the most, he did. He got it done with Boomy. Is he going to be able to do that with Luna, though? I think it's possible. I said it to you earlier, and I think it's true. Spite's a great motivator. And when you have a team like this come together, especially after the team was broken up, and you look at what the inevitable thing we're going to talk about after this, everybody's waiting for it, you know that they want to be the ones to shut that down. They want to be the ones that take that away. So I think someone like Luna gets motivated off of that, and I think that's going to amplify their play going into Tuesday.
We also could see, given that Snowy used to play with Boomy, we could see a little bit of Boomy rubbing off on Snowy there, where like Boomy is, of course, a 2v2 GOAT, a 2v2 legend, so much history from him in the 2v2 game mode. He's been one of those players that, like, if ones doesn't go well, he can somewhat brush that off and say, I don't even care about that game mode, I'm focused on 2s. We could see that with Snowy here, because he didn't do as well as he wanted to do in the 1v1s just a week ago. Now, he just DM'd me, because I wanted to know who they were playing, and Snowy and I are friends like that. I'm just that cool, that they are coming in like Dr. Dre with the Chronics, which we are loving that team comp. The Cross and Onyx that he played, of course, with his previous teammate, Boomy, one of the strongest team comps in the game.
That's one thing that's really, really nice for specifically Snowy and whoever he wants to team with. Again, a lot of people are talking about this cross pick, and a lot of people are like, okay, we're going to have cross plus thing. And the fact of the matter is, the people who kind of originated this cross combo is Snowy and Boomy, but it was Boomy who was playing this cross. You can kind of replace, you can't replace Boomy, but
like Beyonce, he's irreplaceable.
Yeah, but there are more people who play cross than there are people who play Onyx. And so having Snowy come in and sticking with that Onyx, and then Luna can kind of pick up this cross, he can pick up that mantle, and maybe not fill the same role, but still play that same character to effect. I think that's really good for the team.
If there's anybody who ever wanted to have just pick up a character or make a change at any moment and succeed, Luna. Luna just, after the beginning of last year, where first it was Teros, like, oh, it's only Teros. No, I'm going to go and get a win with Jiro. I'm going to pick up the Mordex. I'm going to swap to a bunch of other legends and still win. So I think that he can get it done, and if you can replicate that same success with that same team comp as BCX, they're in for a good time. I actually didn't even think about the fact that they might go with the Cross Onyx this time around. So all of a sudden, I'm actually feeling a lot more comfortable with their team comp now.
And we also know that this team has been preparing quite a bit. I believe we have a clip from Snowy. Oh, we have the quote from Snowy right behind Duke's head. Every day we get on 7 hours of practice, 7 hours of ranked, 8 hours of sleep, and straight back to it. Now, the math nerds at home might know that that adds up to 22 and not 24, which is the typical amount of hours that are on an Earth day.
Look, you don't need math skills to have Brawlhalla skills.
That
okay?
actually is true.
That
Very
is true.
So true.
Very true.
Yeah. You don't even see the numbers when you're hitting them. You just, all you got to know is red good, hit big.
Yeah.
Either way, Snowy and Luna, it is an interesting comp because, again, I think Luna has arguably the biggest chip on his shoulder out of almost anyone. He wanted to perform in 1v1s, both in the World Championship and even last weekend. And I think just like these falterings, these places where he's not performing at the level that he wants, kind of like you said, that spite, it just like fires him up. It just makes him want to perform more. And the big question is like, is he gonna crumble under that sheer amount of pressure?
I mean, the only way, when you start winning, you become a champion, you start getting more hate. It's just the way it works. You go from the fan favorite to everybody now wants to see you lose. I feel like Luna just only powers up as time goes on. It's like I have my consistent fans, like you've been a believer since the beginning, but everybody who just doubts only makes Luna stronger. So that might just be the case here going into Winters.
So we have a team that people might be doubting now, some players that people might be doubting, and then we're going to be moving on to a team that I think very few people out there have doubts about. And if you do have doubts, you maybe need to look at what's been happening in Brawlhalla's previous history. Because the next team we're talking about is Boomy Sandstorm. No, we are not in 2019, ladies and gentlemen, anymore. We are in 2023, and we have Boomy and Sandstorm coming back together, the 2v2 GOATs of Brawlhalla, and of course, the 1v1 GOAT of Brawlhalla, Sandstorm. This is, I mean, what are we going to say about this team? Everybody knows they're the greatest. They were pretty much the best to ever play 2v2s in the entire history of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they created the meta that is 2v2s. They have shifted the meta and pushed the meta and defined the meta. They have owned 2v2 for so long and just been such a dominant force that like taking a game off of them at one point was like, oh, this team, like, okay, we got to look at this team that was capable of like making these gods bleed. But at the same time, you're looking at him, you saw it, Sandstorm's PR number 49, he hasn't been playing 2v2s for a year now. He's really going to be relying on Boomy, of course, one of the GOATs of 2v2s, pretty inarguable. I mean, he's the current world champion in 2v2s alongside Snowy.
If you're going to rely on anybody in 2v2s, like, Boomy's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, the champ is here, not only in the past, but here again. This is the BCX not winter champ, the BCX champ, coming back and, of course, splitting away from Snowy, but you're bringing it back with the original champ. Remember the Titans. They were the Titans of Brawlhalla for so long, and literally only other dominant forces you can look at were Acno and Blazes run for the longest time, but that was in a separate region. Sandstorm and Boomy coming back here today, that PR49 is the greatest distraction you could ever see, because that is going to be a nightmare. And also, nightmare scenario, we finally get to talk about it, just to get into the qualifiers for winners top 8. Luna and Snowy potentially, depending on, of course, if they win, because you have to see if you win the first match.
Luna and Snowy are already in the qualifier.
They are already in the qualifier, so they won their first match. Sandstorm and Boomy would have to beat them if they beat their first round of, I believe, Koslix and Stingray, which, by the way, that's already another difficult team to get through, just to make it into winner's side of top 8 today.
Top 8, the qualifiers get more brutal and more grueling as Brawlhalla's history goes on. But let's get a little bit of insight from Snowy and Luna, of course, Snowy being Boomy's former teammate. So he has a unique look into the mind of Boomy. First and foremost, everybody is scared of Boomy Sandstorm. They just came back and are better than ever, supposedly. They're taking ranked games off of us. Interesting. Throwing a little bit of respect, but also throwing a little bit of shade at the same time in true Snowy fashion.
You gotta love it though, because honestly, that's the best part. Like, you gotta keep yourself amped up, because the most important thing in competition, if you want to be a champion, is you have to believe you're the best person in the room. If you don't think that you see Sandstorm and Boomy in front of you and go, oh man, Sandstorm and Boomy, like this is you lost. You've already given them essentially the confidence that you've taken away your own confidence to win. But when you go in with stuff like that, especially with the core like Snowy and Luna, they know that they could beat them. They know they're capable of doing it, and you need that going into this, because it's not going to be easy. I think that this isn't like the one-off return. I feel like this is the true return, especially with Lance coming back, where that team is back. So everybody now has to go into emergency room mode and start figuring out what the plan is to focus and try and make sure Sandstorm and Boomy don't return to the throne like they used to.
It's Shaq and Kobe back together. Everybody's so excited to see it. I'm excited as a fan. I'm excited as a commentator. I know everybody at home is excited to see this yet again, see what they have for this season, see what they have for this new meta going into this one.
It's a scary thing seeing these two goats come back together, and it's like it's almost to the point where everyone's like, they're eventually going to be #1 again. The question is it going to start here at the Winter Championship, or is it going to take them a little bit of amp up time, because there's been a lot of people who've come into the game while they were taking a little bit of a break. We're seeing the tweets come out, people's predictions coming out, and of course y'all are likely putting your predictions in Odin's journal. I'm seeing a Snowy, Luna, Sandstorm,
Stingray,
Boomy.
Coslicks win down there. Walshy 2D at second. It's actually a really good spread of predictions so far. Usually everybody's pretty universal.
That's someone who's rooting for their homies right there.
Yep.
Dark Phantom, Moose and Speedy, and Fame Time and Charizard.
Charizard, baby, let's go.
Yeah, not bad. All across the board, I think that also just goes to show how questionable the results of this tournament are.
I mean, look at even this, like, the change-up of Luna, Pugsy away from each other, right? Pugsy, Blazy, that's another huge threat of a team comp right there. So you were mentioning it before, Winters is, I mean, it's always like that chaos of trying to figure out who's doing what new for the beginning of the year. But with all these teams switching up, it's now trying to figure out what are they going to bring to the table? And I love it because we can say all we want up here and we might just get proven wrong entirely throughout the whole thing, and that's still just as much fun.
We haven't even mentioned Impala's teaming with Capsar for 2v2s as well. That's a
didn't
kind
even
of
see
a
that
surprise pick. Nobody knows how well they're going to do because, again, it's been a hot minute since Capsar's been on anyone's radar, and Impala, we don't really know how well he'll do in the 2v2 space, but still a lot of interesting stuff could potentially happen. But I think it's time we get into predictions. Production, is he a person in this?
Yes, he has predictions.
Oh, they got it? We have the
but no-
technology.
but no graphic.
No graphic.
No graphic.
We do not have the technology.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
okay. Everyone at home, we have faith in your ability to remember 3 names.
Yeah, I want y'all to believe
3
hard
teams.
enough that you will know that you, like, just pretend that there's something here and not Odin's journal blocking my face on the side of the screen here. So for me, my third place goes to Radish and Meg D. It's kind of hard to look away from that side of the bracket. That, for me, feels like they're going to get a guaranteed top 3. Well, maybe not guaranteed. They have a good path to top 3, and I'm also just a big Radish fan, so it's kind of hard not to go with that. Second, I'm going to go with Snowy and Luna. The breakaway, the change-ups, I feel like it might not be as much practice as they're putting in, which actually gave me a lot more faith in their core. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take out the #1 core, the returning champs of Sandstorm and Boomy at the top. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see that Game 10 reset in Grands, but I think it's going to be Sandstorm and Boomy taking it home today.
I think I get to go next because I think you started off the South American yesterday. So my third place is going to be Snowy and Luna. I think their team comp is one of the best, if not the best, in the entire game. I think they are 2 incredibly talented players, but this is sort of the first time they're getting together. We know Snowy can be one of those coin flip players, whether it's going to come up heads and he wins the tournament, or whether it comes up tails and not so good. Maybe inside a top 8, but not much further beyond that. In second place, I'm not a coward. I'm sticking with my pick. I'm vindicating myself by putting them in my predictions. I'm putting Experience and Made in second place, and I know it's not going to come out well for me, but I'm not a coward. I'm not going to go back on what I did because I have integrity. In first place, of course, 2 goats, Boomy and Sandstorm. They're going to take this one home. They're going to grab that gold medal, and this is going to be the year of Boomy and Sandstorm running 2v2s yet again.
My turn. In third place, I am a coward. I opened up Twitter and got jump scared, and I jumped ship. And instead, I replaced it with, kind of like Ajax said,
what I
a
did.
team that I think they just, after the shakeups, looking at the bracket, they're the team that I had the most confidence to get into the top 3 on that side. So, of course, I'm putting in Meg D and Radish. In second place, I'm going to be a contrarian a little bit. I'm going to put the goats a little bit behind and say that Boomy and Sandstorm are going to be going in that second place because I'm sticking to my guns. I'm still rooting for the kid. I believe in the Luna Snowy gold medal. Of course, it's a winter championship. You can't have a winter championship without Snowy going home with some gold.
It's a good point, actually. He does perform very well at the beginning of the year. And to that point again, if that top 32 didn't happen the way it did, I probably would have had Experience and Made still in my top 3. But I mean, it's Winters. These could get thrown away. I am very curious to see what chat picked amongst all this because we
have to guess. We have to guess.
Okay.
All right. Well, okay. So you were 3 for 3.
We know what #1 is.
Yes,
We already know what number
we
one.
all know what
We all know
number
number
one
one.
is. So what's 2? 2 is probably Luna Snowy.
I'm gonna go with Luna and Snowy for a second on
Okay.
my guess for chat, and then third, I feel like we probably drifted them into that side, and it's going to be Ray Dish Meg.
I agree.
I think it's going to be the same as my prediction.
Kosalix and Stingray for third.
They would have to beat Sandstorm.
No, it's Cody Travis Faison. I
Oh,
think
okay.
it was something different.
Okay.
I was like, I know
okay.
it's got to be a big name that
Wow.
people like. I was like,
I'm surprised.
It's got to
That
be a
tripped
fan
me up.
vote.
People are still that
Yeah,
big.
and then
it's
Snowy
got to be the
Lunas,
recent
yeah.
Faison clip.
Yeah.
It's got to be the recent Faison clip that people are loving. That's the one.
Well,
that,
there's still a
that
household name regardless.
Yeah, but
like,
it's been a little bit of a minute. I think Faison's had some content
Look,
recently.
they ride
that
or
are,
die for their
they're
team,
elevating
okay?
him in
They love their
popularity.
players. They go for it, and they're going to ride with them all the way. I believe in that, too. But I didn't even see the rest of them.
Cody Faison, Snowy Luna, Boomy Sandstorm.
Okay, all right.
Relatively predictable. Again, chat likes their names that they recognize.
Well, that is it for the pre-show. We'll be getting into the games shortly, but before we head into a break and then the games after that, make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Today is your last day to order the Winter Championship hoodie and the blanket. Don't be caught without your seasonal merch. You will feel silly.
And also, pick up the Winter Championship pack before it's too late. It's on whatever platform that you're playing on. Pick up those blasters as well as the Mammoth coins that come alongside it. It's a great deal if you're looking to get some Mammoth coins.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're going to get ready to go into Winter Championships.
Tweet at us.
Wait. Oh, yeah.
Hashtag
BHE Sports.
You could be on this thing in a similar fashion. If you tweet at us, hashtag BHE Sports. Again, remember to use Odin's journal. And, well, you've already done your predictions, but just engage with it and look at the bracket and follow along as we play.
And stats. There are
Yeah,
stats
oh,
on there.
stats.
All of
Yes.
the stats I'm looking at, you at home have access to.
One other reminder is, again, we have the side stream, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, which, if you're a Maiden Experience fan, is probably where you'll catch their games because they got to make that lower bracket run. But I think that's everything for the pre-show. Thank you, Ajax, for coming on for this one.
Glad to
and
be
thank
here.
you all for watching. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, Ajax and Daza will bring you the top 32 of North American doubles for the Winter Championship. Stick around.
I'm experienced. I'm 15. Brawlhalla 2 is a goat. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm Made. I'm 18, and I'm experienced partner.
To be honest, I haven't been doing much. I just been playing cross. That's it. I just play
Well,
cross.
yeah, for the most part, we've been trying to find a comp that we think will work. It's not that Cross Rayman didn't work for us, it's just that we think there's something that'd be better. I think we found it now.
I actually have a breathing technique that I use. And
Oh.
when I say breathing technique, there's actually no technique. I just take a deep breath in and then I breathe out through my mouth.
For me, it's like, okay, before a tournament in general, I'm not gonna lie, I definitely just wake up like right before the tournament happens. It's like, I don't like to play ranked if it's an online tournament. I don't like to play ranked because it just like, it gets unnecessary like pressure on me that I don't need. I'll just like head into training mode, like beat up a bot or something until I feel satisfied and then play the setup. He's really good at like capitalizing off of like the smallest of things that there can be. I think what makes us a good twos team is that, I don't know, we have insane like natural synergy ever since we started playing. We were just good at playing off each other. I just think specifically about us is that I think I'm good at enabling him doing that and letting him take over when he needs to.
Anytime that I don't know what to do, it always seems like Made knows exactly what to do. Made, more than any other player I've ever played with, is able to like insert himself into my game plan very easily without me having to tell him to do much. What makes the two of us a good team is, like I said earlier, Made is able to like effortlessly like fill in the gaps in my gameplay and be there when I'm not.
I would say Luna Snowy, mainly because they're a new team. I don't know how they're going to perform in tournament together because you've never seen them outside of like a community tournament. Boomy Sandstorm, just because they're back. I'm like curious as to how they'll do. And then also Cody Faison because they're also back and I want to see how they do as well.
So my real answer is no one, but I learned from BCX that people can pull things out of their sleeves and they might have something that you don't know about. I'm really just looking out for everyone. I'm gonna take everyone very seriously in winters because I want to try to win.
Cozy Godly probably. That's probably the safest answer. That or Blaze.
I think that Ted and Knees will win. I think their team.
That's also, yeah, that's a good one.
I think Ted is the best EU2's player when he's like actually not getting rolled by tournament nerves. I think he's really good. Even one of the sets that he lost like before, it wasn't really his fault. So I think he has a lot of potential in EU, especially to win twos. Sparky, to be honest, never put me on your predictions.
Yeah,
like,
that's why I say that.
We weren't there anyway, but like in case you ever thought about putting us there, just don't.
Don't put us in the top 3 ever, especially not one.
Follow me on Twitter at ExperienceDOA.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
It's the big day. Winter Championships here for North America. The big show is happening, not the Super Bowl, but instead this one right here. As we have so much happening in this bracket already. I just looked down at the bracket and I am already in shambles. As we were going to get ready to start Winter Championships, I am once again joined by Taza. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. And yeah, talk a little bit about why you're in shambles there. I mean, it's not what's going to be on this stream right away,
Nope.
but it's going to be affecting what happens on the stream in just a little bit.
I've made it clear recently that I am a big fan of Jet Bean from the recent performance of last year, right? But I'm also a huge fan of Radish. That said, after spending all that time on the predictions and all that build up for what I believe the kid and Megdi would pull off, they just went down 3-2 to Jet Bean and Clem. So that position in bracket is 2 upsets because Daddy Heizo and AO Blue take them out. We're going to take a look at the schedule as to what's be coming up for these matches, and we have nothing but high quality ones because we talked about that. But then take a look at our first match of the day.
So we just gave you a little bit of an idea of what's happening on the other side of the bracket, but we're going to be taking the upper side of this winners round 1 into winners quarterfinals bracket, and we've got Sandstorm and Boomy leading us into a matchup against Stingray and Costlix. Okay, so this is pretty amazing for me to watch in terms of just like
There's like a time jump right now for you.
And it's because like we're watching the original Lance main teaming with the, in my opinion, best Lance player in North America to go against Sandstorm and Boomy, who also have struggled against Lance in bracket. It's like, this is like one of these matchups when I'm looking at this where it's like the PR difference is insane. I mean, ignore Sandstorm's 49, all right? There was for power ranking, it's a year of not playing. We just saw him in singles. He got 5th. He's doing amazing, right?
Yep.
But when it comes to this head-to-head, I'm like, oh my goodness, with all the other things that are going on in the bracket, are we about to witness another upset in terms of fan expectations? I have no idea.
I'm not going to lie. This is definitely one of the teams that I looked at and go, this could be a team that could knock them out. We're going to take a look at the viewer vote as well to see where everybody else is feeling on that.
Well,
of course, fan favorite size is going to be on Sandstorm and Boomy. That's where I'm sitting too. I think they're going to win it all today.
All I'm saying.
But Double Lance.
Yeah.
And also Stingray's another one who wants people to put respect on his name. So if you leave him out of the conversation, he might play that much better just to prove everyone wrong.
So we'll have to see. I'm curious because going into Winters, Stingray did focus Spear, even though he did eventually pick Lance. I remember even talking on Twitter. He was just kind of like, I didn't mean to pick Lance in bracket, but he did it. He might just go for a Spear launcher. He's going on the Barbara. So yes, it's going to be Axe and Spear here with Koslix, who is on the Macho Man, a classic 2v2 pick here. And Sandstorm and Boomy are opening up with Luke and Chell. So Teska with the boots and gauntlets here. This is a legend that Sandstorm talked about that he had prepared, even though he went with the Arcadia going into singles. He was playing around with 3 legends in particular, and Teska was one of them.
This is 100% what I thought he might lean into today. He's been building up to this conversation for a while, and if you want to have something similar to Scythe gameplay in 2s, you have not only the gauntlets, but you have the boots, and they're already kicking Stingray down, and Koslix is going to be short to fall right after.
Oh, and we're seeing the team combo set up right there with that down air into the neutral light, goes over the down stick and using that forward momentum there because you have the active input to go forward or back. It's great for team combo setups there, and Stingray might just go down to 1 stock in the first 1 minute of the game.
Yeah, it was close. He was so close to getting caught by the ground pound again, but look at the damage on him. Meanwhile, Koslix is just getting caught, pieced up in the middle. They were playing Street Fighter at the moment. How are you supposed to get through all of these hands that they're throwing out? And a big part of that usually is the Lance, and he hasn't been able to get anything started.
Yeah, so I am insanely curious about how they're going to be setting up these team combos here with the boots because we haven't seen too much of this success in 2v2s. All right, there's a team combo attempt there after that side air knockout from Koslix. Sandstorm manages to avoid the neutral stick, but what Sandstorm was doing on the boots was he was double jumping above where Boomy's position was. Oh, the team combo goes to the neutral stick. Can he get this knockout here? This is such a crazy opening.
That would have been a huge play if they would have gotten Boomy, but they still got Boomy anyway. So
I want to talk about what they're doing so badly, but they just keep team comboing. Look at this Stingray with the 3 neutral lights and the dare Ajax.
You already know, man. Look, we're 2 analysts who aren't allowed to analyze anything during 2s because everybody is just disappearing. Big plays, though, being made by the blue team.
It's an even game after all of that. Koslix and Stingray almost went down to 1 stock within a minute.
Oh, he just missed the recovery spacing. That would have been another KO most likely.
The down air of the neutral light. Okay, and Sandstorm catching the pickup from Boomy. Okay, we're entering an area where maybe neutral game is about to be played here, Ajax. We haven't really stopped comboing.
No, not at all. We are at ranges where active input, actually not active input, just a straight up Sair will get rid of anybody at the ledge with boots.
There
so you have
go.
to be careful.
A Sair with Axe will do it as well, apparently. There goes Sandstorm down to 1 stock. Boomy could go out here if he's not careful. I mean, Stingray's in the same position. Koslix gets the down sig. Sandstorm doesn't get punished for that down sig either.
Luckily for the red team, even with the fact that Boomy could fall, he gets the KO. So now they have a 2v1, but Koslix can get rid of Boomy, and then you force that 1v1, and then it's down to the play of just Sandstorm v Koslix.
Okay, Boomy and Sandstorm are so practiced in this situation. Deny the weapon. There they go. They both picked it up. They just need that combo starter. Sandstorm carries him off stage. Koslix dodges into the neutral light, and Sandstorm says with the boots, I don't even need my teammate. A 0 to knockout coming out from Sandstorm there with 2 dodge in reads, and that's going to be it. Boomy's just kind of like, all right, well, I know I was high on damage, but...
Even with the fact that the GC neutral light didn't get the KO, just the extra sauce of putting it out there, and the worst case scenario, you got caught by that, right? Who do you have to stare down when you're on your way back? Boomy, who's sitting right there at the ledge. So good luck getting past both, because you're forced to recover low. But their team combos were on fire to start off the game.
Yeah, let's see this ending right here. Yeah, that diagonal dodge in, caught by the gravity cancel neutral light. It just had enough force that Koslix couldn't make it back. Really trying to get through there. And look at that final stock coming from Sandstorm. Yeah, Boomy went down real early in the middle of that match.
Yeah, you were mentioning before how the fact that Boomy and Sandstorm are prepped for those situations. You're not going to get a free 2v1 off of them or win that 2v1 off of them easy. It is one of the most difficult teams to deal with.
Also just 1v1ing either of those players.
True. Yeah,
okay.
So switch off of Demon Island here, away from that, and going over back to the double lance.
Yes, this is what I was looking forward to. No, Sandstorm went down to save Boomy, misses the attack, and Boomy goes down early. Sandstorm switches his way back on the stage, but this is what I wanted to see. Basically, the only double lance that I truly feel like exists in any region, in any of Brawlhalla. We are watching the best of the best here. Let's see what they've got prepared. Sandstorm can't kick his way back up to the stage.
Sandstorm put the grill up a little bit too high trying to cook, and instead burnt his own feet trying to get back down down to the ground.
I
That
love
does
how
not work. I should have said
cooking.
hands.
He's cooking with his feet.
Why are you cooking with your feet? That was the problem in the first place. Right?
Exactly.
Right now, Boomy is also taking a lot of damage again. It seems like the Lances are doing much better, but also they're getting a lot of good straight hits on them.
Oh, Koslik's too close to the third hit of the Lance neutral light. Gets interrupted on his down sig there. Sandstorm with the weapon throw down does actually catch Stingray trying to go for that wake-up
got
recovery.
that step recovery perfectly on time with that. Perfect execution to take that away. The red team is suffering heavy. Koslik's chasing, and that's a double KO essentially from both sides. They have a huge lead.
I love that both Boomy and Koslik's were like, we're off stage at the same time, we're fighting out here. Yeah. Like Boomy dash impulses or jump impulses back towards the blast zone with that side air. Koslik's ends up expecting that, gets the recovery. Now it's 5 stocks to 2.
This is insane. I'm looking at the entirety of this first round of top 32.
Yeah.
And all but one so far have been game 5.
Yeah.
This one is giving me that feeling of what could be, because the swap over to the Orion definitely was the right call. The game has slowed down a bit. I haven't really seen Red Team get hit often since they've lost those 2.
We're entering a state here with Brawlhalla 2v2s where I honestly think that it's 4 stocks to 2, and I'm going to say it's too close to call because they could get those team combos. Koslik's goes down there. Stingray's got to run for his life. Gets started up there with a nice dash forward downlight side air. Boomy gets in, sidelights there. There you go. Even game, Ajax.
Remember the Titans. It's going to be the theme of the day, trying to deal with these, even with the big lead that they had. Like you said, it's too early to call with a team like Sandstorm or Boomy.
It just takes one team combo. You get hit by anything, and you might as well consider that stock gone with how consistent they are at following each other up. Edgeguard opportunity here. Boomy by himself. Lance Sair, sidelight
They
Sair.
separated the 2 of them from each other as well. Lance going to go in, try to catch him, slipping in a big punish.
Recovery?
They won! Bro, they were down,
dude,
so far.
I knew it. I don't know what it was, but it was like I was looking at this and I was kind of like, this isn't even game. I don't know. There was just something about the change of the pace there. And then Boomy, I feel like single-handedly carried this one on the way back with how he was both grouping his opponents with the damage from the blasters, and then at the end when the combo was done, separating them like you said.
How many, not even like jumping Sairs to stay safe, how many times do we see him catch both of them with a neutral light or a D-light, and they just, it's like, okay, I guess, because they just kept piling on top of each other.
He was catching them with side light. That's so different. Yeah, so we're back on Fortress of Lions after that one, and now I know that a 4 stock to 2 lead means nothing.
Yeah, that game, to be honest, if anybody was going to question what they were doing, because even me, I was starting to think, okay, this might just be a really good game for Stingray Koslik's. They take it, but the fact that they brought that back and the way they did it, you could see that this is looking like some prime Sandstorm and Boomy, the way that they were able to cross that up.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of the follow-ups here, especially with Sandstorm piloting the boots as well as he's doing. No really early stocks this time around. Stingray and Koslik staying grouped to each other. Koslik's going back to Stingray as he gets hit back. But look at that. Boomy with the alley-oops there at that side air, so quickly interacting. And the neutral sig catches the boots down sig as Sandstorm yeets him back, and he goes straight towards the top of the stage. Koslik's now trying to get a knockout in return.
I pay close attention as well to the cross D6 too. He was using them to break them apart, and that one, it takes your own sometimes to line you up, but Stingray is getting more Spear D6. You know that normally when he gets the win, those are flying everywhere, and now he's starting to let them fly as he gets 2 KOs.
Yeah, the first one didn't knock out, but the second one secures him the double knockout. It's a dead even game here. By numbers going into this game 3. Sandstorm gets the Nair combo onto Koslik's. Gravity cancel down like goes over his head, but he doesn't get punished. Falling dare means Koslik's might go over to Boomy here. No, he's keeping Sandstorm off stage, and Stingray is playing great support for that.
He had amazing edge control right there, and Stingray, like you said, was just making sure Boomy never got over to him. So it applied some damage, but we're surprisingly here, again, another very even game, but that's a big up. Oh, he actually caught him, slipping right in the middle.
I can't even believe they had that much knockback to knock him out on his own. Oh, Sandstorm catches the jump with the neutral light, and Koslik gets disarmed. He can't Lance recovery back to stage, and Stingray has to wait for a weapon spawn.
Stingray in a terrible position right now with that damage. That's going to be the KO.
He's so good.
Boomy is just on the money with it.
Off of the side light. He catches the Sair. Their team combo with Koslik. Stingray just barrels his way in to stop that.
It's better, look, just smack everyone. And you can reduce knockback, stop the combo as quickly as possible, because every time I've seen the red team get damage, it's usually been to orange at minimum off their team combo.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Sandstorm takes Koslik on the side of the stage. This could be the end for this set, Ajax.
Well,
I mean,
Boomy was literally juggling Stingray on the left side of the screen. Like, and meanwhile, Sandstorm sitting on 2 stocks still at the moment.
Okay, so if they could get Boomy here, there's a chance, but Sandstorm goes over that recovery. Not enough knockback on that to be knocking out, but a Sair on the blasters or the boots, honestly, at this point will do it. Stingray still living. Gravity cancel pivot down, so it gets through. That's Costlix at the top of the stage. Stingray sidesing straight to the center, and that Neutralite not followed up by Sandstorm means Stingray has one more chance. Double sidelight recovery, and that's the Sandstorm on the gauntlets that you know and love. With a 3-stock in game number 3, they in quick fashion, take a 3-0.
And as many cliches as possible, the hands were rated E for everyone, and those boots were made for talking because he was actually letting them know. Yeah, I'm switching it up. They let them know that after that game 2, I'm trying. Okay, you gotta mix it up to play. After that game 2, I thought that it was a good shot. We might see a really close set, and then all of a sudden they brought it all the way back. Stingray and Costlix were looking good at points, but the double lance wasn't enough to break them up. I feel like anytime they did whiff, did you see how much damage they were getting on them? That 504 applied on the boots, and Boomy's accuracy with blasters. I mean, history just repeats itself.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Boomy, interestingly, in having a rather poor second stock in all 3 of those games, where he was going down very quickly, but then just bouncing right back to be able to finish those games off. Really well played coming up from Boomy and Sandstorm, and man, that was a match to behold. I'm like bummed out that it's only a best of 5.
I'm actually, I've
never said that before.
Can we go like a best of 9 just for that one?
Okay.
No, we got to eventually be.
Stingray and Costlix are looking really good. I do want to say that the only reason why I even doubted that they would lose that game 2, despite the position that they were in, is because Boomy and Sandstorm had more of a hold on once I get a neutral win. Like every single attack that they were landing, I could believe that he was like, okay, I hit an end light, and now we have these 5 permutations of what you're going to do. I saw Boomy fast fall side air off of every single possible move that Sandstorm hit, from unarmed side light to boot side light to down light to anything. He was there ready to hit that move to get that follow-up, extra damage, and possibly the knockout. That was unreal to me in terms of how prepared Boomy and Sandstorm are for this tournament. And I honestly think that there's no way the Sparky Curse can affect them at this point. I think they're on their way.
Don't bring it up too much. Don't bring it up too much.
Honestly, that was like...
But also, I mean, the way that these two play with history, you need to not only play, you're not playing for yourself in twos, you're playing to a win condition that requires both players, and they know their routes. Like when you look at the engineering spreadsheet, right? Did you use enough duct tape? Did you use enough WD-40? Did you practice enough routes to win with Sandstorm
actually learning this from you right now.
There's a third tree in that. Did you practice enough? Yes. Win championships. And that even in that position, they know that their reward on hit, the amount that they were getting anytime they opened up, like you said, was just too much to handle. So you're stressed out because you can't afford to take a neutral loss ever.
So let's pivot, because we're going to be having more Boomy and Sandstorm moving forward. Actually,
it's it. We're not going to pivot away. The voice above told us that we're going to take a look at the highlights because it was just too good. I mean, like you said it before. Throughout the weekend, we haven't really seen the boot showcase from any of the teams really, but here we did.
Let's just watch the match again, because we did miss like half the match while watching it because of how fast it went. That down sig and the neutral signature, that was huge. They go it right back into Stingray here, and I think the down sig into the spike on the ground comes through. They cut that off because Boom misses it.
That was where he just missed the recovery off the top. That would have been an immaculate clip. That was a huge one. Look at Boomy's position already. He already caught him with the GC neutral light, so no matter what, you have to dip low, and you have both of them right on top of you.
It's too bad. I wanted to... Part of what Boomy was doing really well there was, well, let's just talk about the clips as we're seeing them. This recovery comes through, nice neutral sig gets that spike, and Sandstorm chase dodges right up in preparation for what Boomy's going to be looking for here. Silent recovery just takes it, though. It's one of those situations where Sandstorm was positioned and ready for the dodge in, so he was just kind of like, I'm not going to do anything, I'm going to wait and react for that, and Boomy, knowing that, it's so much easier as a player to just be like, oh, I only have to cover dodge in place or dodge away, because my teammate's going to be covering if they dodge in. And we saw that at the end there, too, with that Sandstorm clip. I didn't really think about it, but Boomy and Sandstorm, in both cases, when they hit the gauntlet Nair, they position on the opposite side of where the Nair is being hit, and they let their teammate cover one while they wait for the other. And that's why they're getting the knockout so quickly. They're making team combos so efficient in Brawlhalla that I honestly worry for anybody that goes against them when they don't have more than one stock. Like, I feel like in order to make it even, it needs to be 6 stocks to 2 at this point.
Imagine wondering if at any point you're on a stage if you might get KO'd, because they have so many different routes that they cover. But we're going to move into not just one. Yeah, we're going to pivot now off of not just one great blaster player, but we're going to go into another one with the champs and also fan favorites who made it into that third on predictions, so Cody and Phazon.
I'm so excited for this for many reasons. Cody and Phazon have been one of my favorite teams to watch for a very long time. As a Barasa main in Brawlhalla, Cody is my favorite Brawlhalla player in North America. I will just say it right there. And on the other side, Fakey and Java. Okay, so Java taught me that there is beauty in playing the hammer in Brawlhalla. That's what happened when Java first came out of the scene, watching what he invented and what he came up with the weapon, and then subsequently the spear, when he wasn't feeling the hammer was what he needed in competitive play so much anymore, made me one of basically Java's biggest fans. It's like, I'm never going to be playing the Legends that you're playing, but I'm always going to be wanting to watch you play. And Fakey in singles had an amazing, what I'm going to call a breakout performance in terms of like how he's been doing in singles and where he placed in that championship. Played phenomenally, and he's going to be teaming with Java here. I have no idea what to expect from them other than a very entertaining match.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, like you said, Fakey performing very well, and when you look at the Hattori, it looked like Java didn't really drop any steam whatsoever. He was able to still perform very well with the Hattori after switching off of Bodvar, but we did see some hammer show up yesterday too with Nash from who was it?
Lily.
Lily, yes, she performed phenomenal with it yesterday, up to a Final Four position.
And there was and then Himway with the Bodvar win as well in singles.
Yes,
so
that's
right. A big call. So it's like Hammer did get some stuff back into this patch. There are some people that are just still hesitant on touching it, but see Java
I feel
lock
like
it
Java
in.
would be the one to show us like
to
hammer
lock
stuff
it in
again.
right here. I'm like, okay, I'm ready for this because Java's Bodvar has been my favorite to watch. On the other side, though, Cody leading with Barasa.
So we were trying to figure out what Phazon would be going with amongst the many legends he had.
Yeah, there's like 5.
Yeah, we were thinking Wushang might be the play. I believe Sparky was the first one to decide that because of gauntlets along with it. And there's so much coverage. Anything off of Barasa lining into Wushang could lead to an early KO, and of course you got to watch out for slide cancel D-Sig off the side of stage 2, plus Barasa chasing you. We're going to start game off right here on Demon Island.
All right, yeah. For as gauntlets heavy as North America is claiming the region is, we have a very unique set of teams going up into this winner's top 32 because we got the double lance into the Barasa Wushang here. And also from Fakey and Java, no gauntlets to be seen here. Java goes down real quick, and look at that. Cody with the follow-ups and the blasters. Yeah, so fantastic. You know, it's been a minute since I've been able to cast Cody, Travis, and Phazon. It's just very exciting to see because I have to remember, oh yeah, there were other teams besides Boomy and Sandstorm making me go, what do you do once you get hit by one person in a team combo?
Yes, Fakey has been taking a lot of damage on the end, but hasn't gone yet. Meanwhile, Java does get a Sarah that sends him the opposite way, but man, he's always ready.
Like, he didn't need to put the recovery there, but Cody was like, I've got you, Phazon, just in case. He gets stomped Sarah off the side of the stage. Phazon fighting for his life here in the 1v2. Lands with the Nair. Java accidentally scoops his teammate. Stomp Silight's not going to come through, and Java takes a plethora of damage there in the center of the stage. Could go down here pretty quickly.
You know, I said it yesterday, but just I think of it again. I see Stomp Sarah, I'm like, it's been 3,000 years. Just seeing Java again on the hammer is definitely something to behold, but the sword is also something that he never lost in the character swaps, and we haven't really been able to see too much of it so far, mostly because the red team has just been cruising with this lead as Fakey falls.
Yeah, Fakey falls down there. Cody Travis covers the ledge with a double down light, tries to go above. Phazon covers that. He's now dominating. It's 5 stocks to 2, and this is a very great start for the red team here. Cody is holding the axe. Okay, Nair gravity cancel downlight is something that we're just going to be seeing all the time now. I talked about it a lot yesterday. I'll talk about it again. Axe getting that extra 2 frames of stun on Nair means that going for that downlight is so potent.
Oh, wait a minute.
Java with the hammer, though.
Java hammer, that's what we were looking to see.
It's still going.
It's still going here. Just barely misses. That was so close to getting that Sarah, but Fakey covered. Yeah, that's sweat beads, and Phazon's not making that back, so that was an incredible play from Java.
Yeah, that was amazing from Java. Fakey getting the landing with the gravity cancel, or with the downlight side air. Phazon didn't get the landing, so he sweats off the side of the stage, and then they get the alley-oop. The save from Fakey, stopping Java from taking that recovery off the top, and then he goes and he continues hitting Cody. Cody now goes down to 1 stock.
Java never took, he never stepped off the gas pedal, but now he's in a 2v1. It's a very difficult 2v1 to fight because they are both completely fresh on their stock.
Yeah. And Phazon and Cody Travis in a 1v2 here. Going to be very tough. Neutral Light comes through. One more of those will connect. Cody's not like, you're not going to see a team like Cody Travis and Phazon unless they're up 4 stocks to 1 even jump off the stage.
Yeah, no.
he's waiting for that landing. That down sig catches him as he goes for the hammer recovery over the ledge, and that's game 1 over to them. But Java and Fakey, after having that rough beginning of the game, shows that they have what it takes to make game 2 a lot closer.
A big part of that was those plays we saw from Java, really picking it up a ton, and then who was there to back him up when he was landing? Fakey. They started to adjust more, but if you don't see those aggressive plays, I mean, Java just barely missed a nair off the top on the team combo they had when they got a stuffed recovery together, and that's good news for the blue team. But the red team, of course, had that hot start that was very hard to make a comeback on.
So I'm wondering, okay, yeah, so we're getting a little bit of a sneak peek here at the legend switches coming out from Java and Fakey.
Interesting.
They're switching over to double scythe going into this. So
we're going to Mirage Vortex. That is definitely not what I was expecting.
I was curious what was going to happen. I thought we might see a double Hattori. But to see this complete swap over to having some gauntlets onto the team and then having a lot of active input direction with the scythe.
This makes me feel like we're going right back to Demon Island. Like, I feel like if
if
you're going with this, there's no reason to shift away from Demon Island. Oh, actually, we are. We're going to go to Miami Dome instead. I mean, you have Spirit Mirage too, so you have a lot of coverage on that, and Mordex does Mordex things, so you always have to worry about just positioning on a soft platform anyways. I want to pick your brain on this, though. Like, what do you think is the logic behind them going into the double scythe counter pick here after what happened in game 1?
We're gonna wait and find out. That's what I'm gonna say. I have not formulated an opinion yet on this.
There's not stats that follow up on this.
I know that Java's got the spear, and we talked about that a lot, and Mirage has got some signatures that could be very nice, but I think really they just want to be able to utilize the scythe, and if they've prepared it here, it might just be a team composition that they have prepared, that they're like, after game 1, they were like, all right, it's time to bust it out. We need to get through Cody Travis and Phazon. We're not going to give them another game against our Hattori and Bodvar. Let's see.
I mean, it's Winters too, where this is where everybody pulls out like those secret picks, and maybe double scythe is the option.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible idea. The only big thing, of course, is that when you start going for some of those combo extenders, you're lining yourself up to get whiff punished by blasters pretty easy. So they got to make sure they separate Cody away from them as much as possible.
I love the ground pound coming out from Fakey there. Phazon, though, makes it back, gets that dare, covers the entire stage with the ground pound. They're going for the saves on each other, and Phazon gets a recovery and a pogo. That should be both knockouts there. Amazing team edge guard coming out from Phazon and Cody.
That was a one-party show until it was necessary for Cody to do something about it, and
Cody's great.
That was so good.
And you know that they've been in those situations so many times before. Cody's just sitting there, posting up on the top platform, being like, hey, if anybody slips by you, I've got you. That's exactly what happens. Java now trying to repeat that performance only on his side this time, does get the knockout onto Phazon. Cody, D-Light side air, no, Fakey just a little too slow on the recovery there to be able to get that knockout, but this could be, no, Cody with the wake-up D-Light actually gets through what would have been a knockout.
Yeah, Cody's been swinging pretty often and getting away with it too, so like, I mean, honestly, you're still on your first stock, so make it happen. That Sair finds a mark. That's going to be recovered to get the knockout there, but look at how much damage they already applied on the blue team before he fell.
Yeah. Nice coverage from Java. Recovery from Cody that will take Java down to 1 stock. Fakey at risk of going down. Phazon went for a jump read and catches his teammate instead of Fakey. Fakey staying grounded was very nice there. Pivots, neutral light, pokes Java just a bit. What's it going to be here, Ajax? Is that recovery going to be enough to take down Phazon?
I might sneak by, get volleyed off the wall. That's sweat beat, so he's not going to make it back. Cody's stock tanking, though, has been playing very well. And a big thing as well is Cody is always getting the whiff punishes. With the axe, if you screw up any one of your openers with Scythe, he is hitting them every time. That's why they target shifted over to Phazon. They realized they just couldn't deal with Cody at the time.
Yeah. Cody opted for some damage there over trying to go for Phazon stock. Oh, the downlight stack does not hit. Java avoids that ground pound. Barely. Cody let that go so that he could blast over the side of the stage. And Java gets Sair. Is that going to be it for a stock? Fakey, do you have to go down and save him? No. Java saves his recovery, risks it for that side air, gets the chase dodge, and gets the edge guard. What an awesome stock on a Cody. Phazon could go down here.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a better moment. Cody believed really hard in that edge guard and instead gives up the stock for it because of that really good reversal by Java. And all of a sudden, Fakey, actually, no, he gets the reversal. There goes Cody, though, getting the reverse hit. That's what falls down.
Java, can you make it back? He doesn't have the dodge. dodge to make it back, and Cody with the perfect weapon throw gets the toss. I want to highlight why I screamed no in the midst of that last moment there is because Java went for the spear downlight. That hit off of the neutral light from Fakey, and he just barely missed it. If he connected with it, it would have been Phazon going down and them getting the 1v2, but they missed it, and then Cody and Phazon took complete control. That weapon throw hits Java, not Fakey, and that's why Java can't make it back.
Yeah, Java had moments where he crucially brought the game back to, because Java was actually really far behind in damage compared to everyone else. Well, not super far behind, but 523. Basically, everyone's sporting 500, where Java was only sitting in 300 range. But what mattered the most was Java got those reversals off stage where Cody was hunting. That made the game much closer at the end, but the moment that they got pushed off stage into that double up. You said it before, it happened in game 1. They don't overextend. One person goes down, get the job done, the other one covers the high recovery, and you keep that your turn, and that happened more than once in that game.
Yeah, Cody and Phazon have like a code of conduct, I feel like, when it comes to dealing with this side of the stage. It's just kind of like, this is the rule. We don't cross this line while we're comboing.
How many days since incident of us both going off?
If you have less damage, you fight off the side of the stage, I will wait. And if you see me move, it's like I will lose my own stuff. Like I will run off the stage if I break this rule. That's how serious it is that they're taking it. And we're seeing the results of them having this really awesome game plan live in the game. So we've got Fakey staying on to the Mordex and Java back in the boat.
I do agree with, because Fakey did 523 that last game.
That's on what, just total? Or?
No, yeah, in total damage, but 308 specifically on the Scythe. So the Scythe was working, and Java could not get anything going really with Mirage last game.
Yeah.
But the first game, the Boulevard was doing well. So I like the fact that they decided to pick that specific thing and keep them more decks.
Yeah, they're just taking the two ingredients that work the best individually and putting them together to have one product that could hopefully take a game off of Cody and Phazon. Cody, nice read on that double silent recovery, gets his own recovery at the end of that move, knocks Fakey out off the top. Phazon with that sliding down sig does catch Java, but he's got to take a lot more damage before he's going to fall to something like that.
Nothing really comes out of that, because they both lined up to funnel him in between, but then there's Cody again. Cody's always there to support, but they do get that elusive KO on the Phazon. Also, take a look at Java. Java is just not getting hit so far to start this game.
Yeah, Java, however, is missing some critical follow-ups on Cody. Missed that side air, missed the recovery off the team combo. Fakey gets the side light kick, or the down light rather, kicks him away. Still barely surviving.
That's the theme, man. They just keep barely missing team follow-ups, because that was a perfect lineup for D-Light, Bridge. Send them right into Java, keep the damage going, but they do, in fact, have Fakey at least, Phazon at last stock already.
He got the Nair into Fakey's Nair. Cody comes right back onto the stage, goes from white to orange from that team combo that was between the Scythe and unarmed from Java, and Java is a phenomenal unarmed player. A lot of why his hammer play is so flashy is because, that daylight recovery shuts him down, but it's because he mixes weapon throws and unarmed strings into the combos, and that's what gives him so much success, and we're seeing that now finally coming into play here between Fakey and Java, and Phazon and Cody are certainly on the back foot here.
Yeah, but very similar to that game with Sandstorm and Boomer earlier. Like you said, even if you're just 2 stocks down, or even 3 stocks down for that matter, it's hard to call them out yet because of how good they were. But I don't see that same dominance.
Yeah.
But Cody has been able to pick it up a ton. He already catches one, but there goes Phazon, and now all of a sudden it's way more difficult.
Yeah, the game state changes quite dramatically when it is a 2v1, and it's 3 stocks to 1. And Java hasn't missed a side sig no matter what weapon he's been on. D-Light down air, D-Light dare, neutral sig into the Sair, neutral lights again, and the down sig to dunk him off the left side of the stage, and Cody says, let me finish that combo for you. Dares off into the blast zone, recognizing that, at least in that game, all has been lost as they get ready to move on.
There's no reason to burn your stamina during that. You got the reward of the highlight clip, everything broken down there.
I think Java started that with the neutral light. So there was actually a DI opportunity here. And so this is a thing. DI, directional influence, does not happen naturally. In the midst of the combo, you have to think about where you want to go for that knockback. And because Cody didn't put those inputs in, or at least didn't put the inputs in correctly, Fakey was there to be able to follow up with the down stick and get the dunk. And it could have also just been a situation where after the 5th hit, Cody was like, I'll let you guys have it.
I think it was that. I think at that point he said, look, you got it. I'm already checked out at this point. This is your game, and it was incredible at that. Look at how little damage Phazon got done that game. Actually, for that matter, both of them didn't even crack 300 damage.
This is also a Cody Phazon classic, where occasionally there's just a game where you're like, Phazon, Where are your stocks? Meanwhile, Cody's at 3. Like, it just happens sometimes.
What happened?
Oh, wow. Look at Fakey popping off in the middle of that game. I have not seen just a gap in damage taken.
He was literally not getting hit.
He wasn't getting hit.
And the crazy part, it's not like he was hiding. He was up front. When you saw their positioning, he was the one in center, throwing out neutral lights repeatedly, saying, come at me. And they literally couldn't do anything about it.
Well, and Java just hitting all of those side sigs as well, just slugging his opponents off the stage was working phenomenally too. So we're now on the Fortress of Lions here. No 3-0 in this regard. Java and Fakey, I found exactly what it is that they want to play against Phazon and Cody. And Phazon, a little bit of a modification here onto the Hattori, is off of the Wushang. That was working so much.
You did say at the very beginning you expected Hattori over Wushang. We were kind of leaning into Wushang
well,
just
and
because
Phazon also has 5 characters.
He to throw a dartboard and you got it. Like but it's I like the idea. He didn't do literally any damage last game. The Gauntlets got shut down, so change of pace here.
The Gauntlets have been getting shut down in a lot of regards recently, but there's no Gauntlets on. Oh, no, we got Fakey on the Gauntlets. What am I talking about? So yeah, still has the Mordex coming through here. Downlight almost follows up into something, and Java barrels through, fighting both Cody and Phazon. Cody sares Fakey off the side of the stage, and Java just waits for Fakey to be able to get back here. That recovery not interrupted in time by Java's Sare, but let's see if he can get a revenge knockout here, because so far, Cody and Phazon are like slowly taking ground here in this game 4 lead.
I mean, that's a big snatch right there. So that's the first one gone, team combo, and that will close it out, evened up. We were talking before about how
they were dropping it
they weren't getting any team combos, and all of a sudden, over the last game up to this point, they've only been getting them. That's exactly what you needed if you want this reverse 3-0.
Yeah, and they're doing it in ways where they're completely modifying what they have to do to the situation. Java, knowing that the neutral sig there is what he was going to need to catch the knockback and get the right amount of force to get that knockout. Now we're here where Java's taking a lot of damage, but he's good at maneuvering around these situations, but he's got to be careful. Look at that. That Sare was so close to the ground. Cody using that platform beautifully.
Cody's just positioning, again, is so key to their victories half the time. And Fakey, after doing 620 damage last game, only going up higher and higher every game, I think they realize that their focus needs to be, let Fakey try to rush for us, but we're going to poke at Java in the back, and it's been working so far very well, separating the two of them.
Yeah, so this is the moment, Ajax. We have to be able to see Cody, or Fakey and Java either focus down Cody or Phazon and then get that other knockout during that time where they're spawning back in. But Cody and Phazon are actually keeping them separated while controlling center. Cody goes back over to help Phazon with what he's doing, gets clipped by the recovery though, and Phazon just narrowly avoids what would have been certain doom if he got caught by that Gauntlet neutral light. Oh, Java.
Oh, okay, Java does get set back up through Phazon to recover.
That was weird.
So
I was like, nice save, Phazon.
It was like a little homie save there. But he put himself right in position where he had to recover. And Phazon still holding on to that second stock. Very big red flag for the blue team that they need to deal with soon.
Nice save from Cody. I know the Sare ends up causing Phazon to lose that stock there, but if he let Java hit his own Sare, that would have been way worse. Dare Sare, true combo off the blasters. Cody phenomenal at hitting it, and he's looking to just keep Java away while he focuses on whatever target Phazon's currently got. And I love the stage control coming out from both of them here. Java, however, hammers his way through, but that's going to be it. And Phazon on the other side secures the knockout for the 3-1 victory over Fakey and Java, and they move on in the Winter Championship.
Yeah, shutting down what was very close to yet another Game 5 here in the first round of top 32. Again, almost all of them were, but a couple more 3-0s getting reported in the midst of that too. This is just what we come to expect from Cody and Phazon. Even after a game like the last one, they're able to shut it down. A big part of that was that code of contact you were talking about before. I feel like they were getting caught grouping up a little bit too much in that previous game, which allowed a lot of free damage for Fakey. In that game, they're on Lions, they were not nearly as much, and they had way better control of the soft platform on the sides.
Yeah, when Cody's given the opportunity to play on that platform, drop through it, get those drop down side airs on the blasters, and it's the same general idea when he's on Axe. He's phenomenal with it. His spacing's fantastic, and we see how great they are doing that. And it's tough. It is tough for anybody to crack through that armor, to crack through that defense that they're setting up in those situations. We saw Java trying it a few times, but one of the downsides of that Game 4 situation was that Java ended up taking too much damage too early.
Yep.
If he gets through with one hammer neutral air, sure, he breaks up the defense, but now he's in that scrap where one stray hit could cost you the whole entire game, and that's end up what That's what ended up happening, and that's just the strength of Cody and Faison's game plan.
They need to solve that in the elim side of bracket because there were moments, especially at the beginning of the set, where Javo was actually looking really good. But as their set progressed, Javo was getting caught in a lot of really awkward positions. And because of that, that didn't allow for those team combos because they had that beautiful game where they just dominated essentially.
Yeah.
But with the games where they lost, Javo's numbers were really low. They've just realized, like, look, Fakey's the problem. We're going to let Fakey do what he wants. We'll hit him when he comes at us, but we're mostly going to target-focus Java, and that was pretty much the win con that played out for them for the rest of the set.
So congrats to Faison and Cody. You're going to be moving on into winners' quarters there, and we're now also, as like just a whole, moving into the winner quarterfinals.
Okay, this is
and
hilarious.
we've got the matchup coming up. So we've been watching like for a while now, just a stream
winners quarters. Yeah.
We've been watching a stream of the predictions coming out here on a monitor over here, and this is the matchup that's going to come up after this break is going to be the one that everybody's predictions are either going to be vindicated or suffering from as a result of that. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Yes, this is only to get into top 8. We will be right back with a short break as we get into one of the big matches that is not Grands, but it sure feels like it right after this.
Welcome to Brawlhalla Esports Year 8. $1 million will be awarded across the season.
And it's starting to increase right now.
With 4 seasonal championships.
For the first time. Great.
4 seasonal invitationals.
We're trying to read that dodge diagonal down in, and that's the Russian. Wow.
3 in-person LAN events. All roads lead to BCX 2023, the open entry Brawlhalla World Championship.
And he's going to put this one away. The weapon toss from Luna, but nothing else. Down line, recovery! So many owls for Impala, but it's a dare to crown our new world champion.
Wild electric running through my mind, daylight slipping away, yeah. Feel ready to release that sound, embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive, so I smile easily, so I smile easily. So I smile, and I never knew I could feel like this, and I never knew I could feel like this, and I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive, and I never knew I could feel like this, and I never knew I could feel like this, and I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. Smile.
And we're back. Coming into the Winter Championship, we have the Winners quarterfinal match that honestly is going to be deciding a lot about the future of this Winter Championship.
Yes.
It's Snowy and Luna going up against Sandstorm and Boomy. The winner of this best of 5 is going to be the first team that gets in the winner's side of top 8. And my goodness, there is a huge divide in public opinion on who is actually going to be taking this matchup.
Championship medals all around the table here as everybody's sitting to just make it into winners top 8. Winners semis is decided by what feels like a winners finals match here. Of course, we got the return of Sandstorm and Boomy, which we said a little while ago. It feels almost like nobody's going to possibly beat them today the way they looked. But this is the team that everybody's looking at that could have the shot at contesting
We
them.
have 2 of the reigning world champions in 2v2s on opposite sides of the screen, and that's the situation that we have right now, and that's why it's very tough to call. Boomy and Sandstorm will be going up against Luna and Snowy, where their team compositions and their theories and the way that they want to play in doubles are very similar, with the difference between Snowy prioritizing the cannon in this matchup, where Sandstorm is bringing out the boots.
The cannon went off at BCX. And just that tweet earlier from Snowy talking about how they've been practicing a ton, and also the respect given out to Snowy, to Sandstorm and Boomy, they know that this is going to be a huge threat. So there's no shot in the world that Luna and Snowy weren't prepping a bunch to try and deal with this, and I think that the Cross Onyx is going to be one of the best comps to try and deal with the Cross Tezca, but the Tezca was going crazy.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it during the break, where Sandstorm was bringing out combo starters in the air with double jump down air. You don't get a lot of damage off of the boots down air by itself, but the impulse from it, the amount of distance that they travel, regardless of what damage they take, is a perfect setup for things like Boomy's neutral light and down light on blasters. So before we talk too much about this, we know that 4 stocks are going to fly in under a minute. Let's get into the game.
Also, I'm going to make sure to put respect on her name. Is Shell, playing Shell. So we got, like you said, stocks are going to fly. Look at that. They're already throwing hands on the right. Like, everybody went to yellow within a half a second. Yo, what are you doing?
Down air recovery, off of the recovery. He's gone. He's gone.
He started off the match so fast. Luna disappeared so fast.
The D-Light pivot side aired into the side stick there. Sandstorm could have continued that combo, but he does take the opportunity to turn it around with the drift that boots have to bring it back into Boomy's favor so that he can get the side stick there. Luna disappeared within a few seconds. Downlight doesn't get the recovery right afterwards from that dash jump. Means that Snowy gets to live to fight another day here. Down to Boomy could be him going down, but Snowy dodging in place. So they're both trying to get back to stage. Sarah's exchanged, but Snowy's the one that ends up falling for it. Gravity gets a downlight Sarah, but Boomy expecting Sandstorm to go off stage. I think Boomy had the right idea.
I actually like what they did, because sending him back in, Boomy repositioned to look at the weapon spawn and pay attention to them coming back in. That allowed them to reset up rather than overextend off stage, where I believe it was Snowy was on his way back. No, it was Luna who was on his way back.
Well, either way, we're back here in the situation where Sandstorm does go down. Boomy, the one holding the stocks the longest, doesn't get hit by the neutral light from Snowy, but he's at risk of going down pretty quick. Yep, that recovery will catch him. Sandstorm's got to be careful. This 1v2 gauntlets are so good at catching you out of the air and doing a ton of damage to you in doubles.
A very, very scary position right now for Luna, but he does get caught by the Stair. Won't be enough. That's going to allow them a 2v1 over on the Snowy, but Snowy boxing his way right out.
Yeah, falls with that recovery, gets the nair. Luna gets hit by the southern recovery though while sweating, and he's off the top once again. Boomy and Sandstorm now pressuring Snowy on the left side of the stage. Boomy goes for a dash jump read on that neutral air. Luna gets right in and gets kicked away by Sandstorm. Oh, double team combo opportunity there that was just avoided, and Sandstorm does end up hitting both his teammate and Snowy to break up the fray.
A good defense by Sandstorm, not only to get back on stage, fade away to get away from that dare. Actually, Snowy hit Luna in the mist, and Luna looking to chase. Sweat Beats does not get punished on his way down.
Okay, Luna falls to the stair. Boomy gets a little bit of a punish with the gauntlets, and Sandstorm. All right, double gauntlets coming out from the blue team here in this situation. Snowy picks up the cannon. D-Light Nair ends up hitting who wasn't his target to be dominating, and Sandstorm's now one D-Light Nair from getting taken off the top as well. Snowy switches over to Boomy, gets punched away. Luna holding center stage, but Boomy manages to get a weapon. Snowy still fighting for Luna's life here. Does go down.
Snowy was so close to getting one in onto Sandstorm, who was trying to hover above, but Sandstorm smartly fading away. Meanwhile, this is as close as he could possibly get at the moment. Sandstorm holding onto that stock for a good bit, running away from Snowy once again.
Oh, The Nairs are coming through. That side leg come through. And that was so awesome from Lou to be able to stop that, knowing that you're committed to that boot side air. Once you connect it with your opponent, ends up going down in positions to move not to hit his teammate. Now is one stocks across the board, and both Lukes are at danger of going down to a heavy hit.
Exactly. Right now, you cannot be the first one to make a mistake.
Oh, they're
Boomy,
both off the
they
stair.
both got sent off, and nobody is going to get knocked out yet, but it's a perfect position for him. He just misses. Meanwhile, Sandstorm covers with the recovery, but it won't be enough to get rid of
down.
Luna.
And Snowy's getting a ton of damage with the cannon there. Okay, Sandstorm gets the knockout off the top. Team combo opportunity, gets the down, to get into the neutral signature, bounces him off the stage. Gargoyle Onyx over here had a little bit more defense than you might be ready for, so that's not going to knock out, but that side air definitely will, as Sandstorm side sigs his way back onto the stage.
The win condition is to not get put into that spot right there.
Yes.
It was such a close game. I know we keep saying it, but this set quite literally sets the tone for the remainder of this tournament. One of these two teams will be sent to elimination side pre-top 8. So a bunch of people have to deal with one of them. And so far it is Sandstorm and Boomy who were able to strike first, but Taza, that was as close as you could possibly get for game 1.
Yeah, very, very close game going between both players there. And I do think that you were correct. When it comes to these two teams, the win condition is just don't get into the 1v2. Make it as close as possible. Once you get that stock, barring a miracle, right, with the way that they set up these team compositions, I don't really think that either team has like the kind of weapon that's kind of like, oh, I have axe or hammer, I'm going to get a miracle side air and knock you out. I guess Snowy kind of has that, locking in the Onyx, but I don't consider Cannon Sarah on the same tier as those other heavy-hitting weapons. So you really got to hope that you keep both teammates alive and continuing to fight through those matchups if you want to have a chance to get those knockouts. As we're going back to Small Fortress of Lions, and nothing but the team compositions are going to be changing the result of this next matchup.
Yeah, no, we're going to be sticking it out all the way through. I mean, as we're seeing too, all the talk about having Cross in your team is just playing out right in front of us. So much stage control, so much knockout potential, but specifically the ability to play all points of the field well. You can line up combos for your teammate well. The KO potential's there, but Luna wasn't able to line up as often as Boomy, but when the match started getting towards the end, he was picking it up. That's why I feel pretty good about Red Team going into game 2.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what's happening over here. Snowy got hit by an early Nair, recovery Nair, puts him deep into orange. Downlight side air, interrupted by Luna's Nair. Great coverage there, but Boomy carries him up with the recovery, and no amount of defense is going to stop you from falling down to that. Sandstorm keeping Luna in the air. D-light side air, but Boomy, instead of going for that follow-up, wanted to stop Snowy from getting the weapon.
You caught it the same moment I did too. It's like, you could go chase, but you would rather slow down Snowy because Sandstorm could do what he needs to. That's good positioning rather than trying to go for something that you didn't need.
Yeah, that was really smart coming out from Boomy there. Sandstorm now covering the ledge with these downlights. Snowy going to be entering wall slip pretty soon if he's not careful. Has to touch back on the stage, and Luna puts pressure in with the down sig from Luke. The second one charged, almost gets the landing. Luckily for Boomy, he didn't fast fall.
Bro, the awareness too after he was pressuring to not get caught by that D-sig over on the side is so on point. But right now it's a big opportunity to try and get Sandstorm. Did they get the recovery? Yes, they do, and they even it up.
Yeah, even it up. Snowy takes a lot of damage there. Try to go in for the Nair to follow up off of Luna. Snowy's having a lot of these micro-spacing mishaps where he's falling into the last hit of Luna's combo starters, and he's not getting the cannon neutral air follow-ups that he's looking for. We're just seeing that happen over and over again, and then Sandstorm, taking advantage of that, has now put Snowy on the right side of the stage with that neutral light, and he's disarmed. Yeah, Boomy, look at that.
And here we go, target shift over onto Luna. Yeah, you see Luna immediately dodging. She's like, oh, crap, I gotta get out of here. But Snowy still holding on to that stock momentarily, gets around the stairs. It's a big opportunity for Snowy, but gets sent away. And Sandstorm dodging too, almost got him, but doesn't matter. Boomy finishes his food, and Luna, once again, stuck in a very bad spot as he's gotta get around this.
Yeah, Luna tries to get back to the stage, does get the neutral air off of the Nair, gets some extra damage with that pivot neutral air on his blasters. Great job. Snowy's tried to find a weapon. Sandstorm's just been keeping him in the air with these boots, falls down with the down air, doesn't get it, and there goes Boomy. Sandstorm has to avoid this team combo. D-Light recovery, and he catches him off the gravity cancel down light. So much harder to hit than that dash jump one, and he gets it. They take the lead, Ajax, in game 2.
Luna loves when you doubt him, and he has been picking it up a ton in this game. After the very beginning, it was easy to try and doubt that position because they were getting jumped. They had nothing going for them. But instead, Luna has been able to bring them back to this game.
All right, so this is one of those weird situations where I actually feel like next time Luna takes knockback, if it doesn't knock out, just go off stage. Every time that you spend these 10 seconds getting back to the stage, Snowy's just taking a ton of damage, and he goes down because of that. This is a strategy that I think that Boomy and Sandstorm were the first to showcase and perfect, which is just like the, hey, you know, maybe it's better if every Sair, I don't spend 5 seconds getting back to stage and taking that damage, because we saw the effects of that, and now Luna's stuck in that. We talked about this. This is the lose condition, right? Getting into the 1v2.
Stage control is so important that throwing away that already essentially borrowed time stock might be the play, because what was a closer game due to your incredible play now equals this 2v1. Luna's definitely one of the people who's capable of doing it, but you have to do it in front of Sandstorm and Boomy.
I'm almost at the point now where I want to say nobody is capable of doing it, but let's see. He hasn't taken too much damage so far. He's technically in a damage lead on both opponents.
You know,
that side air active input comes through. D-Light recovery on the platform? No way. Ajax. He almost stole that stock
That
from
was
Boomy.
so close.
I mean, he was like a weapon throws damage away from that working.
If Luna can snatch another mistake out of Boomy like that, he might be able to pull it off. And Boomy's the one who's still playing up front. It's not Sandstorm. Now they finally switch up targets.
Yeah, Boomy switches over to the weapons, gets the neutral air. Let's see, down to from Luna. Ajax, I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
We said it before.
Luna sniped Boomy away from Sandstorm. Sandstorm with the boots has just been doing nothing.
Look, if there's anybody who can do it, Luna is one of those people.
You were joking. Okay, downlight. Okay, the side light comes through. Gets it down, like puts Luna off the side of the stage. Is that it? Side air hits. Okay, Sandstorm clutches that 2v1. I should not be saying those words, Ajax. Luna's so freaking good.
Bro, dude, it's just how he's built. And even if he didn't catch D-Light Sair by itself might have just did it. And Sandstorm so clutch in those positions for good reason. But if you had to have faith in literally anyone to be someone to try and beat them, like, I mean, you talked about it before, he almost got that sneak D-Light recovery off the soft platform before, and instead he finds that the Blaster D-Sig that he's been lining up very well so far, but that was literal moments away.
Look at how early Snowy goes down.
Oh my God.
And Luna almost wins this game. That is incredible. Really, after looking at that, all Snowy has to do is just not take a ton of damage. Now,
Snowy needs to play the game.
But I want to highlight that before all that happened, despite us giving so much credit to the 1v2, I do think that that was a little bit on Luna to be leaving Snowy stuck by himself, unarmed, between two Titans like Boomy and Sandstorm while he's trying to recover. And that's one of those things that happened that led to that situation in the first place.
Also, remembering back to the beginning of that game, too, Luna was actually the one who was falling early, too. He was taking a lot, but ended up rebounding and putting on 704 damage. So the clutch factor is there, the confidence is there, but is it enough to get them out of what could be a 3-0 as Sandstorm and Boomy are one game away from the winner's top 8?
I think it's very close, Ajax, and it's just going to be a matter of who plays better in this game at this point, because after seeing Luna in that 1v2, I am now convinced that the Boomy Sandstorm 2v1 effect is not even a surefire thing anymore. Luna almost got his way through that with the blasters alone. Here we go into game number 3. Luna and Snowy fighting for their winner's bracket life are having a pretty good start here with that dare into the ground pound coming out from the cannon. Good team combo, and Snowy really blasting both opponents at the same time. The cannon's doing work here.
They have way better stage control of this game so far. They've held center the whole time, and they have also just not been hit. Sandstorm finally gets in there, catches both of them.
He's still in there.
I like, that also allowed Boomy to get back on stage. Like, that was the most crucial moment of breather that they needed.
Okay, nice job with that down stick coming up from Luna as well. Gets the recovery into Boomy. Boomy goes down. Weapon throw. Sandstorm gets that wake up into the side air, and he gets the neutral stick onto both of them. Edge guard opportunity. Still, we can't even make it back, and that's a double knockout for Sandstorm Shell as he catches him with the boots.
That is somebody going to your tires and just stabbing all the air out of all of them. Got deflated so fast from just getting. Their grouping up was phenomenal to start, and then it cost them, and he almost lost another one off the top. He's very lucky that you only have so much base knockback off of the boots vertically, and there's no signatures that could get you up there either.
Oh, Boomy was getting ready to fall with that ground pound off the neutral sig. It's just a knockback on Shell's neutral signature on Gauntlets. Does not go quite as far at low damage. Snowy and Luna here have brought it to an even game, but the team combo coming out from Sandstorm and Boomy double Gauntlets means that they be very careful about their move choice, and Luna and Snowy get out of there pretty quickly. The dares from Snowy have been hitting both Boomy and Sandstorm so often, and they're so good. Nice duck down to get the nair, the second nair. Snowy just blasted away. D-Light nair again, and Boomy almost goes down to one stock.
Big opportunity they had there, and that is going to catch him on his landing too. He keeps catching him as soon as he sees all the resources burn, and that was after they had, once again, what's the theme? Stage control. They were able to get it, and they got so much damage on them, and that is now Luna falling too. Snowy's not going to fall just yet, but it is still a very damaged Snowy and Sandstorm.
Who's going to go down first, Sandstorm or Snowy? Okay, that's the answer to my question.
Asking, you shall receive.
Recovery comes over. I think Sandstorm was like a risk that you do when trying to corner guard with boots is that unlike blasters, you're moving with the weapon. He downlights over the side of the stage. That recovery comes through. Now red team has a small lead. Neutral Sig ends up putting Boom into orange and Luna. He's just got to play keep away long enough for Snowy to touch the ground. Twilly's coming in there.
He's got to get away from this, and Boomy is one of the best people you could ask for to not get edge guarded in the entire game. Sandstorm going off stage.
Snowy saves him.
Boomy almost catching him with the Sarah.
He's got
Snowy
nothing
just
left.
missing.
He does touch. Okay, Sandstorm is now the one sweating. He's low on jumps. Okay, Snowy still has to pick up a weapon, though. Finally gets through with the gauntlets. Just tries to stop Sandstorm and Boomy from saving the wall. And Boomy taking a note out of Luna's book with that down sig. Could get the edge guard here. He falls.
Oh, that's a rare mistake. But he hasn't been hit in a long time. So it's a huge factor of why the blue team has brought it all the way back. Sandstorm almost getting caught, but sees through it. That's going to be a recovery that sends up, though, 2v1. But look at how much damage now applied on the Luna. Boomy can make it happen, but it's not that easy as they do not get that 3-0. It's going to be Luna and Snowy who put themselves on the board.
All right, and Snowy, I mean, we asked for that adaptation, and he brought it. 620 damage. And how much of that was from the cannon, Ajax?
512.
I'm pretty sure that, like, 90% of Snowy's neutral openings and team combos was blasting Snowy or Boomy and Sandstorm at the same time with these cannon neutral airs, with these cannon down airs. He was phenomenal with the weapon. Really finally showcasing against this Titan team of Boomy and Sandstorm how good the weapon is in twos. And I'm really enjoying the performance coming out from him as we are thankfully going to a game 4.
I am so happy that we're still getting games out of the set because again, this is the potential tone set. Well, actually, not the potential. As everybody's watching this, this is the tone setter. This is what is most likely going to be a good, like, preview of what could be grands. The thing is, though, is the person who loses here goes into a limbs pre-top 8. That's a long run they have to take through all of those great teams just to make it back to the rematch.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, you win this, you win one more, you're in top 3. If you go down here, you have to go through 6 matches, I think, 5 or 6.
I think so,
to be able
this
to get
puts you
into
at
that situation.
13th, I think, right? And before, actually, no, this should put you at 9th, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So right now, if you were to never win a game again, you get 9th, which is pretty good. But not what either team.
Not for these
two
teams
looking for.
So.
And I don't really think that whoever goes down here is getting 9th. So that's going to be a really tough run for the elimination bracket. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We have another match to play, and maybe even a game 5, because we're going to be moving into the next game pretty soon. There's a little bit of hesitation here on the map that's being picked.
I think a big part of that is because,
this is the first time that we've seen Luna and Snowy be able to make the decision, right?
True.
Yeah.
I feel like for Luna and Snowy, like, you spent most of that game dominating center. So why not go back? Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see them return to
the
maps, because, like,
the maps aren't very different. You're basically deciding between do you want a platform or not, and then do you want a pillar or not? Because what they had left was Apocalypse, Fortress of Lions, and Demon Island, and it looks like Apocalypse is going to be coming out here as the change in pace from that games 1, 2, and 3 to game number 4. Because the big difference here is that once one team takes a win over the other, the order of when you ban maps and who picks maps changes. So that's why we have an opportunity here where they were like, let's think about it. Do we really want to go back to Fortress of Lions? Let's see how this plays out here, because it's Snowy and Luna who are at match point, or at risk of losing the match point here.
Yeah, they have, this is actually kind of surprising me that it took this long to get to Apocalypse. This is where most of North America spends their time in 2v2s, and I think I like the idea of it as well, because like you said, it also reduces the side of how long you could survive alongside those walls, and those high recoveries might help, but my goodness, Boomy has been exited fast.
Yeah, Boomy going down in quick fashion here. Sandstorm could follow shortly afterwards if he's not too careful. Don't be deceived by how little damage Sandstorm has taken. It is just a matter of what move he has been hit by before that stock flies. Boomy gets hit by that down air, bounced into the cannon, ground pound. Sandstorm hits him with the boots on the neutral light, and Boomy tries to take Luna off the top, does not succeed, and Snowy with the hard read on that neutral sig, blasts Boomy off, does not get the dare, but Boomy could go down to 1 stock if he's not careful, hits hit by the recovery, does get the down sig, and they get the revenge knockout on Luna. It is a lead for the blue team, but a deceptive one. Boomy is at risk of going down at any moment in time.
I mean, I will think back to that previous match where Boomy was able to survive very long while being deep in the red on that last stock. And Boomy's one of the most difficult people to edgeguard in the history of Brawlhalla. So he can make it happen. The thing is that Snowy's reads have been so on point, but Snowy just went off stage, just gets around Sandstorm as well. Recovery won't be enough to knock out Boomy a little bit too low.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Snowy's had an entire year's worth of teaming with Boomy to know about his tendencies when recovering back to the stage. And we see that with that cider to double weapon throw edge guard, that Boomy is now on 1 stock in under 2 minutes up against Luna and Snowy, who are trying to go into game number 5 here in this best of 5.
They already got a 5-piece basically over on the left side on the Sandstorm. Sandstorm, meanwhile, separating them apart. Good job going after him. Snowy smartly recovering high, not getting caught by Sandstorm once again. But Snowy he's not that far off from evening up this game with that damage he's taken already.
Yeah, Boomy tries to go in for that ground pound. Snowy gets a double recovery. That's so much extra damage coming out here. And Snowy and Luna, any damage they get on Boomy might as well be extra credit in this consideration, right? Because he is so close to being knocked out here. Sandstorm falling with that cider, gets interrupted by Snowy's own Sair. And there goes Sandstorm off the top. Downsing hits, and Boomy avoids one weapon throw. But can he stop Snowy and Luna, who are just hunting him down? They cannot. He has to come back to the stage, gets the chase dodge. Sandstorm goes for the save, and Luna dunks him off the bottom of Apocalypse. Ajax, it's 3 stocks to 1.
That's 2 times in a row where Luna read where they were going to go. He adjusted to Sandstorm getting knocked up higher to get that recovery before. And then after the chase dodge, he adjusted immediately to go get Boomy. And now Sandstorm, I mean, this is definitely the name you'd like to see in this position, but this is a name we might not see here too much longer, depending on if he gets caught by another team combo.
Yeah, gets out of that one. Silent recovery means no dodge. Second recovery comes in from the gauntlet. Snowy looking for that weapon throw to pick up neutral signature. Down light, goes in, doesn't pivot it, but Sandstorm's just getting hit by a ton and getting no hits himself. D-light, down air. Okay, there. It's not the cleanest end of this match, Ajax, but all I'll tell you is it is a win. And they're going to be bringing it to Game 5 here on the verge of a reverse 3-0 over Moist, Boomy, and Sandstorm, who on the Shell and the Luke, I don't think they're going to be switching off, but it looks like Luna and Snowy, they've figured something out.
Team Luke... Excuse me, team.
They Apocalypse out that time.
Wow, they took it out immediately. But the team of Luke and Onyx so far has picked up a ton. We mentioned before at BCX, when things are going well for Boomy and Snowy, it was when the cannon started popping off, because everything Boomy did lined up into the amazing reads that Snowy was able to land. Yeah. That's what we're starting to see here again.
Look at
in
Luna's
these last
chart.
2 games.
That's phenomenal. And Snowy doesn't even have to worry about what happened to him on his final stock. We have the options of Demon Island, Fortress of Lions, and Western Air Temple open. So that's the difference here. By taking Apocalypse off the table, they're seeing if they want to go for that. And technically, Boomy and Sandstorm have gotten their most amount of wins on Fortress of Lions, which is why I think they were taking so much time here. While we're on the stat screen, they are really hashing out what they need to do before they pick the stage, and we are going to go back to Fortress of Lions for this Game 5.
Game number 5 time. You can see the damage was low for the blue team. It has been red hot for the red team, and only one of these two stays in the winner's side of this bracket to move forward into winner's top 8.
All right, and so far what it's been is a great team combo opening. He gets the downsing body slamming into the air.
To orange.
They went an Onyx starts the game in deep red, Ajax, and he is tossed off the side, and the team combo, the neutral sync. He's just launched into the double KO, and Boomy and Sandstorm said enough of this. 20 seconds.
Jump scare time. Gauntlet side sync coming out, snatching up every chance of hope you had to try and stay in this game. Now it is on Luna and Snowy to show that they can adapt, but that is the biggest gap that you can have happen to you to start off the game.
It's rough, but they can take turns in the team combos, right? Sometimes that happens, and that is the difference between the good teams and the great teams, is being able to have that opener come through and possibly bring it back. But Boomy and Sandstorm, they have not let up on the team combos yet. Snowy's already in deep orange.
They are switching off targets so well. Gonna catch him, send him up to the other side with the active input. Very smart. They allowed the 2-1, but there's Luna catching him, slipping, gets that D-Light recovery, and now they have a chance to try and get Sandstorm, who just boxes his way out.
Nice job from Sandstorm. Hits the Sair, uses the active input to travel back to center stage. Luna can't get the punish to the recovery from Boomy. Means that Luna's down to 1 stock in a minute and 9 seconds. Sandstorm with the Sair takes down Snowy. It's 5 stocks to 2, and just like that, with a little bit of time and consideration, going back to Fortress of Lions, Boomy and Sandstorm are poised to get this best of 5 victory.
Remember the Titans. We're seeing them step back onto the field right now, and they're looking like they're going to walk away with this W, currently with a huge lead. This is where champions are made. Only the best of the best are able to make a comeback from this position, and they are in a bad spot.
Boom, we got the double sidelight off of that carry from Sandstorm, comboing behind Sandstorm with the range of the blaster. Snowy falls to that ground pound. Can Sandstorm make it back? He gets dunked by the neutral signature. Kaboomy trying to recover, has to avoid this edge guard here, and Luna downlights the wrong way, makes it back. That was a huge stock. He needed that, and Sandstorm's comboing both of them.
Remember we said earlier, Boomy's very hard to edge guard, and they need these. They can't drop those opportunities. They only have a few mistakes left in the tank, and that is at least one of them they're gonna get caught on. That is now Luna forced to fight 4 stocks down against them already in KO windows, and that will not be enough, as it is going to be the return of the Kings as they take out Luna and Snowy from that #1 seeded position. They take it back to that comfortable spot that they're very used to, and they move Taza right into winners. Top it.
Look at this combo. The unarmed ground pound off of Shell Downsing. And Sandstorm hits him with the woohoo emote at the end. I've never seen Sandstorm look at that. Look at that. Calls him. Sends him flying after a whirlwind. And then they go right back over and they finish this stock. He dunks him and Boomy. Well, he didn't even need to hit that.
He didn't even need it. It was so close. I can imagine, like,
this is the replay of
our reactions plus probably production are going crazy. I'm like it's just it's hard to stay calm for that. These are 2 fan favorite teams, by the way. Like, you're looking at Luna and Snowy, Snowy coming off of BCX, but then you have Sandstorm and Boomy back at it. If we needed any checkmark at any point to know that they are in fact back,
is this a recovery?
This is that set.
Yeah, Boomy. Oh, this is so smart. Jumps up, sees that. He's like, I know how to punish that down. It's like, that's not safe. And Sandstorm knew it. He was already gravity canceling that woohoo at the very end there, and it focuses in on him, rightfully so. Boomy and Sandstorm take down Snowy and Luna in a nail biter, game 5 set.
He did 160 damage. Taza, 160. You know what weapons he's playing?
Yeah.
He's playing cannon. We were just talking about how he was grouping them up the entire time. Look at those
that's unfair. That's unfair.
Oh my God.
Look, okay, if you're just tuning in now for whatever reason, please rewind the VOD and watch the entire set.
Rewatch the whole set.
Because I promise you that these numbers do not reflect Snowy's performance. Sandstorm and Boomy are just godlike at 2v2s, and they had an amazing start.
This right here, this moment.
Cow.
Was what we call a trip to the dev stream, because that is going to be looked back at later on.
This was the side sig on one side and the neutral sig on the other, step by step, both players just going down. And there was a bit of a moment where Snowy and Luna had some peace and quiet to deal some damage, but Sandstorm spent that entire first stock taking out 2 people and never getting hit.
Stock and a half.
Yeah.
A stock and a half for the blue team was completely untouched. Sandstorm. He didn't get hit during the entire time of that. So you spent half the game being so much farther ahead.
Well, I think we're going to look at that.
We got to look back at the highlights again.
So
it's just we have to.
I'm glad that we learned our lesson from the first set of the day to not actually talk about anything but the game, because this is 2 seconds in, 3 seconds in. Okay, it's 4 seconds in. Sorry. We had to give it 4 seconds for this combo where he gets the ground pound into the down stick, and now this is DIable. Although they really just were like, at that point when you're both getting caught by that, what are you going to do? Yeah. What an awesome highlight coming out from there. We're going to have this moment where Sandstorm's on the top platform, Boomy's covering the ground, Luna goes down, and look at that. Snowy caught out the grab. Luna can't respond to it in time.
Get on out of here.
And then Boomy just walks right past him while he's neutralizing.
You two, get on out.
Yeah. And there's just enough force from that at that amount of damage to take him out of the zone. Boomy was ready, though, for whatever knockback permutations could have happened from it, but that was phenomenal. Boomy and Sandstorm are moving on in the winner's bracket. It was hard fought. Snowy and Luna go down early. I mean, it's just how the seeding planned out there. But like we said, this was going to set the tone for the Winter Championship on how people's predictions were looking. I still think Snowy and Luna are going to be rampaging their way to the top 3. I worry for the bracket down there.
A majority of us, even with that, most of the time when we look at these things and we see winner's quarters, we don't usually pick someone from the winner's quarter section that might go down to make it through. But universally, almost all of us have those teams in their top 2 because they know the other is capable of making that run. But now we go into the next match here, which we're going to return to some more fan favorites. Of course, we just saw them come off of a very solid W, shutting down Fakey when he was going crazy. It's going to be a return of Faison and Cody, and they're going to go up against Simpa and Lampy.
Okay, so Simba and Lampy, remind me who they knocked out to get here.
Ooh, actually, let me take a look. So
The
they took out Zakoi and Wubs.
Okay.
That was one of the Game 5 sets that happened.
Yeah. Zakoi and Wubs have been doing phenomenally in
see
twos.
who else.
I love watching both those players because they represent legends that typically don't play, but that's neither here nor there. We're going to be going into this set coming up, and so Cody and Faison, this is a fun set to watch because I believe if we had the viewer vote,
wait, chat. Remember.
do.
Oh, like, okay, I'm not trying to like skew anything already.
Yeah, you're right. It
But
shouldn't be
if
92%.
at least a few of you put in some more to the other side, if things go your way, you're getting a lot of points. That's all I'm saying. So we're gonna get
yeah, but also you could just get an amount of points.
or you could just win.
Because as far as lopsided viewer votes go, I'm still voting Cody Travis and Faison.
Here's the thing too, like I'm not in a world where I'll just completely count out Simba and Lampy, because you look at that team core, and that is yet another very strong two-piece. Of course, we're gonna see the Wushang show back up. I love it. Team crossovers.
what a pairing. For sure. But yeah, you got the double gauntlets, you got the spear, and you've got the blasters here. Cody still on that Barasa, which he's so well known for. Faison does seem to be leading with the Wushang. So this is a team, I mean, I think the viewer vote, honestly, was a little justified in the sense that, like, it's going to take a lot of convincing for me to be able to see somebody that can take down Cody and Faison.
You are the Cody superfan too, so like, I also love watching Cody from the early days, but this is again a very dangerous two core. I mean, you're gonna get punished for that no matter what. You committed to the D-Sig. If somebody jumps into it, you look like a genius, but that was definitely not the right spot.
Lampy does not get the follow-ups there. So back to this composition right here. That's a good knockout there. They could take down Cody if they're nice. Double silent recovery. Okay, Simba and Lampy are doing really well here. The whole point that I wanted to bring up, though, as we get into the set and only focus on the set, amazing recovery from Simba, is that Boomy and Sandstorm, yes, are playing very hot right now. Cody and Faison have a history of being able to beat them in bracket, and that's who their opponents would be moving forward if they win this matchup against Lampy and Simba. A huge upset potential for Lampy and Simba for sure, but that's kind of something that I'm looking forward to seeing. So let's get back into this matchup here. Let's see how this goes. Faison taking a ton of damage here, and the one weakness that I think that Cody and Faison have always had is that Faison is at risk of losing his stocks really early on, leaving Cody into a 1v2 and bringing it to a Game 5 when it should have been a 3-0.
Yeah, and even with this lead that they have, this is definitely borrowed time that they have on those, both deep in the red. Simba or Lampy, basically just a stray Sair will take it out at this point. We might see that switch over to the Axe pretty soon from Cody. It's a majority of what he used in these positions to make sure they got back in the game.
All right, Lampy now trying to get back to the stage as well. I never thought about that. Barasa jumps when he neutral sigs. And Simba went for a downlight punish and just slid underneath him. That is the silliest thing I've ever seen. That is unlucky. I mean, you have the matchup knowledge now, but that is too bad. Cody doesn't get that knockout. Faison at risk, though. Yeah,
Faison taking a lot of damage. So this is a win condition is on the board here for the blue team. They have Cody already deep in the red. They have a 2v1. Cody is definitely one of the people who, in this position, now he goes down to his last stock, you would feel comfortable making a 2v1, but that is very minimal damage they've taken to this point.
All right, I spent a lot of time hyping up Cody and Faison, but Faison does go down early in that fashion that I talked about, and now Cody's stuck in this 1v2. But Cody is like, if Luna was #1 to take it in a 1v2 against Boomy and Sandstorm, Cody is number 2.
Yes, I would actually, if we had to put that chart together, I think Cody is up there in that chance. But that is a big team combo follow-up recovery off the top, and that's going to close it out. They did not drop it, and Simba and Lampy, they heard you talking at the beginning. They said, put some respect over here on our names.
They've got it.
And I mean, hey, you can't sleep at all in Winters, like at any point. And also you mentioned earlier, I mean, they did drop that one game. Cody and Faison will have that not as strong start, and then they just figure it out.
Well, and the figuring out process is literally Faison going, what character do I not lose my stocks
That's one part
on
of
right
it.
away?
That is definitely one part of it. And also, I think that there was a severe lack of Axe from Cody that game, where in the previous set that they won, Axe was going crazy, and he was able to break up team combos and also basically just hit people 3 times when they were starting up too much on Faison to put them right at KO windows. I think we might see some more of it show up here in this game.
Let's find out. Faison now over onto Zuko, epic crossover for Hattori. He's got the spear and the sword. There's a possibility that if this goes really poorly too, he switches over to Val. We'll find out. Those are the 3 picks that he tends to like to use for doubles, but that downlight side air, lots of damage. Cody setting up these blaster stairs, gets the recovery onto Simba. Wow. He's out of there. A great start, and already we're seeing the benefit of Faison having a spear in his hands, which he did have.
That was surgical, to be honest. Like, at first, everybody was kind of scrambled together, and then they were getting 3-hit combos and separating, and they never let the blue team get out of the funnel that they created on them to start that game.
Oh, and Lappy with the slide charge neutral sig. You heard him get the stuff recovery effects, and because it's a multi-hit move, it's like a chainsaw that just goes straight up. He actually does catch that there. What? That's there's not very often that I say a very clever usage of that neutral sig coming out from Cross, but he finds it. And the neutral sig from Simba, well, that one's just great at catching jumps all the time. Blue team takes the lead right now. Oh, still has it.
Still not going down to that spear recovery just yet. That Sair will absolutely do it. Way closer game here, but even though Simba's been taking a lot of damage, he is usually the one starting the party up for Lampy as the matches progress to let Lampy get that damage in.
Simba is got to be counting his lucky stars there. He survived 3 knockout attacks from Cody there and then turns it into a team combo with Lampy. Surprised that Simba's still holding on here. He even clashed with Cody's recovery. There he finally goes down, but he got a ton of extra damage that I don't think he would have had otherwise, keeping this game very close.
Just thinking about the fact that the winner of this set, by the way, goes to fight Sandstorm or Boomy after this. So it didn't even occur to me. That top half of the bracket is so dangerous. So Simba and Lampy pull this off too. They go right into Sandstorm.
You've got Boomy and Sandstorm on one side and Luna and Snowy on the other. Only on one side, you know, you only get one loss. It's tough. Nice side sig coming through. Cody goes down early. D-Light Cider means Phazon gets a revenge knockout onto Lampy, and Phazon now the one stock tanking.
Yeah, perfectly. Essentially an even
ideal
game right now because Phazon is one straight hit away from getting knocked out. But Phazon refusing to get hit, body blocking himself with the Nair, coming back in, and here's Cody putting a lot of straight hit damage onto Simba, and that's exactly what you needed because Simba was a big problem as the match progressed in that last game.
Yeah. Oh, man. And now with that neutral light coming through, Lampy getting punished by the Sair, Cody stopping any setups that Lampy's been going for with the blasters.
Ooh.
Nice neutral light Nair, weapon pickup Sair, goes back over to Lampy. Cody gets the recovery. This is that team synergy. Oh, and he almost neutral lights him up into the down sig, but the D-Light recovery will do it there.
Yes,
that
perfectly executed. And look at the, I think we might end up seeing in the highlights a playback at that stock just before the final one where Phazon was controlling the edge completely by himself. Fully deep in the red on stock 2, but it didn't matter. He just stayed in control. Here it goes. It's going to be, I believe it's this one. Yeah, it's got, no, actually, it was the stock before that. But regardless, Phazon had perfect stage control.
Almost into the fire. If Phazon had just held that a little bit longer, it would have been good. Neutral sig didn't hit because of the bounce there, but the D-Light recovery cuts the landing. Yeah, so Phazon and Cody actually had some really nice rhythm there when it came to how they were playing that matchup, where I almost felt like they were playing pass the ball, but with their opponents, because it wasn't really fast, explosive team combos, but they were just making sure that at least one of them was hitting their opponent each time after every hit.
I mean, you think back to your code of conduct statement earlier. It just keeps coming back. They are really good at letting one person hold the front and then pass it off. The entirety of that first stock of game 2 was them funneling the two of them together, and that's what allowed them to build that big lead to start it off.
Yeah, and the switch over to the Zuko is working out very well for Phazon. He ended up being the one that lived the longest, as opposed to game number 1 where he went down before Cody even went down to 1 stock. And
also,
that's the changes that you'd like to see.
My theory of maybe seeing some more axe was completely wrong. It was 575 damage done out of the 655 for Cody. He's doing it right now, though. He's already got a good start here, but the blasters were going crazy, and they were going to see them come back.
Oh, Cody trying to fall down with that side stick there. D-Light Cider, edge guard opportunity from Cody. No, he just goes all the way around, doesn't want to risk it, switches back over to Simba, and Phazon cleans that stock up. Cody, best corner guarder with the blasters in the business. I really still think that keeping Simba on his toes, but those blasters do go down, and Lampy is looking for that gauntlet sidelight read to take down Cody's first stock. Oh, that was a huge charge.
Making an attempt at it. Also, to back that up, too, again, with Phazon's corner guarding with the spear he had before. When you put those two together, your options are so limited to get back on. And what was a hot start before, D-Light into GC D-Light side air won't be enough to take out Simba yet. He does miss the pogo. He tries to catch him on his way back up, but there goes Cody to force him to get away.
And Cody uses the weapon throw to cover Phazon's recovery back to the stage. Sair chase dodge Nair comes through, and Cody gets the stock. Lampy finally lands that slide charge side stick on the Phazon, but that's Phazon's first stock that goes down, and Simba's already down to his last one here in game 3. That side stick from Lampy's doing a lot of work, though.
Yeah, and Cody finally loses his first stock as well, so team combo opportunity right here, and that was... It didn't lead to the KO, but it put enough damage. Actually, it did, excuse me. So now all of a sudden we have an even game, perfectly executed by the blue team.
Yeah, I was just as surprised as you were by the way on that. The jumps were just not enough to come back. The angle of knockback from cross neutral sig is so fantastic. Cody trying to make this work back into his favor here. Oh, and I mean, currently can't. So wait, we've got well. Sounds like there's a lot of blasts.
And so it currently sounds like there is a lot of blasts going on, and they are spacing each other out. Cody probably going crazy. Meanwhile, I'm assuming Lampy's also firing back just as much. We'll be getting back into that in a second.
This is one of those moments where it's like an ear training exercise when it comes to punching Brawlhalla, right? It's like, okay, I heard somebody going down. We have to be careful. So
yes.
We're going to hold this just a little bit. We're going to get the replay for that because we're just having a little bit of a moment while
we will get the updated information as soon as we can.
We are still hearing the match going on. I think I can actually figure out what's happening.
It's like ASMR of blasters at the moment.
Hold on. There's a weapon pickup.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, let's see if we can do this.
Neutralite means that Cody's getting some kind of win. He got two Neutralite wins.
Somebody's
there.
getting caught by Axe, so
it's gone.
Cody's
Now.
all right. Well, it is gone.
Who
But
knows?
it did sound like Cody was getting a lot of hits in because I did hear Axe get Axe hits like 4 times in a row.
That was 2 Neutralites, which means that Phazon was probably following up in some way.
All right. Confirmation, it was Cody and Phazon who did win that. We'll be getting back into that momentarily. Apologies for the difficulties, but we have the graph from the last game, so we can see exactly how it went down. Of course, we're going to get some replays as well. Damage.
Dude, look at that Phazon stock.
Yeah, Phazon.
That's where he got hit by that neutral sig from Lampy after the combo there. Yeah, that was fantastic.
And he brought it back together, too. You can see how long it was. He was able to hold on to that last one. They brought it back together. 690 damage for Cody in that game. Was the game where he got more out of the Axe. Of course, it was still 229 on the blasters, but 415, you heard it a lot in the end of that game. He was getting a lot of stray hits in with the Axe. He also had that really good start with it, too, at the beginning of the game. And, I mean, Cody and Phazon starting to figure it out after it seemed like Simba and Lampy kind of had a good... They understood what they needed to do to separate them, and then it just started shifting away.
Well, and I think that with Cody and Phazon in general, and this has been the case for them ever since their inception as a doubles team, right, is that Cody's just going to be like, here's the legend that I am playing for however long. Usually it's the Barasa. Sometimes he's picked up other characters. I've seen him on the Petra for a little bit. There's the Reno as well. The occasional Vrax who are just kind of like, yeah, that's only going to be out there for one game.
That's specifically for Spark.
And then Phazon's got the 4 or 5 picks that he has been cycling through his entire Brawlhalla career, where he like fine-tunes it based off of, and that's a skill that he has that's so remarkable to be able to see play live, is that he'll lose a game pretty badly, look at that, think to himself and go, yeah, Hattori is what I need to do here. And then they go with the 3-1 and they get the win. And sometimes it takes a few more losses, and over that best of 5, he has that confidence and he can stay cool, calm, and collected to make those changes and those switches as those situations come up to get the dub. And they move on into the winner side of top 8.
It's difficult to be that consistent with a character like that as well. Oh, excuse me, with multiple characters like that as well. Performing to that degree is not easy to do. So the fact that he was able to get as many dubs as he does by switching amongst as many as he does, and also that was not to move into top 8 just yet. It is 2-1.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that was a game.
I just totally lied. It's something that Sparky says that we do all the time.
Intentionally
on broadcasts.
Spreading misinformation on the internet.
We're not done with the set just yet. So we're going to go into the game right now. For anybody wondering, they're like, oh no, I didn't get to see it. We'll get into the replay later. We'll be able to watch how that ended out there. We can promise you, though, that was a Cody and Phazon win at the end. And
we
now
do
it's 2-1.
see a switch, but it is not from the red team who did get that W. In fact, we're going to see a switch off of the Wushang away from Simba there to the Val going into this last game.
Okay, and this is a pick that I talked about maybe Phazon switching over to if he was having some difficulty, but seeing that coming out from Simba, no surprise to me. Back when Simba and Santi were really killing it in 2v2s, this was a dual combo that they would go for, the Val Hattori, sometimes the double Val in those senses. So seeing Simba lock this in here is pretty exciting, as they're going to be fighting to get into game number 5 after that game 3 victory for Cody, Travis, and Phazon.
We're on Val's home and Demon Island as well to start off this game at number 4, 2-1 up in the set. And so far, it is the blue team currently trying to spend time on the stage, but they did get back in quickly. Got a quick 3-piece on the Phazon, who is currently in a very uncomfortable spot. Good dodge away from the dare, not getting caught.
Yeah, Cody trying to go in for that ground pound there to really take advantage of the fact that Simba was being so aggressive off stage. And now Simba getting that knockout onto Phazon means that Cody and Phazon are in a similarly scary position that they were in game number 1, where Phazon is now the focus of Lampy and Simba's wrath, trying to take those stocks down, and Phazon's got to be wary of that, play around it, and let Cody get those knockouts in return.
Even right there too, Cody got hit, and they immediately took the target over to Phazon instead.
And
so you're right. The entire game plan is hunt down Phazon, and it is not changing. That ground pound will get the reversal. Do they get another one here?
Downlight, side air, doesn't even have to go for the recovery there, keeps it nice and simple, gets that follow-up, and that's a good way to play around that strategy. Because if you laser focus too hard on one person, well, if their teammates up to the task, you might be finding your stocks flying instead.
If you tunnel vision, you can't see the oncoming danger behind you sometimes, and that is Cody, who is existing right there, ready to take you out. And that is Cody going in for the follow-up, but no, it's much harder now without that soft platform to try and find those strings.
Yeah, and the soft platform, I think, from all the Blasters play that we've been seeing in doubles so far, really benefits the Blasters player that is holding on to it, just because that phase on with a double neutral signature there almost knocks out Simba off the top. That extra bit of defense that Val has is so huge, but Simba sweating, gets pogoed, Phazon secures that knockout, and Cody's looking for that combo starter on the Lampy's potentially last stock of the winner's bracket run.
Yeah, that starting off play of hunting down Phazon is now shifted away. They don't get the KO on the Phazon there, but they do have him deep in the red. Meanwhile, though, Cody is not somebody you want to leave alone for a long period of time, because he will find his hits as the match progresses. You talk about those 600 plus. That won't be the 2v1 KO they need, but they did push him into the red.
Yeah, Cody does go up. Demon Island ceiling deceptively high there. Phazon, careful, has to recover back to the stage, gets side sigged. Is Phazon going to go down in that moment? He barely gets the touches back. I was really surprised he made it back at all.
That was about to be a very different look at this game all of a sudden. Instead of one stock apiece here, game
He's
number
still getting
4.
comboed.
Simba's
just hunting
he's refusing to
down.
let him go. He chose correctly going high that time, avoided the slide cancel, but now Simba and Lampy both stop against the wall.
Yeah, recovery comes through. Phazon just dashes right out of there. He's holding the ground with the neutral light, and Simba gets the gravity cancel, delay recovery, goes all the way up to the top of the stage. Cody being held at bay by Lampy. Phazon and Cody now solidly behind in the game.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time Phazon actually won an interaction against Simba, and Lampy has just been kind of cruising against Cody as well. Both of them very deep in the red. That will be enough to get one. Do they force this to a game 5? Phazon dodges, gets the side light, but that's going to be a free punish, and that's going to force us to a game 5.
All right, Simba really just had Phazon's number there. That was utter destruction.
There's literally no other way to put it.
We don't really have like the stat that says how many times did you just crush this one person in a 2v2, but that's what Simba was doing.
I kid you not, I think out of that 631 damage that Simba did that game, at least 500 was probably done specifically to Phazon.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah, you need to, probably find a soft platform
Well,
again, which has all we have left open are availabilities of that.
Phazon frame 1 banned Demon Island first.
Yeah.
and also another thing that Val is capable of doing really well on Demon Island, we saw that side sig nearly spike Phazon out of a stock like a minute before that game ended. That was something that was really crazy. That it's really Demon Island specific. I mean, Val can do that on every other stage, but she covers the entire wall on Demon Island.
Yeah, like you said, Demon Island is Val's home. Very difficult thing to deal with, but we're going to go here to Apocalypse. The key to victory last game was the jumping of Phazon by them, so they need to try to find a way to solve that.
Cody has been opening up each one of these games by just not doing anything at all, and this was the first time that I just saw him literally get punched in the face for it, and then he woke up neutral aired into Phazon neutral air, but it was just the funniest thing I've ever seen all day. All right, into this match. This is game 5. Very, very close between these two players, and with this combination of Simba side-sigging and Lampy going for the down sig at a distance, they're completely covering the stage at no risk to themselves. Lampy now being stock tank here, and Cody's trying to break up the pressure.
And remember that there's like 8% of believers in chat who might be getting a big payout.
8%, it's game 5, and blue team has the lead.
It's looking good for them at the moment. Phazon does not fall. They do have Simba deep in the red as well, so Simba could find a stray recovery pretty soon. Meanwhile, Cody trying to go in there and getting exactly that. Phazon gets the wall touch to get back on Taza.
Yeah, but Simba, with these Sares, he is just completely destroying Phazon there. Ground pound does go far, but he gets the recovery, and Cody gets the revenge dare. Huge play from Cody there, keeping Phazon alive, taking that stock. He does go down shortly afterwards, but Cody manages to get a fresh axe. 2 nairs coming through there, though, means that Cody's hurting on the second stock, and Lampy has barely been the focus at all.
Yeah, and if Cody starts picking it up, considering last game he couldn't save Phazon at all because of the separation that Lampy had on him, if he's starting to pick it up, that bodes very bad for the blue team, regardless of that start that they had.
Nice side light in the recovery. Gets the read on the Lampy. Simba's got to avoid the team combos here, and Cody goes in for that ground pound read on the dodge in. Phazon tried to bait that dodge in from Simba by dashing out there, but Simba didn't take it.
I think we're going to see a heavy dose of blasters to kind of finish out the set here. I think they need to get those team combo lineups, and Cody needs to be the one to start it for Phazon.
Oh, that's huge it's awful for the blue team, but for the red team, Simba getting that neutral sig onto his teammate there equalizes the damage. Cody now getting a ton of falling stairs. You were talking about how they needed that single platform map, and that's really been working out for them. Simba has to recover high, and Cody just continues with the stairs recoveries. Great save from Lampy.
That is a huge save, and everybody deep in the red right now. Phazon forced to go high. He does get around, and there's the save again from Cody. Doesn't get the KO with the Sair. Lampy trying to get them in the midst of that. The recovery won't get the KO,
Cody
though.
is so smart. He hits a Blaster's Dare, and instead of trying to combo it into a side air, he chase dodges down so that he can hit the opponent that's threatening Phazon. Simba goes down to his last stock. Lampy almost goes down to his last stock, survives a recovery, and Phazon is trying to get some revenge here onto Simba, fighting him off stage. Simba can't find a weapon, and Cody is starting to pepper him with these Blaster's attacks. Dare to Sair.
Cody, from the halfway portion of stock 1 up to this point, has been the MVP. Lighting him up, and closes it. That was such a big play. The recognition from Phazon to send him back down.
The dare is so fast.
That now all of a sudden, what could have been an even game is the worst case scenario for blue team.
Yeah, 4 stocks to 1 in a heartbeat. Down air into that neutral light there. Nair's catching Lampy off of every jump. Gravity cancel neutral light doesn't hit, but they are just getting tons of damage. And Lampy with no dodge gets hit by the neutral light into recovery. Can he get this landing here? That was a good weight, actually. Sideline the recovery.
Actually, it was started off the way the game begins. Stood still and then just kicked him. And he's. Actually, it's unarmed is working. Unarmed is working.
Dude, unironically, Lampy was fantastic this entire set, and I really feel like when I looked into this, I was like, Simba and Lampy, I expect high things from Simba. I wasn't sure what to see coming out from Lampy in that game.
That right there.
Fantastic. We're going to see this right here into that ground pound. Can we get, do we have the ability to see the very beginning of the game? I just want to see that moment. Okay, we're going to get...
Okay, just to show, you specifically just want
to see it again.
You just want people to see, like we all collectively are going to group together to watch Cody Travis just get punched in the face.
We could have a highlight reel of the first 3 seconds of every single game of that set, and it's Cody just standing there. And I'm like, what are you doing? I think he's waiting to react to something, but it was just, dude, it was so funny. Cody... Look at that last stock.
Yeah.
Taking damage the entire time, but only 1 hit at a time. Meanwhile, Simba, who was playing out of his mind in game number 4, had that last stock of his taken away in an instant from a recovery dare ground pound come off the side of the stage. Phazon and Cody, they've just got that synergy when it comes to those edge guards. That just is fantastic.
I said the moment I think back to specifically is when you look at what happened with Game 5. Cody and Phazon were getting jumped a little bit, but what did Cody do? He picked it up heavily, and we're gonna get. Okay, looks like
there's not really any tactical reason why we're about to show this.
Yeah.
I just really want to see it. Oh wait, yeah. Ready?
Starting off, bong,
and then he gets double nared for it. It's so funny. That's it. That's all I want to see.
Can somebody edit this for me and add it on Twitter, just like with a sound effect of like the bonk noise, or just like a heavy right, or when he gets hit, he just gets edited and flies off.
And it wasn't worth it.
I need as many as possible.
It wasn't worth it for him to go for that. He got hit by a team combo after that. It was just like, why did you do it? You fell for it. Anyways, that's so funny. I love the opening game strategies. Everybody's got different ideas of what to happen, but stand still in a haymaker, I've never seen that in my...
That was comical. I completely missed that. I saw Cody standing still in other games, but I figured he was just waiting for them to rush. But I didn't realize he did it every game till that point. So that was actually really funny. And that now lines up, by the way, what is essentially another quote-unquote grand final style match, because we are going to see... What year is this? We got Sandstorm and Boomy. They're going to be fighting up against each other in the winner's semi side of the bracket against Cody Travis and Phazon when we get to that top 8.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of the match that we didn't see the end of before we move forward into the
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're going to do. But let's get a recap of what happened throughout this the entire day here. We've got those 3-0s that were at the beginning of the match. This was the fastest 3-0 ever, despite it being
the fastest block of casting that we might have ever had.
I mean, it ended up rounding out with those game 5s there in the winner's quarters, which is what I was really hoping for, because I did not want to just see them bulldoze their way through
This was an NA bulldoze show at the beginning, though. Everybody was going fast, considering how many
was really incredible too.
True. Yeah, Fakey. I mean, Fakey. Kudos to Fakey during that. Like, he was really picking up a ton. But still, between that, of course, you had the big match of winners quarters with Snowy and Luna going to Game 5 with Sandstorm and Boomy. Really a big tone setter. And then the final match that just happened a second ago with Cody and Travis and Faison taking it out.
Check it out.
Oh, I know. So
we talked about it a little bit at the very
production,
start.
burying it a little bit back into me again. At the beginning of this the big upset that happened at Top 32 was the fact that, I mean, I'm a big fan of Jet Bean as well.
Oh, that's wait, what? What?
Oh, that's a wait. That one.
Let's go, Crocky.
That's a big one. Crocky and Truckstop taking.
I wonder what Crocky's playing.
I don't know.
Can production tell me if they reported their legends on that? Is Crocky on the Arcadia?
Oh, yeah, you cannot report legends to 2v2.
We'll find out.
So
They're probably going to be on stream. They're probably on Pro Brawlhalla. Shout out to twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla for the side stream, which probably has, honestly, just as good matches as we do. Keep in mind that Snowy and Luna are down there, right? That's going to be on side stream later if you're looking for that.
Yes.
Okay, before we get too far into it, we're going to go into a break shortly. If you're wondering about the end of that Game 3, we're going to be playing that during the break. So you're going to be able to watch that. So there'll be a little bit of a break. We'll have a little bit of ads. We'll go to that. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. Don't forget about Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. That literally ends today. I don't know when today. But if you have not gotten that Brawlhalla blanket or the hoodies, do it now. Check it out. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Ajax, anything else before we sign off?
Nope, not at all. We got a lot of great matches still to go. Remember, have both of the streams up. Twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla as well as this one right here. And keep it locked because we have the other half of Winners Quarters to come before we get into Winners Top 8.
Double jumping above where Boomy's position was. Oh, practiced in this situation. Deny the weapon. There they go. They both picked it up. They just need that combo starter. Sandstorm carries him off stage.
Oh my God!
The neutral light. And Sandstorm says with the boots, I don't
take that away. The red team is suffering heavy. Coslic's chasing. This thing right in a terrible position right now with that damage. That's gonna be the KO. Look at that. They're already throwing hands on the right. Like everybody went to yellow within a half second. Yo, what are you doing?
Down air recovery off the Yeah, falls with that recovery, gets the nair. Luna gets him with another. Boomy goes down. Weapon throw. Sandstorm gets that wake up into the side area. He gets the neutral signal to both of them. Edge guard opportunity. Still, we can't even make it back in deep red. Ajax, and he is tossed off the side. And the team combo the neutral signal. He's just launched the double KO, and Boomy and Sandstorm said enough of this.
Side C coming up, snatching up every chance of hope you had. I think Cody is up there at that chance. But that is a big team combo follow-up recovery off the top. But that's getting halfway portion of stock 1 up to this point has been the MVP. Lining him up and closes it. That was such a big play. The recognition from Faison to send him back down
the
off that
so
dare.
Fast.
That now all of a sudden.
2 teams have earned their spots in the top 8. We've still got 2 more teams to find out who they're going to be, but the teams fighting for those spots in the top 8 are not exactly what anyone would have predicted going into today.
Yeah, if you were looking at the left side of your screen for the schedule of the upcoming sets, you might have been like, okay, wait, am I in the side stream? Are we in the elimination bracket? Are we streaming more now? Is this a pools match? It's not. It is not a pools match because Daddy Heizo and Ayo Blue are here via them taking out Experience and Made in pools earlier today. And Jetbean and Clem are here off of a Game 5 victory against Megd and Radish. So 2 unlikely heroes here this deep in the bracket, looking for their chance to get into top 8. Let me look at the stats here because I would be willing to bet there are no top 8s for any of these players. That is correct according to the stats. Looking at the PRs here, Ayo Blue's at 107, Daddy Heizo's at 71, Jetbean's at 20, and Clem is at PR 24. So even like the best PR'd people in this set are nowhere near normally as deep in the bracket as they are right now.
Yeah, definitely had to get some upsets, of course, like you mentioned. We got Clem and Jetbean who were able to upset the teams that Ajax and I were kind of shifting into. And then on the other side, Daddy Heizo and Ayo Blue were the team to knock out Experience and Made down into the elimination side of things. So right now, I don't think there's that much data to work with, right? There's not that much namesake besides the fact that people are like, oh, hey, I recognize Jetbean. Out of all of them, his PR is probably the best number, so maybe we'll just go with that. But really, there's not a lot of data to support any way or the other.
Even if we look back at all of the tournaments that these teams have played together in, Daddy Heizo and Ayo Blue have played in 2 tournaments together. No official tournaments. It was the Galaxy Cup Nova back in mid-2022, and then like a week later played in a Pixel Esports number 7. On the other side, Jetbean and Clem at the Brawlhalla World Championship did get 25th, so they were inside of top 32, which is huge. That is a massive performance for this team. And then at the Moose Wars Monster Mash, towards the end of last year, a little bit before BCX, they ended up getting 9th place in that as well. So they're looking to push past that 9th place that they had previously to make it into that top 8 to join the other teams.
Yeah, they the winner of this does earn that spot in the top 8, which would be a nice thing. Again, they've made some upsets. They've gotten higher. Their PRs are all going to get nice bumps because of where they are today. But only one team can make it into the top 8 right now, winner side between the 2 of them. Will it be Ayo Blue and Daddy Heizo, or will it be Jetbean and Clem?
Well, you're seeing some very familiar legend picks coming on the screen here. Of course, you're seeing a Barraza and a Tesca. That was a possible choice for Cody and Phazon that we were theorizing about earlier on the pre-show today, but we're going to get to see it with Jetbean and Clem. Meanwhile, on the other side, we, of course, have an Olgrim and a Kaya. No surprises there, though we don't typically see too many Olgrims in North America.
Yeah, one thing that's working really well for this red team already is I'm starting to see those team combos happening, but you're seeing Daddy Heizo really split this red team apart. He's really trying to keep them split really far, and that's what that Lance is helping him do.
He's already going wild right now. Like, this might be the Daddy Heizo that we saw. This is why they were able to take out Experience and Made. Already coming out swinging, putting out a lot of damage, but there was the nice side light. 2 of them in the same direction with the recovery at the end of it.
Yeah, good defense helping keep Daddy Heizo alive. Now over to the axe in hand. Lots of people in the red, but Daddy Heizo is going to be the first one to fall to the axe side air from Clem.
Jet being sent all the way to the left side. Oh, able to spot dodge through that one, and Ayo Blue ends up stopping that, pulling out of that signature in time to not get really immediately punished too badly. Doesn't have too much damage on this stock just yet compared to Jetbean and Clem, who are very much in the red. I think one more bow nair from Blue is going to take off the top.
Maybe even that side air. The side air from Ayo Blue will get one of the red team members, and Clem fights his way back to the wall with the help of that side air, so we'll hold on for a little bit. There's the side air from Daddy Heizo.
Ayo Blue still living in this one. Lands back to the main platform, still has a weapon in his hand. Just juggling a little bit with those grounded neutral lights. Jetbean finally cleans up that KO. We have an even game in terms of stock, but Ayo Blue is doing the best job here of not taking too much damage, extending his first stock much longer than everybody else. Nice pickup there, grabbing both of them after a little bit of team damage.
Yeah, great pickup there off of that down air from Jetbean that led into a solid amount of damage off that down light from Ayo Blue.
Neutral 6 coming out. Even if that did hit, not sure if that was going to be the KO move because that does send up at a 45-degree angle. That's going to be an easy punish for Jetbean, but it was just the side light. They weren't able to capitalize too much on that.
Interesting punish there. Clem was like right in the middle of both blue team members, and I think they were both cautious of putting out damage onto each other, so they both did kind of a safe option of jump nairs, which ended up working really well for them.
Daddy Heizo playing pretty carefully on the right side, choosing when and when not to actually go in, bouncing off the wall with that Lance recovery. He wants that KO onto Clem to put the second member of the red team on final stocks. Jetbean gets the KO off the top. Clint over on the edge. AO Blue does not focus too much on Clint because he knows that Jetbean was right on his tail.
Yeah, rather focus on Jetbean with those neutralites. Knows that Clem could fall at any moment, just needs to find that one hit. And yeah, that side air at the top of the map was enough to finish off the stock. And now Jetbean avoiding that 1v2. You saw, again, the blue team not really collapsing for those team combos.
But they did start this one off with a nice lead and continued that lead through as Jetbean is getting much closer into the red, while again, AO Blue still on second stock. Signatures coming out, none of them are punishable just yet by the red team. Again, another neutral signature comes out. Jetbean unable to punish it with the recovery. He was just a little bit too far to the right.
Yeah, that's tough. AO Blue keeps throwing out these end sigs, and you know Jetbean wants to find those punishes, or maybe even have Clem rotate over and get that punish, but there's another end sig coming out from AO Blue.
Nice pickup there. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of team damage. That's going to put Jetbean closer and closer, deeper into the red. So there are more moves in the toolkit that Blue and Daddy Heizo can both hit to actually find that KO. The unarmed recovery being one of them. Clem in the 1v2. Blue very healthy here. Clem only in the orange, so it's definitely not unwinnable, but it's going to be very tough. Weapon spawn coming in. Daddy Heizo making his way safely over. AO Blue's just going to grab that from him again. Daddy Heizo looking for his way in, but he's being very careful. He knows he's the most damage between him and his teammate.
Yeah, they recognize the value of having that second player alive. So AO Blue going to put that front position and do the downlight side air to clean up game number one. No character swaps. We're seeing them get ready to go right on into the next one. Very interesting, again, like when you have these kind of unknowns, there's this level of like you and I, Sparky, are sitting here trying to figure out what exactly it is that did so well for them in their earlier sets. And apparently Daddy Heizo and AO Blue have some pretty solid 1v1 skills.
Well, if this game so far is any indicator of what they did previously, we're looking at huge damage coming out from AO Blue. 740 damage from this Kaya. Let's look at the split between those two. It was mostly off of the spear, putting out 485, so definitely the majority of the damage is on that spear with 174 on the bow. Not too shabby on that weapon as well, so it shows he has a strong mastery of this legend, specifically the signature kit that's unique to Kaya, but also both weapons that he can maybe move on to if the Kaya's not working. But right now, it's been working fantastic. Doesn't even need to think about switching legends just yet whatsoever.
On the other side, Red Team really wants to take out Daddy Heizo. They're focusing him down. Daddy Heizo, I don't think he's touched a weapon for the first 30 seconds of this game, and he is already dipping into the red because the Red Team wants him out of there.
Nice spacing to get away from that signature that Jetbean just threw out. Daddy Heizo coming in with the lance, swapping back over to the axe, now swapping back over to the lance. That's what we saw him really open up last game with, finding a stock here as well. That is going to be the first stock going to Daddy Heizo, but the second stock, they're going to trade 1 for 1. Jetbean's going to pick that one up. The dodge is gone, charging up that recovery just a little bit early, making sure he didn't wait all the way towards the end, but he's going to end up being taken off the top by the Blaster's recovery.
Yeah, good coverage coming out from the red team. Jetbean was putting the pressure out, but Clem's the one who snuck up there, got that recovery onto Daddy Heizo. Red team, they want to stay close to each other. They want to be able to collapse onto a player.
Juggle game coming out from Jetbean. Actually gets hit by the Lance recovery. Daddy Heizo completely changing his target over to Clem. No major attempt to take Clem off the top. He was chasing really high. Maybe was searching for that Gimp off the top. Not going to be anybody really able to be taken out by that just yet. Jetbean is now the one doing what AO Blue did last game, and he's the one surviving on first stock.
Putting out a lot of pressure onto Daddy Heizo as well. He was putting out those boots into his face, but they finally take down Jetbean, and on the right side, Clem has to avoid the 1v2. He's sweat beating, but he still finds his footing.
Blue still living after getting hit by the gauntlet recovery from Jetbean. Ooh, Clem was making his way over to that weapon. Couldn't quite grab it in time, but he does grab the one off the soft platform. He is extremely damaged, so if he gets taken out here, the next weapon he picks up on the spawn will be the axe. That's going to be the one he's searching for when he comes back in. Jetbean is going to grab one of the weapon spawns on the field. See if another one comes in shortly or whether Klim is going to be unarmed for a while.
Unfortunately for Jetbean, he hit that Gauntlet side signature, didn't lead to a KO, just wasn't enough damage on Daddy Heizo. So this one actually kind of even until that side sig connects.
Nice hit there from Jetbean. Ooh, not able to continue with the follow-up off of Klim's down air from the blasters, but still that was a nice hit. Let's see if Jetbean can continue the survivability here. Gets hit by that side air, but not anywhere near the blast zone. Was in the middle of the stage. Oh, goes for the follow-up there, and Daddy Heizo behind him with the axe side air. They get the stock on that, and we are even in terms of stocks. Red team is just a little bit in the lead.
Clem manages to avoid that 1v2 though, while Jetbean was respawning, and the side sig's gonna KO. It's all left to Daddy Heizo in the 1v2.
That KO'd an orange, by the way. That was something they were not able to do whatsoever to AO Blue last game, and now they're picking up Sigs right on the edge with good KO efficiency.
Unfortunate there. You saw the neutral from Clem connect, and now Daddy Heizo sees the writing on the wall, sees the potential. If he can take out Clem,
I don't think he's going to be able to take too much more punishment. Definitely if he gets hit with a KO move, he's probably done for. Nice neutral light. That was all the way on the left third of the stage. The GC side light. Don't know how he's going to be able to make it back here.
He's living.
Has basically blown everything. That's going to be an easily punishable landing, but okay, it was a little bit of a delay on that punish. They end up getting the KO off the top. Red team is going to tie up the set.
And now you're seeing like a huge swap in the damage numbers put out from AO Blue. Game number 1, he was putting up like 700. Game number 2, in the 200s. It was a struggle for AO Blue to get that damage out.
And that was off them bullying him out of the game very early, but they also put a lot of pressure onto Daddy Heizo as well. It seemed like that might have been the focus that they were looking for, but no, they kind of stepped back from that after they got that opportunity in the beginning. Jetbean this time putting the big numbies out, 663 damage for his team, and of course Klim coming in with the 434. Nothing that you could admonish Klim for with those numbers. It's just we're really looking at the 663 and like that's a big plus.
Yeah, 400, you're like, you're doing your part. You're putting out some damage, and you're definitely playing the game alongside your teammate. He's got the axe in hand right now, and you can see them maybe focusing AO Blue a little bit. Jetbean wasn't sure, did he want to try to box out Daddy Heizo, or did he want to turn onto AO Blue, maybe throw out some nairs?
Heizo putting a little bit of team damage. If they can trade 1 for 1, or, I mean, even get the stock and not lose blues, then that's a really good spot for them to be in. Daddy Heizo with the 3-piece, ending with the side air after the neutral air for that KO option. That is solid KO efficiency. That's great string usage as well.
Yeah, and a great read on top of that. Knew Jetbean was going to get that dodge down and was like, all right, time to shoot that side air. And the red team not able to trade it back. Despite the fact that AO Blue's deep red, they're still not able to finish the stock off.
Recovery didn't quite KO off the top. That is a burn dodge. Of course, Daddy Heizo didn't have a weapon in his hand, so he wasn't able to capitalize. Not a big deal. They did finally get that fire stock. Okay, and they get the second stock, or the first stock off of Daddy Heizo, so that is a full wipe of this blue team. Klim doing a great job. Oh, nice punish.
And Jetbean not able to follow after that blaster's recovery. I thought he was going to try to go for that handoff for like the double recovery, instant KO, but instead it looked like he was a little nervous about Daddy Heizo, but Daddy Heizo ended up hitting that recovery onto Clem. Now stock count's even, but I'm looking at Jet being deep red.
He took so much damage very quickly. You see him moving in and out of the fight. He's putting out a lot of damage, hasn't really taken a hit in the past 15 to 20 seconds. He did get bonked on the head by that weapon toss, but that's not going to do too much.
Yeah, these little taps, they're not KO moves, and Daddy Heizo not hitting that side air means Jetbean can still kind of sit in the middle of this fray, but suddenly red team forced to this right side, and AO Blue picks up the downlight side air.
A lot of damage was added up in the process. Gets that signature KO from the middle. He needed that signature to KO. That was big. The red team just a little bit behind due to the fact that Daddy Heizo's only in the orange on this second stock. Nice pickup, gonna put a little bit of team damage out. If it doesn't lead to an immediate KO though, it doesn't really matter because Clem already is in KO damage. Oh! The pickup, they actually switch to put some damage onto his teammate, and then Blue comes in for the punish to get the KO. That's big.
Yeah, the worst part of that wasn't the team damage. It was the fact that he put his teammate in hit stun and he didn't get the KO onto Daddy Heizo, so Jetbean couldn't even help protect against AO Blue. Now, Daddy Heizo holding down the stock advantage, but it's going to be the side air to clean it up.
2v1 for just a moment as Daddy Heizo spawns back in this game. They weren't able to do hardly anything. The organization was just not quite there. And Blue was actually coming out on the top of that by putting out the most damage while Daddy Heizo was respawning into the game.
Now Daddy Heizo holding both right team members to that outside wall. He's got the least damage on him, so he's going to play that front spot as AO Blue sitting in the back, throwing out a couple down last, just trying to poke in whenever the red team gets too close.
Jetbean completely zoned away from his teammate. Clem looking to focus on AO Blue all the way on the right side. Jetbean actually moving over to the soft platform. Ziggs coming out there trying to find a KO. They want to force this 2v1 onto Daddy Heizo, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, that side sig, we've seen it KO pretty quickly, and it'll KO again for Jetbean. There's the neutral light down air. Doesn't get a KO. It's just another neutral light.
Nice little weapon swap out there. It almost seemed like they got their wires crossed and one player was going to end up without a weapon, but because it was an upward weapon toss, the person who originally threw their weapon were able to pick that one right back up and still have total weapon control for the entire team.
Oh, the recoveries. They are doing a great job of denying weapons, but Daddy Heizo is still swinging. He's throwing out these side airs. He's throwing out these recoveries. Another down light might be trouble for Daddy Heizo. He's going to throw away the X because he wants some lower recovery moves, and that's going to be the down light from Clem to take game number 3.
And the ending of that game is why having those prepared 2v1 combos is such an important aspect of 2v2, because the way that one started, it was extremely winnable for Daddy Heizo, but then all of a sudden you can see in this last clip, the one before that, he was orange, but they were able to take him into the red, pretty much almost a KO damage, unless you're throwing out like 2 axe downlights like they did, but the fact that they were able to do that relatively quote-unquote easily without too much of a risk because of that prepared 2v1 combo, that's huge. That turns a really winnable 1v2 into something that is almost impossible.
And now we're into game number 4. AO Blue again relegated to 200-ish damage. He's going to need to step it up. We saw what happens when he puts out 700, but what happens if he can't get those big numbers?
They're really going to opt for the completely split 1v1 here. Clem focusing on Blue on the right side. Jetbean focusing on Daddy Heizo over on the left. Everybody was able to grab a weapon very early into this game. No major swings of damage now that we're about 30 seconds into this one. Attempting to get the carry all the way to the blast zone. Not able to do that nearly as easily as you were upon Boot's immediate release. So that's why we really haven't seen anybody going for that as much anymore. They'll go for like the 2-piece and then back onto the main stage.
No, but the side air from Daddy Heizo does give the blue team the stock advantage. Another side air. This is what happens. Another side air. He's showing how to force someone out to those outside KO boxes with a tool that can fly.
Huge opening for this blue team. They need it here if they want to force the game 5 because they're already down 1-2 after 2 major victories from Jetbean and Clem.
Going into the top side of top 8 for either team would be amazing as Jetbean gets the handoff, gets the side sig, and keeps the stock count even. Those gauntlet side sigs from Jetbean have been so crucial.
They've been a solid equalizer right there, grabbing multiple KOs, multiple stocks throughout this entire set. With it, he's grabbed them in orange. Of course, he grabbed it as a follow-up off of his teammate who sent the opponent into it. So a great job of bringing back this game. It was a small lead, but they were able to equalize it almost immediately without taking too much damage. And now we essentially have a completely even game.
Oh, and the red team of Jetbean and Clem starting to find more follow-ups. You're seeing the damage add up a little bit quicker as Daddy Heizo's down to his final stock.
Oh, didn't quite have enough damage on that to get a extended bounce that they needed. Clem was just a little bit too high to pick up that recovery, but again, even though they kind of flubbed that towards the end, they were able to find the stock immediately after. It's been a couple times now that they've done that, which you want to give them knocks for not actually confirming the KO, but the fact that they're able to kind of wash that away and still find the cleanup afterward, that is something that you want to give them credit for as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they still got the KO, didn't take any damage for that tiny flub, as they're adding more onto AO Blue.
And that combo that they just hit, it started on Blue. Blue fell out of it. Clem was able to pick up Daddy Heizo, and then Jetbean found the follow-up off of that. So they just kind of passed the members of the blue team around, did a good bit of damage to both of them very quickly.
Oh, but the blue team, they're fighting back. They want this stock off of Clem. He's deep red. Nair's not a KO tool. They're not finding the hits onto Clem, and AO Blue maybe trying to box Jetbean a little bit, hoping he can force that 1v2 as a side air from Daddy Heizo does even up the stock count.
Now we're seeing Blue throw out those signatures, looking for these KOs on these high damage opponents, but he was doing that before. Now we're seeing some more punishment come out. Even when Blue has found connections with him, we also see punishment from the other member of the red team that isn't hit. Blue's taken out. It is a 1v1. Daddy Heizo versus Clem. Clem in the yellow, Daddy Heizo at the ending stages of orange. Goes for the D-Light side air. Is he going to try to pick up the D-Light recovery? Yes, he does. He wasn't throwing out any side airs in the air. He wasn't wasting any moves. He was just waiting for the landing so he could punish it with the D-Light recovery.
Clem and Jetbean able to clean it up. Some fantastic plays. Again, a great clutch from Clem as he hit just the side air that he needed and then was able to play some clean 1v1 against Daddy Heizo. And that means they are moving higher and further into the bracket.
Just a very clean game from the red team, able to take that one with a 3-1. Looking at some of the numbers here for the end of the game. You're seeing Jetbean and Clem coming out with 1045 total team damage. They're about themselves, about 130 difference between them. Solid numbers across the board. We're seeing most of the damage coming out from the boots on Jetbean, but not too far behind it is, of course, the gauntlets. Then for Clem coming out, it was mostly a blasters game.
I'm looking at that second stock of Clem where he lasted for a really long time, where he took no damage for a really long time. Look at how flat this area is, and you can see Clem, he was forcing it, and he was taking these stocks off the opponents.
He spent basically 60 to 70% of the game on that second stock, a true second stock Samuel here. Meanwhile, you look at the opposite for this team, they had two very short, almost equal second stocks. That really spelled disaster, because if you look at the beginning, they spend like a third of the game on their first stock, which is kind of what you expect on average. That's why there's 3 stocks per game. Divide the one game by 3, that's 1/3. They look good on their final stocks as well, with Daddy Heizo doing a good job of extending it a little bit longer than AO Blue was able to do, but those second stocks, I mean, even Jetbean, not quite as big as Clem's, but that second stock here as well, a lot of survivability on that. That gave them time to be in the game, being present, putting out damage, and finding the KOs.
That means Jetbean and Clem are going into the top 8 alongside the likes of Boomy Sandstorm, Cody Travis, and Faison, but they've still got one more team to find out who they're going to be playing against.
That's going to be our next set here. These are two teams that I wasn't sure how they were going to do in this. They were teams that I was shopping around like, do I want to put them in my top 3? Do I want to put them over someone like Cody Faison? Do Cody Faison belong in my top 3? But it's Walshy and Cutie versus Anime and Dog. We've seen Walshy and Cutie make it deep into a bracket. I believe we've also seen the same thing from Anime and Dog 1 or maybe 2 times. So like, these are known entities that do show up on stream and have shown the potential to break it deep into the bracket.
It's just, it's so interesting again, like if you start today off and you're like, do you pick, you know, Walshy and Cutie over the likes of Luna and Snowy, over the likes of Made and Experience? Most people would say no.
That's where it's
but
tough.
Here is where they are as they're getting into it, and now we're seeing another cross. Dog and Anime are doing the Chronics on the other side. Walshy and Cutie are coming in with the Street Fighter, Akuma and Dawson.
So if we're looking at Walshy and Cutie, one of the main tournaments that we really started paying attention to them was that North American Autumn Championship in 2022, where they came in 3rd place, of course, making it into that top 3. Even at the World Championship, that Autumn Championship was not just a fluke, because they made it into 13th at the World Championship. This is a top 16 world team if we're looking at the World Championship as proof, and you're already seeing a stock go down very early, 26 seconds into the game, on a legend that has high defense and can be tough to KO.
Yeah, Dog just got completely demolished there. Red team doing such a good job. They forced him far out to the right side as Walshy gets the double sidelight, and they're immediately turning on to Dog, but Dog is boxing back and forth, trying to make sure he's not getting caught up.
Cutie still living on this one. Anime was looking for the turnaround to hit that neutral air, missed the first one, picked up the second one. Dog was just a little bit too far to the right to pick up that neutral signature. The thought was there, the timing just wasn't quite on it.
Yeah, just wasn't quite in position, but the
Great.
interrupt from
Amazing.
Cutie. He had the double side light, but the recovery did not get the force because Cutie was there to mix it up.
Now, that was like a 95% perfect. If you would have gotten 100% perfect, he would have ended up hitting the opponent rather than his teammate. But even hitting his teammate saved the stock there. So I don't want to act like that's a bad thing that he did whatsoever. Getting that reduced knockback by hitting your teammate, that was an amazing move from Cutie.
But they did still eventually find that knockout. Dog hit that gauntlet side sig, and now everything looking relatively even despite that early start from the red team. The handoff high in the sky, Anime still makes it down.
Cutie Walshy just a little bit ahead here as Dog and Anime are getting close to the beginning stages of red on their second stocks. That is going to be a very early KO, or at least a very efficient KO coming in here. Walshy looking to chase Dog into the sky. You saw the GCD light coming out, was looking for the recovery that would come after it.
Oh, but Dog's swinging, throws out the side sig, launches Cutie, throws out another side sig. Knows that one of the powers of Cross is just those hard-hitting sigs, so he's throwing them everywhere.
D-Light Nair from Anime actually only hits his teammates, so that's going to be a little bit of team damage coming out from here. That neutral air from Walsh. He turns around, throws out the side light on Cutie, kind of expecting Anime to be right there behind him. That's going to be a KO for Walshy, putting Dog onto his final stock. He's going to be meeting Anime there as well, while Walshy and Cutie still on second. They're looking for the edge card onto Dog, the early one with those gauntlet ground pounds on the left side.
Oh, but Anime getting pieced up by the axe of Cutie, and now it's all left to Dog versus the 4 stocks of this red team. And Dog with blasters in hand, okay, he's doing it. Blasters are hard to play a 1v2 with. There's a lot of active frames on it.
Even that side air, Cutie was still in iframes. May not even need that weapon spawn. Cutie playing a little bit strange here. Walshy, nice down air. The D-Light side air, that turns Dog red. Just a side sig over the corner. No, neutral light.
He's chilling. He's watching. Come back up. Maybe a neutral light. Stay on the wall for a little bit. He did reset his jumps, but Cutie's now covering that high, and there's the weapon tosses.
You saw both of them had that laser-focused weapon toss. If the first one didn't hit, the second one was right behind it, going to make contact for sure. Walshy and Cutie making quick work of this first game.
Yeah, that double weapon toss is the mark of, like, practiced 2v2 teams. You'll see some high-level 2v2 teams. The second they see that angle, both of them going for that weapon toss, just trying to make it really hard for somebody to get back from those positions in those 1v2s. And Walshy and Cutie, they're looking solid. You can see, again, the triangles coming out. Anime had not a lot of time on any of their stocks. They were very short-lived stocks on the side of Anime.
Meanwhile, for Walshy and Cutie, you can see that second stock again, the majority of the game, or at least as close to the majority as we can get without actually making it over that 51%. Great job from Walshy and Cutie already very early on, showing their dominance.
Yeah, and great damage on both sides. You're not seeing one person put out the big 700 and the other one putting out 450 or anything like that. Roughly 500 on each side rounding.
Meanwhile, for Anime, 3 damage under 300, coming in at 297. So Anime is going to have to be more present in this game, because Dog's number is 436. That's solid. That's right on par with Walshy.
And that's such a bummer because, again, Anime is coming in with this high defense Onyx. Like, you would expect the Onyx to outlive most people. Dog, not quite in position for the down light and wasn't able to continue the combo, but they're getting more damage.
Yeah, Dog's finding a lot of damage. Target swapping back and forth between members of the red team, sometimes picking both of them up as well. His ability to go back and forth while not taking punishment in between. Fantastic work. Neutral sig comes out, but Cutie was too grounded.
The target swapping from Dog has been impressive in this game. You saw him hit the Nair onto Cutie, immediate side air over to Walshy. He's just swinging in all directions as he gets the first KO of game number 2 and a second one in the top of the map.
I was wondering what he was going to go for as the option off of what Anime did, and it was first with that weapon toss, and I was like, you know, could have gone something better, maybe a side air there, but of course he had to react to that so quickly. So honestly, probably just pressed the first button that came to his mind in that moment. Was still able to move from that and find the KO in the end.
Yo, blue team is getting these combos, though. They're getting more and more follow-ups. And I love the reaction there from Dog. Like, earlier they were doing a bunch of light attacks, just trying to get the longer extended combos. But now Dog's like, all right, I'm going to just throw out the side sig with something real quick because the other person can come in. But here comes Cutie with the side air, and Walshy gets the one on the left for Anime.
Great split from the red team, one taken off the right, one taken off the left. But Dog and Anime largely due to most of the damage that Dog was adding up on that first stock. They have a solid lead here. Great interruption there. Dog still putting the damage out. Walshy very much in danger of being taken out quickly. That's going to KO for sure.
Oh, but
weak
Anime,
follow-up.
I think that was supposed to be a gravity cancel down sig.
Okay.
Because that was just a ground pound right above, but it was like perfect positioning for a gravity cancel down sig, just didn't have the dodge.
I think you're probably exactly right, and that would have been a fantastic move if it would have hit.
All right, combo, but he's not in position for the final part. I think that was supposed to be a chase dodge nair maybe for Anime to continue it, but it was off stage, which like not too many people practice off stage combos.
Yeah, so the fact that we've seen so many of these quote unquote flubs,
Yeah.
it shows that like the thought is there, which is really the important part. Because when you're thinking like a top 2v2 player, with enough time and enough practice, you will eventually become a strong 2v2 player. But we're seeing them thinking like people who are much better than they are in this game, some of the best players in this game. So that shows you give them a little bit of time, you give them the practice, especially this year with Lance coming back as well, so they're going to get introduced to a lot of other people that they might not normally play with in person. I think this is going to be a fantastic team.
No, but on the other side, Walshy and Cutie, they've been keeping this one close. They've gotten a lot of damage put out, and again, Cutie with the axes shutting down Anime, and now it's all left to Dog in the 1v2.
He's going to have to find the target swapping that he was finding earlier on in this game. It's definitely winnable at this point, but he is at the weapon disadvantage. Nice timing on that to find the punish, find the priority, get back to the main stage. Almost picks up that weapon. He does! He actually kicked Walshy away, has the gauntlets, which are going to be a solid weapon to have at this moment. The recoveries are going to be what he's probably looking for. It's going to be one of the safer options.
Sig!
Or it's a side sig. You see him about to do the bicep curls because he did amazing that game. He's flexing.
Man goes to the gym, he has fists of fury, and he hits the side sig to steal game number 2. The gauntlet plays from Dog. I mean, it makes perfect sense. In the 1v2, you want something quick, something that hits hard, and that side sig is perfect for it.
We always talk about the neutral sig especially because that's the one that was originally making like all the Twitter clips happen of knocking out in yellow or definitely in orange. But that side signature, even though it's like doesn't have a lot of range on it, is still very quick. You see, it can still easily pick up 2 people, one of which was airborne when that started. But Dog, that game was the carry. 776 damage.
Yeah, I mean, he started off swinging and he kept swinging. He was putting out damage in all directions. We talked about his target swaps, his ability to weave through the red team. But the eyes are going to be on Anime as Cutie has been finding Anime's number.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. Doesn't look like anyone is going to make the immediate move over to it. Dog was right on top of it, of course, sticking with the blasters here. That's the way he opened up last game.
We're trying to babysit Cutie back towards the stage. Anime's the one who picks up that recovery. Couple of red team members in the red, but the recoveries are not enough.
And last game, when the recoveries weren't enough, then we saw the side signature. Exact same thing this game.
Ooh, recovery from Dog onto his teammate.
That neutral air sits so far. Walshy is so damaged. That's going to KO. And they're going to grab that one as well while Dog is still alive. Great opening for Dog and Anime.
And you see Anime, he had the cannon in hand, but he's pretty much wanting to play these gauntlets. He wants that double gauntlet setup as Walshy gets a downlight recovery. And Anime is 1 hit away from making this an even game.
If we're looking at the damage split from last game, specifically on Anime, 333 of that damage was on the gauntlets. Meanwhile, only 31 on the cannon. So an additional 302 damage on those gauntlets compared to the cannon. It was basically nothing that he was playing with last game. It was all those gauntlets.
Yeah, definitely playing this Onyx for the gauntlets, for that double gauntlet composition. But he's forced onto this cannon right now and not really able to be present as Dog is getting thrown around the map.
Finds his way back, grabs the gauntlets. Oh, ends up getting hit by that follow-up from Cutie with the axe ground pound. Dog completely zoned away. It's going to give them plenty of time to maybe find this stock on Anime. Oh. No, they're going to split up. Cutie's going to find the stock on the right. Now they have the 2v1. They're looking for the gauntlet recoveries. Maybe the side is just enough stage. Recovery from the middle of the stage. And that is Walshy dominating. That means 3 stocks have been taken by Walshy on his second.
Oh, and they're already
That's
comboing
huge.
Dog into 2 signatures onto Dog. That's a lot of damage.
One more hit, he's probably going to be orange, which means that 2v1 combo was essentially 100 damage.
Oh, but Anime going for the double side lights, trying to take Cutie off the top of the map, but Dog
That
is
was
getting
close.
bounced around.
That was so close to picking up that side air. That would have put Dog into the disadvantage off stage. Didn't have the range for that side signature that Dog is looking for.
Yeah, he's really trying to hit the farthest end of it. That's twice now where he's just barely missed that side sig, and now it's all left to Anime in the 1v2 this time.
Anime has the gauntlets, the preferred weapon.
Combo. Where's it go? Into the nair, into the side light. Okay, not a lot of force on that, but you know what? The damage is done, and that's the stock. Walshy and Cutie take game number 3.
So even if Walshy and Cutie were very deep in the red, where any of the moves from Anime would have KO'd, that's why 2v1 combos are so strong. And that was a very long one from Walshy and Cutie. We typically don't see them extending that long. I felt like I was watching a Swerved video there for a minute.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like they were trying to hit the longest combo world record if they could, but unfortunately, it was cut a little short as Anime did not survive very long, and Walshy and Cutie up 2-1 now.
That second stock from Anime, you can see on the graph, was very short, but because of that 2v1 combo, that final stock was also extremely short. Not a lot of damage was put out by Anime on the second or third stock. If we're looking at the total damage from Anime, it's 412. So you can probably guess that most of that was done on that first stock, which is really where Anime spent about most of the game. So great extension there, just needed to keep that up for the second and third.
One thing that's really interesting about this specific graph is like you can kind of see where the red team was like, all right, we're going to ignore Anime. They did no damage to Anime, but they did a lot of damage onto Dog in that meantime. And then once Dog's gone, they're like, okay, now it's our turn to do a bunch of damage to Anime.
Yeah, you can really see on that third stock of Dog right at the beginning, that is almost a vertical line. They added that up so quickly. That's that time that you were talking about where they just ignored Anime, because you can see on Anime's graph, there's virtually nothing there. There's a tiny little step about 80% through the game, and then there's a little step there, and then all of a sudden, out comes that combo. We have an almost vertical line yet again.
And here we go, game number 4. Walshy and Cutie 1 game away from securing their spot in the top 8.
There's going to be a weapon spawn for each team. The third one that comes in goes to Anime. Fourth one goes to Walshy. We have 3 gauntlets on the field with Dog. The only player right now using a non-gauntlet weapon has those blasters.
Oh, and those blasters can hit hard. We've seen him do really well with those blasters as well. He did start this one off, hit that side sig onto Walshy, and unfortunately couldn't get much more after that.
D-Light dare, but a nice punish from Dog. Actually picks up the KO on that one. They added up a lot of damage onto Walshy very quickly. That was about a 30-second stock. Cutie might be not far behind. They can find what they need. Cutie staying mostly grounded, only going about 1 jump height up. Not even really chasing high into the air. You saw Walshy going 2 jump heights up. Cutie.
Dog flubs the inputs on the downlight recovery. He did downlight and then just dash forward side sig.
Cutie knocked Walshy into Anime, I believe, and then while Anime was hitting his teammate, I think it was Cutie was just like standing there doing nothing, and then the super late punish comes out and Anime was able to dodge.
Oh, and things like that are giving that blue team a slightly longer lead, as again, Dog is hitting the side sig onto both red team members. Walshy in trouble as he eats a ground pound from his teammate. Fair will split the red team. Dog backs away. He wants to keep Anime alive. They want to extend these initial stocks as long as they can.
Anime was too grounded, not going to be caught by the neutral signature, but sent flying into the air. Dog on the right side looking to take out Cutie, but no! Here comes Walshy and gets the punishment. No stocks being lost from the blue team until Anime just lost that one, and then now Dog. But look at what they did in the meantime. Cutie in the red, Walshy in the red. Walshy is gone now on the final stock. They're looking for the stock onto Cutie as well. Oh, just a little bit off the mark with that side air, but again, the fact that they're able to flub those in the moment and still find the follow-up after, that gives me really high hopes for Anime and Dog this year.
You know, Anime and Dog are looking very good here in game number 4. They basically got 2 stocks for their starting stocks. And now Walshy trying to find those hits. Walshy and Cutie are not able to get those combos that worked so well for them in the last game.
D-Light Nair sending Dog off stage. The dodge gets through the ground pound.
Sidelight backs away, doesn't want to hit the teammate, and he waits long enough. Combo doesn't get the dodge read, was a little late on the second Sidelight, but he still hits that recovery.
That added just a little bit more damage, so one more Gauntlet recovery will KO. Walshy was maybe looking for the starter for it, as you saw the Sidelight come in, but it did miss. They're adding damage up onto Cutie just a little bit here, who's in at 50 in the yellow. Meanwhile, Walshy has to be so careful.
Yeah, it's got to be about Cutie setting up for Walshy and Walshy turning that into a big team combo whenever possible, because if Walshy gets too close, he's going to get launched and leave Cutie in those 1v2s.
They're not completely tunnel visioning on Walshy, though I'm sure he's definitely the focus here. You see Anime kind of focusing on Cutie, Dog focusing on Walshy, but Cutie comes over. Walshy completely zoned out. Again, they're not completely tunnel visioning on Walshy, which is great, because now they have Cutie in the red in the meantime while Walshy was just recovering back to stage.
I mean, Cutie was definitely doing a good job boxing away as well. Walshy with the turnaround. It's a 1v1, Anime versus Walshy, but Walshy with the gauntlets.
Anime,
One more hit.
completely disengaging, going under the stage at the weapon disadvantage. You saw the exclamation points. Anime had to get back. Needs just a neutral air. Could also start with a downlight because it leads into the neutral air. The neutral light the wrong way gets punished immediately by Walshy.
This is the Nair. It's a Nair from Anime. And Dog and Anime keep themselves alive. We're going to game 5.
Yet another game where Dog is putting out 700 plus damage. I feel like I'm looking at Cody Travis almost here. The amount of times he's putting out 700 plus. That scared me.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be the recovery and the KO off the top, but no, it wasn't. It was that neutral air that just barely missed, and Anime was able to hold on and take it in the end.
That was still a nerve-wracking finish there. That looked like Walshy was finding Anime's number, hitting those hits, really opening up Anime, and Anime was kind of scrambling, but that one misstep, that barely missing Nair, was the reason why Anime was able to clutch up and get that finishing blow.
I'm really loving the even splits that we're seeing from Dog, showing, again, a full mastery of this character, of this cross. He's not just relying on the gimmicks. He's not a neutral signature one trick, not a blasters one trick, not a gauntlets one trick. He's very successful at finding connections, at finding stocks, at finding follow-ups, at finding starters, no matter what weapon is in his hand.
You're really just trying to call out Anime and Cutie, though, for those 500 plus on the gauntlets and
Hey,
nothing
I
else
like
on
a
the
weapon
others.
one trick. I got no problem with a weapon one trick. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You know, in this 2v2 space, sometimes it's all right to be a weapon one trick, as the blue team starts off with a nice team combo, and they continue it on to Cutie.
I'm a weapon no trick. I'm not good at either weapon that I play. So, yo, I wish I was a weapon one trick. That'd be a great situation for me to be in.
Yeah, one definitely better than none.
So true.
You
So
know, man.
true, but Cutie.
Numbers.
Cutie's taking way more than one damage here. We are already seeing Cutie into the red. Walshy might be right behind him. Later stages of orange here. Cutie going over to the wall. Anime doing a great job of acting like a wall there between Walshy and Cutie.
You know, but this blue team is still struggling to finish off the stocks of the red team. They have them in the red, but if they can't hit that final blow, it won't matter, as Walshy swinging both directions, has the blue team split, and he'll take one team
He's
combo.
done. Oh,
Not
the
enough.
neutral signature. Unfortunately, Walshy wasn't able to pivot that and turn it around the other way, because it's going to initially pick up that first hit and then send the other direction, which happened to be a very, very, very far away blast zone. But they're able to find the stock. Eventually, Walshy, the only one on first stock. They're going to have some time. Oh, Anime jumps the blaster a little bit early and falls in to that neutral light from Dog.
Yeah, usually it's better to come from the outside and jump over your teammate, but he kind of went through his teammate and then up. And that's why he got caught by that final blast there. And unfortunate, because again, blue team has had so many moments where you're like, I see the idea. You have this really smart idea. It's just that tiny execution, just kind of over salting your cake.
That neutral signature is big. Nobody wants a salty cake. I've been saying that for years. Let's see if Anime can find a weapon over here. Dog needs one as well. This could hurt them. Very much hurt their damage output, which is something Dog was known for. And all of a sudden, Dog cannot find a weapon. Last game, he only had like 13 damage on his unarmed kit. He picks up the weapon, eats the side signature from Cutie, and they might find this stock on Anime as well.
Cutie saying, my fists reach further than yours. As Dog threw out a side stick, but Cutie's went further.
I feel like we're almost seeing a complete redo of what we saw earlier in this game where they got Dog and then caught Anime in the 2v1 combo. Walshy and Cutie doing a great job this game. If they can find this stock onto Anime, but for Blue, it's definitely not hopeless. They find one, and we are basically even except Anime. Even a Gauntlet Inlight, I think, KOs here.
Yeah, Anime is very damaged, but Dog is the one who's picking up the stocks. They need to find this combo, though. Cutie, get in, get past. He's going to survive.
You saw the diagonal down dodge coming out from Anime to get away from the recovery that Cutie threw out after the sidelight made a connection.
And
nice.
Sig from Walshy. That means Dog has to avoid this 1v2 scramble. You can see the way he's threading between the red team members, but he gets caught by the recovery.
He's moving all over the place, and it was very successful. I think he took like one hit, maybe a weapon toss, and that is it. Yo, Anime and Dog! What a great down air follow-up off of the down air from Dog, but will it matter in the end? Dog taking out Anime in the 1v2 here in Game 5. Walshy and Cutie gonna play this one pretty safe.
Just a slight health advantage to Anime, but he can't do much with it. You can see he's afraid to move forward, and Cutie's not going to give him any openings. Down Sig, just a dare, but immediately
Instant.
punished.
That was so quick from Cutie. A great response. Ooh.
Touches the wall. Okay, got that one for free.
Back to the wall. That is Anime's safe space here. There is a weapon spawn on the field in case Anime needs to throw his weapon away.
Oh, there it is! Cutie with the reads. GC side light into a recovery at the top of the map. And Cutie and Walshy are going to join the heroes in the top 8 winners side.
And that was an orange KO. That was a super early pickup off the top. We're going to have to see that one again. That weapon toss came out off the team damage. Boom, there's the side light into the recovery. Gets the KO off the top. Seed 3, Cutie and Walshy coming out on top over Seed 6. Anime and Dog. They are moving on into our top 8 to later face Jetbean and Clem.
That means we have 4 of our top 8 teams. There's still teams down in the elimination side. Actually, some of them have already earned their spot in the top 8 as well. But there you're seeing the brackets, the graphs. It really seemed like Walshy and Cutie kind of recognized, you know what? If we don't let Dog do 700 plus damage, we might actually have a chance at this. And they really tried to shut him down, and it worked really well.
That seemed to be their win condition in the end. Let's see if we can glean anything major from these graphs. I'm going to say Anime did a great job of surviving on the second stock. You can see how tall it is. And how just like over time, there wasn't any like major damage added up very quickly. It was almost linear, given, I mean, relatively speaking, with the way the damage is added up on the graph. Meanwhile, on the other side, from Walshy, we're seeing boom, time with no damage, boom, time with no damage, boom, 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 times with no damage where Walshy was outputting damage and not getting hit whatsoever. Cutie has some of those as well, but we really want to give a lot of praise to Walshy for that.
Yeah, good survivability on the side of Walshy, keeping himself present, keeping him there to put out the damage. And of course, that puts him and his team into the top 8. Sparky, how's the bracket looking right now?
Bracket's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Sandstorm and Boomy, Phazon and Cody Travis, Jetbean and Clem, Walshy and Cutie on the top side. We're waiting for the bottom side to fully fill up, but we do have Snowy and Luna down there and Experience and Made. That's the prediction ender right there. You have one of those teams in your top 3. I have 2 of those teams in my top 3, so that's definitely going to be an interesting one. But we're going to be heading to a break here shortly. While we're on the break, make sure to register for DreamHack San Diego. Start.gg/, what is it? DHSAN23?
Google it. You have the internet.
You can get it. Make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Today is the last day, and make sure to pick up the Winter Championship pack on your platform of choice where you play the game. We'll see you in just a few moments with the rest of Top 8.
Sorry. Brawlhalla. All you need is love. I scratched my guitar.
It might be the winter championship, but the games are getting hotter as we are in the top 8 now, and we've got some names that people know and love, those household names that we're so excited to see. It's not 2019, it is 2023 with Boomy and Sandstorm going up against Cody Travis and Phazon.
Now, because it's so cold outside, you may want to put on a hoodie. You may want to get under a blanket. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Today is the last day that I will be talking about it. I know you're going to be happy to hear that, but also make sure to grab it before it is gone, probably forever. Order it by today, February 12th, or you will lose your chance.
This is very dramatic.
It is. It's a big deal.
For sure running out. If you haven't made the decision, if you're sitting on the fence right now, it might be too late. We might be running out of items. But make sure you pick it up while you can. Check it out, Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. And while you're there, there's all sorts of other good stuff over at Brawlhalla.com. But for now, again, we're here with Brawlhalla, top 8 North American doubles of the Winter Championship. And of course, we already talked a little bit about these teams. And if you've been watching Brawlhalla Esports for North America for a while, you might be aware of both these teams.
It's Sandstorm, it's Boomy, it's Cody Travis, it's Phazon. They're playing with exactly who you think they are. The teams are back together. The boys are back in town. And this is going to be one of the most interesting sort of matchup history that we've probably seen kind of all weekend. We've had new teams coming together. We've had old teams splitting up, finding new partners, where we've had a lot of 0-0s or like 0-1s. But this is going to be a little bit different. Their matchup history, and I almost double take at this, it's 14-14.
Wow.
Right down the middle.
Okay.
It is even. Even if you look at the games, it is 57 games to 56, with that one extra game going towards Sandstorm and Boomy. These teams despite Boomy and Sandstorm being like the GOATs, it's still blowing me away that they're essentially 50-50.
Well, that 50-50 is going to lean one way soon as the community vote put 82% in favor of Boomy and Sandstorm. So a lot of general community favor towards this team, but we'll see how well that works out. As, of course, no surprise to see Faison over onto the Wushang, and, of course, Cody Travis on the Barasa. And then on the blue team, we've got Sandstorm on the Shell and Boomy on the Cody.
Now, as Duke said earlier, we are now in our top 8. This is round 1, winner semifinals of top 8, which means the winner of this is going to move on into a guaranteed top 3 position. So a victory here is absolutely massive. You know, both of these players are used to throughout their careers coming out on the victory spot here. So far in this game, about 40 seconds in, Boomy and Sandstorm have a nice, comfy little lead.
Yeah, they managed to add up that damage, but if you don't get the stocks, might not matter, as red team does have that stage control. Faison with the neutralite leads to Cody's falling side air. Another neutralite, but Cody locks up Faison, giving Boomy the punish.
You know, Faison is looking for the signatures. They're going to trade 1 for 1. Now Faison and Boomy going to go at it. Of course, neutral airs from Boomy's blasters. Going to zone Faison away, but he lands on the platform, stays a little bit in the air. Recovery comes out from Faison, and that is now a lead for this red team.
Faison is in position, but he got hit by, I think, like the final blast there, so he ended up bouncing and being in hit stun. Chasing down, hits a ground pound, hits the stairs, Sandstorm eats the weapon, toss the dare, and Boomy comes down for the save. But it's not enough.
Sandstorm still gonna fall there, and that is because, quote unquote, technically because of Boomy. Boomy actually picked up sort of an unofficial double KO, 1 on his opponent and 1 on his teammate.
Sandstorm now down to his final stock. He needs to survive. Faison just lost his first stock moments ago, but a falling side air from Cody could put Boomy alongside Sandstorm.
Ended up picking up both with that side air, the side light into the neutral air. There's the D-light. That one's not going to be the KO move just yet, but he has the blasters. Several moves from the blasters will KO here. Nice interruption. How was he able to aim that so perfectly? Cody Travis, a blasters legend.
That was like an off-the-top ropes shot. He was falling down from the sky and was still like, I'm a side air this opponent as he's hitting my teammate.
Side sig Boomy off the stage, didn't make a connection. It looked like he was perfectly setting up for the recovery onto Cody. When he hits the side light, has his opponent jumping. There's going to be a full team wipe of the red team. Sandstorm going to have to be careful. He does have a weapon here. Meanwhile, Faison is disarmed. Same thing for Cody as the spawn comes in. There is the spear for Cody. We know Wushang's signatures are potent. They're strong in their own right, but they also have amazing startup.
Yeah, lots of damage on the side of Sandstorm. There's a lot of tools that the red team can use to finish Sandstorm off, but right now it seems like they're trying to get that damage onto Boomy, and they're doing a great job of doing it.
Nice punish. Faison knew that was going to put Cody a little bit in the air, so he could just run in, throw out that side signature, not hit his teammate, and find the KO onto Boomy. This is going to be really tough for Sandstorm to come back from. We know how strong Boots can be in the 1v2.
Sandstorm not throwing out too many attacks. The Nair recovery, not enough force on that recovery as Cody hits the stun with the neutral light to lead to the recovery from Faison.
Now, you saw Sandstorm trying to take off the top, and I feel like that's probably one of the more successful ways to do that, because there are Boots moves that put you in some serious active frame time. Maybe not as much as like a Blaster's in light, but still giving plenty of time to punish. But with the recovery, when you're chasing up, you are moving with your opponent. So that puts you further away from the other opponent who might be hot on your trail.
And there you're seeing that second stock of Sandstorm got taken so incredibly quickly that he played basically half the game on his third stock. And he did it pretty well. He managed to survive, but really just like being put in that back seat and just having to try to play survival means that they couldn't aggress as much as they likely wanted to.
So I'm looking at the graph here from the previous game, and I'm really looking at Sandstorm's second stock. That was the one where he ended up falling due to part from Boomy, who actually put the final hit on him while he fell. That was seemingly the difference maker for this team because everything else is looking pretty good. Sandstorm's damage isn't great, but not being able to be in the game for as long because he was taking off that second stock means he doesn't have that time to put out that damage on it. Boomy might get bullied out very early on.
Yeah, that NSIG pickup from Phazon was great, and the side air keeps Boomy to the outside. Sandstorm just giving him a little tap to help him out, but he ends up getting caught by Cody, and there's the pogo. Boomy's gonna fall. Cody and Phazon building a big lead.
I'm so surprised by this Cody Phazon team. Like, of course, they're legends, they're very good, but we haven't seen them play since the Summer Championship last year, where they were just like tired of getting 5th place again. And now we're looking at a potential guaranteed top 3 from them. They're up 1 game, they have a massive lead, they're playing incredible Brawlhalla.
They're playing out of their minds. It's crazy because, again, like prior to this set, a lot of people were like, yo, Boomy Sandstorm, 100%. Like 82% of the people in the chat right now were rooting for Boomy and Sandstorm, and yet Cody, Travis, and Phazon, they're kind of holding them to the flames.
Cody's axe coming in. Nice interruption there. He does put out a little bit of damage onto his teammate, but Phazon, you saw how far that downlight sent him. So Phazon is already in KO damage.
Oh, Boomy with the turnaround. Cody gonna make it back safely. Phazon does get taken out, but I'm still watching Boomy's health bar tick deeper and deeper red on the second stock.
And I'm still watching Cody on his first stock. He is in the red, but it's Brawlhalla, a high defense legend. You're gonna have to find a nice KO move, not just any old KO move here.
Yo, Phazon almost takes out Boomy with that recovery from below the map. Sandstorm almost takes out Boomy with that recovery. Cody's still living.
A little bit of team damage coming out. They really want to take this stock off of Cody, but it's Cody's side air from the middle of the stage. Boomy on final stock. I'm surprised that Cody dashed that downlight and didn't just throw it out over the corner in place. Great little combo, very quick. You saw if they were just a little bit more to the left side of the stage, that was going to be an orange KO for Boomy onto Phazon.
Oh, but they did manage to bring this one back, despite the fact, actually, wait, no, Boomy's a full stock behind us. I looked up, I was like, oh, there's like 2 people in red, 2 people in yellow, maybe.
Yeah, they bullied Boomy very hard. Setting up for the edge guard here. Boomy got under that down signature that Phazon was gravity canceling it. If you try to punish it from the left or the right, that can be really tough. So coming from below was the right way to do it. Bottom side, not going to make the connection, but the top side does. Sending Boomy up, but he's back over on the wall. Side air, Boomy's gone. Phazon and Cody, 4 stocks.
This is big for Phazon and Cody. They're about to be up 2-0 over the fan favorites, Sandstorm and Boomy, the return of the world champions, multi-time world champions.
Did any of like us 3 put Cody Phazon in top 3?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We goofed.
I mean, I've seen Cody and Phazon not top 3 way too many times to feel confident that they could do it currently in Winter Championship here.
I mean, like, even looking today at, like, the matches that we saw, Sandstorm and Boomy were playing out of their minds, and Sandstorm still is, as he does manage to get the double. There's that very faint potential that he can get that offstage read that leads to a KO.
They're not going to push Sandstorm off stage too hard. There's virtually no reason to go for that because look what happens.
That
the
was a
dodge comes through,
Cody.
saving Phazon. Cody also putting out some axe damage. Neutral signature, not going to KO yet.
You saw the threat was there. The second he started pushing Phazon a little too far, Cody had to rotate out there and try to keep Phazon alive. Sandstorm's taking damage.
Okay, now he's just going to throw those D-lights over the corner. Gets the little poke with the side light. Nice dodge from Sandstorm. He's going back and forth, using his dodge at the perfect time. He almost looked like Jackie Chan, where it seems like the enemies always come one at a time.
Yeah.
He deals with one, turns around, hits the other, but it wasn't enough. This is not an action movie, or maybe it is, and Cody and Phazon are actually the protagonists.
Or maybe it's just early in the movie, and it's like the protagonist has to fall a little bit and then come back even harder. But this is going to be a hard climb for Boomy and Sandstorm. Given their history, again, 50-50, basically an even split between both teams. They're going to have to now win 3 games in a row to take out Phazon and Cody Travis, and that was almost a 4-stock victory.
You can see how quickly Boomy was taken out of the game. He only played about 2/3 of that game, forcing Sandstorm into that extremely long 1v2. Now we're going to Demon Island. The soft platform is going to be taken away. Some of the length on those sidewalls is also going to be taken away.
They've got their comfort weapons for the most part. Everybody is looking clean. Sandstorm trying to box around Cody Travis right now. You see him? He was actually charging a weapon toss, maybe to just interrupt Phazon from behind. Got both with the side air, but doesn't read the side sig. That's both team members locked up in that downlight side air.
Ooh, that's got Boomy in the red. That side air sent him off stage. This could be the edge guard.
He touches, but on the right side, Cody gets the edge guard onto Sandstorm.
Of course, that side light and air as the option does get a little bit more stun on that neutral air, but Boomy is so damaged that even without the high variable force, he is still sent pretty far. They find the stock. This one's going to Cody. Red team with a lead. They are they're 2-0 in this set, which is, I'm flabbergasted by this performance from Cody Phazon today.
Yeah, they are playing incredibly well. Something that, again, like, no offense to them, great players, but we have not seen performances like this in a very long time.
You saw the quote from Snowy and Luna earlier today about Boomy and Sandstorm being back and better than ever, quote unquote, supposedly. But a lot of people really haven't been talking about Cody and Phazon. You know, I saw some of the predictions having Cody and Phazon. It's just like, okay, you just like Cody and Phazon. You just want Cody and Phazon to win.
No, the fans knew better as Sandstorm now locked to his final stock here. Winner's side, top 8. Boomy about to join him. Cody Travis hitting those side airs, the pogo. One more. Boomy gets past.
Boomy finds the weapon, the neutral air, picks the follow-up onto Phazon, but Phazon was not damaged whatsoever, so that's not going to be too bad. Cody came in with the punish. Again, it's that D-Light. Again, another D-Light.
The side air from Boomy. Just trying to get some damage. Downlight recovery. Cody's
Nice.
gone. Phazon makes it a trade, though. Downlight recovery.
Nice.
Phazon's going to fall. Last stock every side.
I really do like that punish that Phazon did, where he was sort of following in the air on top, or really below Boomy at that time. He didn't want to get caught, so he didn't try to go in too early. He waited for the right moment to strike, sort of babysat Boomy as he was moving towards that upper blast zone, and had a fantastic punish. His timing was immaculate.
Oh, but Phazon trying to get the edge guard. Boomy makes the rotate over. Punishing the side sig. Comes Sandstorm. Hits a nair. Backs away.
Oh, that's rough.
Just a down sig. There's a neutral sig into the ground pound,
Oh,
but no recovery on either player.
I was so scared that recovery was coming.
And sig doesn't catch. Downlight, side air. Cody making the long road. Just a side light. Boomy's gonna take down Cody.
That's it.
They hold on. Boomy and Sandstorm take game number 3. They put themselves on the board, but narrowly do they get that W.
And here's the follow-up from Sandstorm. Carrying all the way into the sky. Nobody was there to interrupt him because Cody was spawning back in the game after just being taken out by Boomy. And here's that D-Light recovery. Boomy's one of the best at it. Not quite as good as Van Thurl, but one of the best for sure.
I mean, he is definitely one of the most well-established blasters players in the game at this point. Like, it's hard to argue anyone's got stronger blasters than Boomy. But here we are into game number 4, back on Demon Island, and Boomy immediately interrupting the string from Phazon.
Cody was the last person to find a weapon here. Boomy already trying to push off stage with that ground pound, attempt the edge guard. Cody's just going to kind of hold the middle here. Boomy has Phazon on the right side. He's got to be careful. Man, the amount of interruptions that have already come out so early in this game.
Yeah, saves on both sides as well, just trying to keep their teammates alive. But now the blue team has the red team split. You can see Sandstorm trying to box Phazon on the left side, but Phazon gets past, so now he's able to get back to Cody.
Oh, that ended up hitting Cody when it started onto Phazon. Sandstorm probably wanted that to maybe continue onto Phazon at least initially, but then he saw the result. Phazon ends up falling anyway. Cody extremely damaged here. We might see him falling. Not off of that. Phazon putting out damage on both members of the blue team, but he's caught.
A great follow-up from Sandstorm as Boomy picks up the recovery onto Cody Travis. Here's a team combo. Chase dodge up for the recovery, and Phazon down to his final stock.
So if this goes all the way to Game 5 and Boomy and Cody Travis win, they will actually be even on games, even though there'll be one difference in terms of matches.
That's that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Now you can see that shutdown. Boomy has picked up all 3 KOs so far this game.
Whoa,
that's big.
Sandstorm. in trouble. Could see this stock count evened up. He's still swinging on his way back, but he
Wow.
does get the ground touch, so his jumps to reset as he hits the teammate.
That was a beautiful sequence from the blue team. Even though Sandstorm ended up falling there, the little bit of team damage from Cody's axe that picked up Phazon, they were able to turn that into so much. Their positioning and their timing on the extended 2v2 combo punish was really, really good.
Oh, but all things considered, this could still go either direction. Basically even the determiner between a top 3 finish guaranteed or a game 5.
Phazon and Cody definitely want to get the victory here instead of having to look at a game 5 against 2v2 legends, Boomy and Sandstorm. I know Cody
Combo.
and Phazon are playing really well today, but nobody wants any more games than you absolutely have to play against 2 players of these caliber.
Blue team needs this team combo. Phazon not going to give it to them. Sandstorm. He's basically stuck out of this game now. He's so deep red. He has to make all the right decisions as follow-ups.
You saw Phazon made the move with the neutral signature. Sandstorm was backing off. He's back over on the wall, this time on the right side. Boom, he's having to essentially fight the 1v2 here.
He's getting in. He's getting some
That's
hits.
big.
There's Cody with the handoff to Phazon. Boomy's split. Sandstorm goes in, avoids the recovery. Sandstorm launched by the neutralite. Phazon only hits Cody with the recovery, but Cody gets the KO. Trades and
Wow.
Phazon gonna get it.
I didn't even, that's just, it happened to line up that way.
That was
I was
great.
just genuinely surprised. I wasn't just reading the word on the screen. I was very surprised that that actually got the knockout because it has the bounce off the stage. That's a 3-1 victory for Cody Travis and Phazon over Boomy and Sandstorm.
That's gonna upset a lot of people's brackets. I mean, yourself and myself, basically everyone that we put in our predictions is now on the elimination side of the bracket. But that is Cody Travis and Phazon now guaranteeing a top 3 finish. Again, something that they haven't done in a hot minute.
That's huge. That is going to be Sandstorm and Boomy going down into the elimination bracket. They are going to be fighting the winner of Daddy Heizo and Ayo Blue versus a couple sets that we had before that need to filter out. But look at these damage numbers coming out from Cody Travis and Phazon. Look at the graph. That second stock of Phazon. He lost that so quickly, but didn't let that deter their team from victory. They came back in and actually took Sandstorm's second stock also very quickly.
Yeah, that's exactly the story that I'm seeing, right? It's like they took Phazon's second stock really fast, but then he extended that third stock. You can see that really long stretch where he's basically taking no damage, and then did the same thing back to Sandstorm, and then there's this really long stretch where he's not really taking damage, but there's all this time that Boomy's taking damage.
You see this vertical line right here. You also see the vertical line right here. So it seems like they have that moment where they can really add up that damage very quickly, which is a strong thing to have, a strong thing to do in the moment. Oh, can I have it back? Hey, let's go.
In the mo.
Yeah, so
Man.
come on, guys. This is a professional production here.
In the mo.
So we have it right here. They didn't do it a third time. Come on, dude. No, you don't get the analysis anymore. You just don't. You don't get the commentary. You don't get the analysis. That's just the way it's going to work. You at home can tweet at ToastBH.
That's honestly last. This is probably last. Let's be real. That's probably last. But either way, I already forgot what the point was. Sandstorm and Boomy are now in the elimination side. Cody Travis and Phazon are in the top 3, but we have to figure out who they're going to be fighting.
That means we're looking at the other side of the top side of the bracket. It's going to be Jetbean and Clem versus Walshy and Cutie. Walshy and Cutie are going to be searching for, I believe, this is not their first top 3. They each have a silver and a bronze medal. They grabbed them together, of course. This was back at, let me look at the Autumn Championship of 2022. So they're looking for really one of their third top 3 in this to solidify themselves. I mean, they're seeded 3rd for this tournament.
Yeah, they are, by and large, the favorites of this upcoming match. Again, even just in raw PR, you've got PR7, PR8 versus double-digit PRs on the side of Jetbean and Clem. 20 and 24. So it is going to be a little bit hard for Jetbean and Clem, but Jetbean and Clem, of course, were the ones to manage to clutch up and get that W to get their spot here in the top 8.
Yeah, Jetbean and Clem really clutched up early on in the winners round 1 of top 32 earlier when they came out on top over Megdi and Radish, and then they came out in the 3-1 victory over Daddy Heizo and AO Blue that you and I both saw along with everybody else at home. That's where they find themselves here. They're coming in seed 10, so they've already outplaced their seed for this tournament. The PRs are definitely going to be jumping out of this, as will their seed for the next tournament come Spring Championships.
Yeah, they've got a guaranteed top 5 finish, and they're not done yet. Jetbean able to pick up one of the spawn weapons, Cutie picks up the other.
Now we are, of course, coming in with another Barraza and Teska pick from Clem and Jetbean. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cutie coming in with the amazing Rayman that we saw previously, and Walshy coming in with a fantastic Val.
Yeah, so far nobody's really been changing up their character picks, not even like mid-set or anything like that. It's been pretty clear-cut. These teams have their specific combinations, as Jetbean utilizing that side stick, this time to throw back to his teammate Clem because he knew there wasn't enough damage for that potential KO.
I am a little bit surprised that he went for that, because we have seen that signature KO in orange on the side when you actually use the active input to throw them towards the blast zone rather than your teammate. Great KO from the middle of the stage, picking that one up. That one definitely had enough damage.
Yeah, again, recognizing which direction is the best way to go. That one threw back. He could have gone forward, but it would have bounced off the stage. Walshy, only one holding down that first stock.
Clem was able to grab a weapon very quickly. It spawned on that soft platform as Clem was spawning back into the game. Complete split up as Walshy is zoned out to the left side. The blue team is actually going to split up as well and take one-on-one, do the man defense.
Yeah, Clem wanted that edge guard. He tried to do the downlight, likely would have led towards that recovery, but just didn't find the footing for it. Couldn't get that KO onto Walshy, but they eventually cleaned it up. And so far, pretty even start to game number 1.
Nice pickup there from Walshy, just to add a little bit of insult to injury by picking up the Gauntlet neutral light after the nair from his teammate.
Ooh, the crossbody as Clem gets launched. There was a recovery from one and then the side air from the other to launch him down when he was going up.
Sidelight nair from Clem. Walshy actually wakes up out of that. That's going to be a KO. Clem is going to fall. That side air almost clipped Jetbean. Still had enough iframes to get through it. That would have definitely sent Jetbean into the offstage, into the edge guard, into a disadvantaged state. Oh, that's big. I can't believe it, KO.
They were so high, but it was not enough. And now Jetbean joining Clem in those final stocks. Cutie trying to get that punish onto Clem. Side sig, gonna go just throw forward, and it will KO. This time,
there you go. Jetbean grabbing the full team wipe, the unofficial double KO. Side sig to the right, side sig to the left.
Yo, but Clem eats a double recovery from Cutie, and it's all left to Jetbean in the 1v2. And there's a lot of health left on this red team.
You're seeing Jetbean. He's looking for everything off the top like we talked about with Sandstorm earlier. Throwing the recoveries into the neutral air.
Oh, nice turnaround there from Jetbean, but he hasn't touched a wall in a hot minute. Still sweat beating. Touches down.
Now, I love that he actually used the forward version of the side air to actually move him with his opponent to sort of get through Walshy without having to burn a dodge or anything like that. So his movement was the way to avoid, but Cutie with the Gauntlet KO off the top. They're going to take that one.
And that was a little bit of a misstep from Jetbean there, because I think he dodged down and then jumped back up into Cutie's sidelight. We're going to see that in a hot minute.
There's the D-light. Into the side light. He dodges down, and yep, you're exactly right. He jumps back up into that GC side light the other direction.
Yeah, he tried to turn that around. I think that was like the startup of a recovery, and it just got beaten out by Cutie. And just an unfortunate finish on the side of Jetbean and Clem, but game 1 goes the way of Walshy and Cutie.
Let's look at that graph here. Nothing huge. No major analyses that I'm seeing off the top of my head. Pretty standard game, except for Clem just kind of got knocked out first.
I think one thing that stands out to me is like the angle of the slopes of the triangles. They're much flatter on the side of Cutie and Walshy, whereas on the side of Clem and Jetbean, like those they're a lot sharper. They go up a little bit faster, so that just means like the damage build is just a little bit faster.
You can also see the peaks on Clem's graph are actually trending downward. That first stock, he took the most damage. It's gonna go right here. Yep. So you see the highest peak is on the first stock, then it went down just a little bit, and then it went down yet again. So the amount of damage that it took to knock out Clem was less and less and less as the game went on. So it either shows that Clem was putting himself in a bad spot where he was very punishable, especially leading to KOs, or that was just really good efficiency coming out from the other team of Walshy and Cutie.
Honestly, a lot of it, I feel like, is Cutie he's just in a lot of people's heads right now. He's been getting some great reads, even just a second ago. Unarmed, gravity cancel down like ground pound, read the approach from Clem, and just getting that extra damage on those follow-ups.
The gauntlets from Cutie have been really fantastic so far. If I'm looking at Walshy's numbers, 338 on the gauntlets as well, which is solid. 82 on the sword, but he actually put 100 damage out unarmed. So triple digits on the unarmed, showing that even if he's without a weapon, it's not necessarily quote-unquote weapon disadvantage.
Yo, where did Walshy's first stock go? Cutie!
Uh-oh.
With the edge guard, trying to save each other. Cutie can't cut off the pass, and that means blue team still holding on. Walshy keeping the pressure going. Jetbean's going to fall top of the map. Clem gets back safely.
That was really good that Walshy actually came in and started handling the situation, because Cutie was throwing out a lot of moves, throwing out a lot of side airs when they weren't in the right spot, throwing a lot of ground pounds when they weren't in the right spot, recoveries when they weren't in the right spot. Then Walshy came in and really sort of cleaned everything up, putting everything out exactly where it needed to go. So that was really a two-man edge guard that needed to happen. All of a sudden, though, taking off the top is a Boots specialty. Jetbean showing that off.
He was staying high in the sky. I think it was his gauntlets, though, that got 2 recoveries to finish off that stock. But Cutie is back at it with the axe, hits the recovery, and then ground pounds his teammate.
Oh, that's a burn dodge from Clem. Went the gravity cancel sidelight to sort of put out a threat right over that corner.
Oh, the side sig hits just high enough from Clem. Stock count will be evened up.
That's those big swings of that axe side signature. The frame data, I'm going to be real with everybody at home. You probably know it's not great. That's why you don't see it used very often whatsoever. You're not seeing it from Cutie. You don't really see it very often from Cody Travis, the Barraza specialist, either. But that second swing can be a little bit devious. The recovery is devious as well. Taking that KO off the top, putting Clem on to final stocks. Jetbean already there, Walshy already there, but Cutie in a fantastic spot. The survivability second to none in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no ceiling high enough to survive against Cutie. He's basically that elevator from Willy Wonka that just like has rockets and it just goes through the glass ceiling and keeps getting higher.
Okay.
And then he takes stocks.
And then he actually, like, he owns the factory,
yeah.
and all of a sudden he's set for the rest of his life off of that.
Yeah, and his grandpa can actually walk.
Let's see what they have for us here.
Ooh,
oh,
it goes
again,
high.
Those neutral lights, that has been a problem for so many different teams this weekend. Taz and I were talking about that yesterday as well. Those neutral lights that send just a little bit upward, some of those side signatures are not going to make the actual connection that they need. The game is over. They made it look easy, but you really need to be paying attention when you hit like that gauntlet neutral light or that axe neutral light. That was really the one that me and Tazza were talking about. Don't go for the Bryn side signature. Don't go for the Dulcim side signature. Maybe you go for, at least in the Bryn case, definitely the neutral sig.
Yeah, the neutral sig, because of that now additional vertical force direction, it now kind of goes a little bit upward, which means it's not going to be just that straight pass to the teammate, and that's something that, like you said, the players maybe are not as familiar with. They're not as comfortable with. But we're going into game number 3. They're trying to leave high ceiling maps on the board because Cutie keeps getting these vertical knockouts. The axe recoveries off the top, the gauntlet recoveries off of the top.
So looking at the damage splits between these legends, specifically on Walshy again, mostly dominated by the gauntlets. Last time it was 338, this time it was 357. Last time it was like 80 damage on the sword, this time it's 79. So definitely, I mean, nobody is surprised that most of the damage is being done by gauntlets, and we're seeing so many gauntlets on the screen, the way North American players are talking about gauntlets in the meta as well.
You know, There's definitely a huge North American bias towards the gauntlets. We're seeing a lot of it, and it's been pretty effective. We've seen a lot of people lean pretty much purely into the gauntlets for their games.
I feel like North America as a region is of course the trailblazer, given that we win most, if not almost all of the tournaments out there,
Yeah, we
of
do.
course including LANs. But I think North Americans are also the most willing to be sheep. And the pros say something is really, really good, and then you're going to listen to them. Of course, why wouldn't you? And then everybody is just going to jump on board as well.
But Cutie jumping onto Jetbean now. Lots of damage has been done. It's Clem and Walshy, the first two to fall in this game. And right now, it's Clem and Jetbean who need to get a game to stay in this.
Signature punished by Walshy's side air. Jetbean taking a lot of damage, ends up falling. Cutie is going to pick up that KO there. Again, Cutie's survivability is amazing. It's always the first stock that Cutie is the last one to lose compared to everybody else. You look at everybody else, Clem is in the orange while she's on final stock. Jetbean actually doing some solid survivability this game as well. This might be a tough one for the red team to come back from, given that Walshy got bullied.
I'm going to say something that is maybe controversial.
Speak to that.
But I want Jetbean to throw out more SIGs. He's getting so many early stocks, those gauntlet side SIGs taken in orange, those boot side SIG that took down Walshy so quickly. Just throw out those big SIGs and take stocks.
I mean, that's what we saw earlier in the set. We saw like the side SIG to the right, then went to the left side of the stage, picked the side SIG to the left there. I think you're exactly right. I don't think anyone's going to say, no, Duke, you're wrong.
No,
Tesca SIGs are bad.
People in chat are like, oh, he's advocating for spamming right now. But
that's true. We don't listen to chat, though.
Get those SIGs, get those KOs, and keep your team alive, because right now, Jetbean and Clem are on that point.
They started off the second half of the game in a much better spot than they find themselves now. Even though they have a stock lead compared to Cutie and Walshy, they also have a very damaged Clem, who might get knocked out here. Both members are ready to punish. Simple ground pound from Cutie. Clem is out of the game. Jetbean into the 1v2. Needs the victory here if they have any hope of staying in this one and not going down 0-3.
Yeah, good coverage from Cutie there, just kind of babysitting. And the second Clem went to the wall, was like, well, you can't dodge when you're touching the wall, so I'm going to hit you with this ground pound. And now Jetbean trying to weave through, throws
There's
out
one.
the side SIG, throws
There's
out
another
more.
one.
Yo, if it hits, he's a hero.
He's listening. He's adapting. A little bit of team damage coming out. Nowhere near to be able to punish that one, but Cutie does get the jump side air.
Yeah.
And that has got to be it. And yes, it is. Walshy and Cutie take the 3-0, move on into a guaranteed top 3 placement.
This is continually upsets. Walshy and Cutie, of course, playing incredibly well. They're coming in here as the 3rd seed, but by and large, not in a lot of people's predictions to make it into the final 3, alongside a team like Cody Travis and Faison. But you know what? They're here to play, and they're playing incredibly well.
We have a cool dynamic going into this winners finals. We have kind of one of the older teams going on that achieved the greatest highs in Brawlhalla, and that's Cody Travis and Faison, against a sort of newer team. Even though they've played tournaments together in the past, if you look at like what they've done and the successes they've had, they're quote unquote a new team in this top 3, in this top 8, in these consistent high level placements. So it's old versus new, old and busted versus new hotness, but the old and busted ain't looking so busted, or maybe it's busted in the sense of the way people are talking about battle boots being busted.
It might be a little refurbished, you know, put on a new coat and looking good, because again, they handled Sandstorm and Booming, which is again
Absolutely.
like the team that a lot of people were looking at as one of the most dominant teams. Again, 2 GOATs in their own rights in 1v1s and 2v2s, but it's not them sitting on the winner's side finals.
So yeah, you talked about them handling Sandstorm and Boomy. That was a 3-1, of course. And then Cutie and Walshy, they handled Jetbean and Clem with a 3-0. So they're going to be coming into this one with some confidence. Maybe not the most, because they're staring down the barrel of Cody Travis and Faison. But you heard Ajax say it in the pre-show earlier today. If you go in and you look, across the table from me, that is Cody Travis and Faison. They're really good at the game. I don't know what we're going to do. Can't be thinking like that. You have to think that you are the absolute winner, that you are the ones that they should be afraid of, and not the other way around.
Well, hopefully they'll put the fear into them, but they've got plenty of time to, I guess, put on their scary masks or make their angry faces, because not only are we going to take a short little break, but when we come back, of course, we'll be going down to the elimination side of the bracket. So we're going to give you some time to get a breather, go to the bathroom, and when we come back, it'll be that elimination side top 8 of the North American Winter Championship. We'll be right back. Now covering that high.
Walshing gets the punishment. No stocks being lost from the blue team until Anime just lost on attacks.
Air recovery, not enough force on that recovery as Cody.
There you go, there, send him off stage. This could be the edge guard.
Side air from Cody. Trying to get some damage. Downlight recovery. Cody's on. Faison makes it a trade though. Downlight recovery. Cody. The long road. Sidelight. Umi's gonna take down Cody.
That's it. He got damage on both members of the blue team, but he's caught.
Great follow-up from Sandstorm as Umi picks up the recovery onto Cody Travis. Here's the team combo. Chase dodge up for the recovery. Sandstorm launched by the neutralite. Faison only hits Cody with the recovery, but Cody gets the KO. Trades and
having to burn a dodge or anything like that. So his movement was way too overturning as well. Those neutralites that send just a little bit upward, some of those side signatures are not going to make the actual connection. And now, even though they have a stock lead compared to Cutie and Walshy, they also have a very damaged Clem who might get knocked out here. Both members are ready to punish, be able to punish that one, but Cutie does get the jump right there. And that has got to be it. And yes, it is Walshy and Cutie.
Oh, sorry. President Brawlhalla. Hey everyone, Alex Jubali here, Fighting Game Tournament Director from CEO, and more importantly today, DreamHack. It's honestly incredible to see how much Brawlhalla has grown since the first BCX event back in 2016 that I was fortunately a part of. Some of my favorite moments as a tournament organizer were working with Foda, Toast, the Brawlhalla team, and the community to bring Brawlhalla to some of our past events. Today, I'm here to share some exciting news with all of you and the return of Brawlhalla LAN events to DreamHack. This year, Brawlhalla is returning across 3 of our events for their esports year 8, starting with San Diego in April, Dallas, Texas in June, and Valencia, Spain in July. The even bigger news is that the Brawlhalla team is putting up $70,000 for each event to be divided between singles and doubles, totaling over $200,000 in prize pools at our DreamHack events together. To kick things off, we actually have San Diego registration live right now on start.gg/DHSAN23, with more information coming soon for Dallas and Valencia. That's it from me. Really excited about this announcement today. Keep playing and enjoying Brawlhalla, and we're going to see you soon at our DreamHack events. Oh, and I'd like to thank the Brawlhalla team for supporting me through the Cameo. If you'd like to find me on Cameo for more videos, I'm just kidding. I don't have a Cameo.
It's that time where the final teams remain, but only a few will make it past this point. Here lies before us a field of hopes and dreams that are ready to be crushed, because currently it has been quite the interesting play out. It is winter, so it's not too surprising, but it is not a surprise, of course, that we have an incredible winters already to start off the year, and I get to talk about that with TWK. How you doing today?
Hey, not bad, man. This has been an absolutely wild tournament. The new constructions, we get that in pretty much every single winter tournament, but there's been massive upsets. You know, a lot of those predictions have kind of fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, the number 2 seed spot in and of itself was both fighting out by 2 big upsets. And also, you could be very upset yourself if you don't take these literal final moments we have, the final moments you have to get that order in for the winter merch. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. It is only a few, I don't even know, a couple hours left maybe, like for the hoodies, which you can see. These are exclusive to this. There is no other time of getting this. This plus the blanket is your one-time shot. So I know we've been talking about it the past 2 weeks a ton, but it's because we want y'all to get it. Make sure that you go to Brawlhalla.com/winter merch to get your exclusive gear right now.
Yeah, order by February 12th. That's today. You gotta go. You gotta order it. Order it now.
That's it. That's all
hoodie?
you got.
You want that blanket? Oh, it has every single weapon.
It has all the weapons. Get it now. Also, you could also get, of course, the winter pack, which is the final time to do so as well. Make sure you do not miss out on the winter pack, so you can see those blasters look phenomenal. And also, just having exclusives and having the ability to up your drip game is just the most important part.
I mean, it's got the winter avatar, and it's also the best deal you can get on Mammoth coins. So if you're looking for other things in the shop as well, that's the place to go for your Mammoth coins.
Yes, and of course, this is all preparation, these events, for the fact that we're back to lands, because we have DreamHack San Diego. I had to remember which one, because Dallas is in there. I almost said Dallas first. First one up is San Diego. You already know the West Coast has been looking for events to go back to. Well, here we go. And it's also the first trip out to San Diego, period. So do not miss out. It is not just the event in and of itself for the tournament. It is a huge gaming celebration convention. There's so many other things going on at it. There's nothing but a good time, especially be able to see the scenery around San Diego. So please do not forget, go to DreamHack.com or start.gg, DreamHack San Diego to sign up now.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that one. I was even talking with some of our West Coast players during their Twitch streams that they're really excited just because, you know, we don't get over that way too often with our physical events. So that will be easy travel for them.
It's fun, too, because it's like, it's not just for the players. Like, even us in the studio, we want to get to know everyone. Most of the time, we're spent over here, which, you know, it's convenient. We just happen to be over here. But we get to go back and see more people. Like, BCX. Awesome. BCX was so much fun to just walk around and then get to put, like, faces to the names rather than just, like, the Twitter icons. Like, so you actually be able to see, oh, that's you under the anime profile picture. Okay, I didn't know that was you. But now we know, and we get to see even more as we go out to the DreamHacks.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome, and we've got some awesome matches set up. I'm looking at this rundown here. Daddy Heizo and AO Blue punching so far above their weight, and they're going to be going up against Fakey and Java. Fakey, who absolutely popped off in the 1v1 Winter Championship last weekend.
Yes, a new popularly dubbed named Team AO Daddy right now playing phenomenally throughout this. And AO Blue, even recently, in once, has been doing incredible. We see the Jiro performance from, I believe it was Summers, if I want to remember correctly on that. And that was just not the only time he was able to perform well after that point, too. But here today, doing it with the Kaya and alongside with Daddy Heizo, who has just been, like you said, even with the punching above their weight, it doesn't look like it at all. It looks like they belong here. And then on the other side of that, Fakey and Java, the return of the Bodvar, and also Fakey ever since switching over to Mordex earlier in Winners. This is exactly what Fakey needs to stay on.
Ooh, Fakey down low. Took a little bit of a chance there.
Get knocked out that early after I built you up like that. Don't do that to me.
Listen, I understand it because especially setting the stakes for game one, setting the stage for it, if you can take those early knockouts, if you can spring forward, that momentum could propel you through the rest of the set. We've seen some clean 3-0s just recently.
Yeah, and I think that the red team does, in terms of weapon lineup, I think the red team does feel a little bit more comfortable here on Demon Island, even though this stage, of course, is a domain for characters like Mordex as well as Java Hammer in general off stage. But that coverage that you're going to see out of Daddy there, just covering with the Lance, allowing AO Blue to set up. And if you don't have a lot of room to hide on that stage, not only will that bow neutral sig catch you on the stage, but slide cancel ones will catch you as you drift off too.
Yeah, I mean, just a bunch of terrifying options, and you're talking about catching off stage because those walls are so incredibly short. And you see, hey, you had to peek your head, and Daddy Heizo was there for the finish.
Oh my goodness, though. The snatch and received package ship back to sender. Incredible job from Java because he was focusing heavily on AO Blue and then just turned target focus right over to Daddy.
Yeah, Java, you see him moving around with the neutral air and the side air on that hammer, stomp into Scoop to finish the deal. But I know he was looking forward to the neutral air and the side air on the hammer in particular, off the latest patch. They're effectively returned to their state from the earliest part of last year.
Yeah, I've gotten to see Stomp Sarah. I made this joke at least 3 times this weekend, but it is finally back. The fact that it's a playable option right now, and this is something we've always said. Java Hammer is one of the most fearful things to see amongst all of the great Bodvars, but he's the only one who's really doing it right now. Of course, we saw a couple of Nashes as well throughout this weekend, whether it be from South America or even today.
Yeah, Crocky was rocking that.
Yes. Yeah, make sure if you caught that earlier on the side stream, even though it is over now, twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. And this is a very, very even game,
gosh,
and that is a double KO to
man.
shut up that statement immediately.
Yeah, that is an absolutely brutal option. It starts out pretty low, but that nice scooping kick can really score you multiple knockouts.
And right now for the blue team, you do have both of them in the red, so it's not too far off. Any stray hit will lead to an edge guard. Here we go. This is a big opportunity for Fakey, but Daddy just sneaking right underneath and also right in front of Java with no fear. Java looking for, I believe, the sword neutral stick, but not getting lead to a recovery back. Maybe? No, not with that coverage. And AO Blue trying to go get the save, but AO Blue might end up losing this one in the midst of it, but gets away with that nair.
Yeah, AO Blue's movement has been actually ridiculous. On stage, he was playing right around Java's shoulder blades. Off stage, unfortunately, wasn't able to get that save, but he didn't pay for it with his own stock.
And now Fakey's going to lose that final stock there. This is a little bit difficult, TWK. Like, I think one of the things that Java does perform very well in these positions sometimes, but the fact that you're staring at a full healthy stock for AO Blue still, there's no shot Daddy goes over there to try and give you a free scoop off the stage off a hammer recovery.
Oh, big hammer neutral air from below the stage, just enough to knock out AO Blue. But, man, Java has all but dwindled out of here.
Java still putting up as much of a fight as possible. Gets caught in center, though. Yeah, sweat beads out. There was nothing you could do to avoid that follow-up, whether it be the Sair or AO Blue covering you. Did make a valiant effort at the end, but it is going to be AO Blue and Daddy Heizo once again putting themselves up in the lead.
Yeah, so that sets the stage now. They've got the momentum. What do you think is going to be the answer for Fakey and Java to fight this back?
Well, first off, dealing with the damage dealt, because that was 559 and 540 respectively put on both from Daddy Heizo and AO Blue. They had, I would say they had control focus on the side of the stage, but really it's just they kept getting separated. You couldn't really see Fakey set anything up for Java. You need those sight strings to line up for Java to close out with that hammer, or even the sword. Maybe he spends more time on sword next game. I would be kind of surprised if we go back to Demon Island, which was immediate. That was the first ban that Java put out, so we are not going to see that. I feel like the stage was too beneficial for stage control for the red team, and they're going to try and use a soft platform now to mix it up.
Yeah, seems to be, because we're getting to stare at the options. There was, Small Enigma, Fabled City, and it looks like we are going over to, which was the final, Apocalypse here?
Honestly, it happened so fast, I didn't catch it. So I was hoping you caught it.
But something with platforms up top. Oh, small fortress lines. All right, so we do have that one small platform.
Yeah, this is
floating overhead.
Actually, not even probably. This is the most commonly picked map so far today for North America. A lot of people liking the ability to just have that soft platform, but also just enough room to kind of sneak underneath and avoid some edge guards with the way that this layout is compared to Apocalypse.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody talks about the pillars that go underneath the stages. When you can actually use that as just a stage pick to wall off that option entirely, quite literally, it makes your edge guard game that much more stable.
Yes, and so far Fakey has become a bit more stable. He's been able to find more sidelights, get some combos going. There's a recovery. Trying to catch him with the side stick. Won't get him going high, though. Java has taken, again, a lot of damage, but Fakey has at least turned up.
See them jockeying for position. Fakey, the healthiest one on the field, but not by a lot. We're going to see some domino knockouts happening one after the other.
Yeah, you're staring down Olgrim, so that is not the biggest defensive lead you can have right now. That's a D-Light Sarah, won't be enough, but that weapon toss will solidify it. Oh, actually, no.
Just enough!
He just snuck his way in. Still getting back on, getting a lot of mileage out of the stock.
Yeah, I mean, he's managed to turn that into at least Java being able to convert into the knockout. Gave him enough of that pressure relief. And now Daddy Heizo, the only one left on his first stock.
He's still holding on to this, and this is Olgrim, so you can kind of just swing recklessly a little bit and find some trades to build that damage up. But it's on the lance, so it's not going to be as frightening necessarily as the axe where you get those stray hits, but that side light will take it as we even up the set.
All right, AO Blue taken to the sky so that way he doesn't get caught in a sandwich combo. That's what we've kind of seen really propel leads and comebacks today, is anytime you get that moment alone with one of your opponents, you can delete them.
Oh, there have been so many good 2v1 combos today, and some of it coming by the hands of Fakey and Java, which progressively got better as the sets went on. Daddy Heizo going to use that wall to sneak his way back on, and they put a lot of damage on the AO Blue in the meantime.
Man, Java with his neutral control, it seems like every time that you are a little bit unsure, back on your heels, he's got a big hammer swing waiting for you.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed to. Look at how Java has picked it up a bunch since the beginning. The start of the game, he was taking so much damage. Here at this point, we are looking at him dominating.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been propelling just these knockouts to be early and efficient and just fantastic punishes. Every time that they're trying to swing on Fakey, he's able to return it for even more.
Daddy Heizo just going to miss that Sarah. Java's going to sneak his way back on. AO Blue looking for anything, really. You catch a D-Light recovery and they're gone, but I think that they're just a little bit too scared to pull the trigger just because of the fact that Java's just been so good at getting these whip punishes. You can't let him get that free damage. Java just finally go down. Fakey gonna find his way back on. AO Blue not gonna find him with that side light. There's a ground pound, and he dodges underneath Daddy.
Went for the second one, but AO Blue was able to get back up on stage. But again, tagged in the back by Java.
Daddy Heizo trying to get as much life out of this again, and you saw Daddy Heizo actually doing his best to try and help out AO Blue there. Did he get Fakey? No! Fakey instead gets both. This is exactly what we were saying before in winner's side. When the blue team was picking it up, it was Fakey who was first, waking up a bunch, and then Java joined him after, and that's kind of the same theme we saw here in this match. Fakey really picked it up, 586
look at
damage.
this tail end here. They go for the double edge guard, but Fakey delays it, and before they can get him out of there, that recovery scores the double knockout. That was one of those like all or nothing moments.
Yes, and that does not bode well for the blue team, the fact that Fakey kind of woke up there along with Java. However, we've seen a lot of Game 5s today, so like I'm glad to see that they woke up because I would love to see it go to Game 5, considering this run that AO Blue and Daddy Heizo have also been on. Remember, this is the team that put I believe it was this team. Yes, it was this team that put Made and Experience into the elimination side of the bracket in the first place. So
yeah, absolutely huge. Look at those second stocks so incredibly quickly. Just fell off a ledge.
Right now,
good on them for being able to turn it around.
I'd love to see it. And we're going to end up back on Demon Island. This is the stage that was definitely way more beneficial for the red team. So, well, what do you think compared to the first game, since we are back here, that the blue team is going to try and approach differently this time?
I think it's in a lot of Java and Fakey's movement in the first game, they're getting caught by a lot of those far-reaching grounded options from AO Blue. The bow down light, the Kaya side signature that starts and scoops low. In game 2, we saw them consistently being able to jump over the down lights, jump over those side signatures. So I think those gameplay adjustments bode pretty well. Unfortunately, Java the first to fall.
Yeah, Daddy Heizo's axe was really popping off to start off this match here, so that is the last thing you want, having axe catch you that early and often. But Java answering back, taking very minimal damage, and essentially a slight difference on those two are holding the first stocks there, but AO Blue was refusing to get hit, essentially.
Fakey going real hard for those scythe off stage.
Oh, this could be a big mistake here for AO Blue! Oh my god, he catches him tripping off to the side of the stage. He tried to get him on a cross-up with the when they came back on, and instead, there's Java again, like earlier, catching a really early Sair KO.
Yeah, I mean, he has been going for him. He's been finding purchase with them every single time. Even just the damage. Look, the momentary pressure that they get on AO Blue, having to back him up. And Daddy Heizo just can't get stable ground.
This is Man, you love to see it. It's like we saw incredible spear play from Java for a good while when he switched off to the Hattori, but it just feels like Java's back to where he wants to be. Granted, that is not the place you want to be, facing the bottom depths of the Blast Zone as AO Blue strikes back.
That's the danger. You know, they had the answer for AO Blue's grounded game, but not yet the off-stage game.
Let's see if they can try and find a solution and give them a game lead here, or do AO Blue and Daddy Heizo continue to strike first? Essentially, Demon Island has been their game, but Fakey refusing to give this one up. There comes the Cider, and Fakey's going to finally lose it.
All right, so a tenuous stock lead for AO Blue and Daddy Heizo. But look at all that damage building up on Java. They got a decent amount of extra credit, and that could spell doom. Fakey has an extended 1v2 that he's got to fight.
And this is pretty much the end of set 1v2. Oh, they just missed the timing on it. That was supposed to be so clean, but at this point, double the weapon toss out. You're behind 4 stocks. Even if you did somehow get back on, it was kind of a wrap at that point. You don't want to burn too much endurance. Granted, some people have made some incredible comebacks today. I am heavily paying attention to, yep, there it is. I needed to see how much damage Fakey did that game, and particularly on the Scythe, because the Scythe was what was working before. They figured it out that game. They brought it all the way down. He didn't crack 100 on the damage before. Let's take a look at how close this was, by the way.
Man, missed it by
frames,
inches.
Literal frames off from catching that.
I love this split, though. Look at the coverage. One wide, reverse the down air just to cover that path back to the wall.
Yeah, that was what we call a checkmate scenario. Yeah, just look at the minimized damage on both parties involved. Java, of course, had that really good KO. But you think about it, Java essentially stole that one away from AO Blue with that early Cider. So that's one that could get you back in the game. But overall, the damage over time was not enough, and it seems like Demon Island is just a nightmare scenario for them. They cannot let them get that if we go to Game 5.
Yeah, Fakey and Java, I mean, they dealt half the damage that Daddy Heizo and AO Blue did.
Yeah, that's
rough. That is a rough difference to overcome.
A recipe for not success, if you will. And we're going to get Miami Dome as the next stage pick. I mean, we did see them utilize the soft platform before on Lions, so maybe trying to use both. It did help them a ton before.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it keeps the underground pillar, so that way you can't cross over underneath. And, you know, fairly similar wall sizes and platform airspace.
Yes, and particularly the platform airspace. You mentioned before when they won, they were always away from Bow Delight. They were always away from Bow, period.
Right
yeah.
there.
So it definitely seems like their evasiveness is picked up, or at least it seemed like it up until this point, because the blue team, again, is behind.
Yeah, I mean, right now they've just had struggle getting footing in the neutral game. Wait, but an early knockout off the top ties up the stocks.
That is, okay, so the numbers don't do Java justice, apparently, because most of his KOs have been coming from positions where you don't expect him to get it. Great reversals. But Daddy Heizo has been kind of unchecked on how, like, still, Fakey has been hit. He's been blocking with his face against Lance so far, and Daddy Heizo is just kind of rushing in on it. He has to find a solution, that or maybe trade. Let Java be the one to go try to fight Daddy Heizo right now.
Yeah, because Daddy Heizo, oh, man, I want to see his damage stats at the end of this game, because he has just been running the entire runway. I mean, he has controlled center stage for the majority of this game, and he is effectively a stage hazard.
Yeah, you're very right on that, actually. Because even when they finally switched, he still got Java. So Fakey finally has that opportunity here. They go ahead and focus on AO Blue so Java could get over there to try and get Daddy Heizo. That Seer will do it, and we're at an even game.
All right, Fakey and AO Blue, the ones to watch. You can see him approaching into the red. Java goes for the early knockout up top. He's always so crucial on getting those chases right when it matters most.
I love this. It just feels like true to form on Java's max performance. Also, Fakey going all the way up to the skies. They immediately look to get a power play on AO Blue. Daddy Heizo starting to get caught a bit more. Not so much the stage hazard as he was at the beginning.
AO Blue trying to set up. Oh, went for some big read. I think he might have pivoted that down light the wrong way, but picks up the second one for a knockout. Stocks 2-1 each.
Yeah, big opportunity, but you saw Java back off when he thought about maybe going for a recovery to try and reverse Daddy Heizo, because AO Blue was standing right there. If you make that attempt, he's going to punish you for it. And now, blue team both, you're on their last stock, behind 2-1. They can't make any more mistakes if they want to keep this bracket run alive.
Yeah, I think they've got to be looking at AO Blue as kind of the main factor here to take out. If they can take him out, get that 1v2, the practiced combos can help clean up against Daddy Heizo.
Yeah, and we'll see if it's even enough to get it done, too, because Daddy Heizo has looked left, looked right. It doesn't matter where he's facing. He will find his target mark. And Java trying to separate them, trying to send Daddy Heizo off, and instead going to be Java who gets red on his high recovery. And now, one last hope diminished as we see AO Blue and Daddy Heizo move forward and keep this run alive at Winter Champs.
Yeah, that was really clean. They were able to kind of counteract the gameplay adjustments that Fakey and Java had made, you know, particularly in Game 2. And especially on this map, man, it was the perfect amount of runway for Daddy Heizo to just take over the stage.
And I'm also...
650 damage for Daddy Heizo. AO Blue...
Underrated thing with AO Blue, I'm going to point out, because I did look at that damage, but AO Blue also only took 348 throughout the whole game. And look at how most of this was just Daddy Heizo just doing his thing. Like, you look at the graph there, the numbers were low for AO Blue. He was not really getting hit.
It was those early knockouts that Java was able to get.
Oh, true. I forgot. Java did get the early KO off the top twice, so that did make a big difference. But the fact that AO Blue still wasn't really getting hit too much. It wasn't AO Blue's fault for anything. It was just Daddy
Great
Heizo.
plays by Java, taking those stocks. But yeah, Daddy Heizo. He owned that stage.
I'm here for it. I'm always here for whenever you see the names that you don't expect to show up. That's when humble checks get cashed. That's when you are forced to try that much harder because the upsets are coming through. Of course, it's a fan favorite thing whenever you see all the upsets start to show up. And again, you have to go back to the drawing board. Like, oh, well, we expected to be able to outperform here, but still, solid job overall to Fakey and Java coming together here today. Yeah, I mean, also that's 2 top 8 finishes in general for Fakey last week and this week.
He's having a good event.
A very good start to the year for sure. I'd be very happy about that. And oh my God, the winner of that goes.
Who do they have to fight?
The winner of that goes into Sandstorm and Boomy. But that's before we get to that one. We have the other half of the elimination top 8 side. This is for 7th place here at Winter Champs, and it is a team lineup of what. This was a contender, by the way, before the day started. This is where a lot of us thought was going to be grand finals or contender for grand finals. But we're staring at Snowy and Luna, or Experience and Made, dropping right now at 7th place.
Man, that's crazy because this matchup in particular, this is really, I would say, the 4 big rising stars of last year.
Yeah, kind of.
That's where Experience and Made, you know, in midseason absolutely went crazy and just had phenomenal tournament performances ever since. And, you know, Luna in the 1v1 space, Snowy teaming with Boomy last year up to their BCX 2v2 win. They just had phenomenal years, the best performance they've ever had, and I think we could take a look at a couple of the stats for them here.
Yeah, I mean this is the start of the new generation, if you will. You know, Luna showing up, Snowy showing up, especially at Winters, and then you said Experience and Made, the mid-season champs, also 4th place at BCX. Big part of why a lot of us had that faith. You see all those, you see the gold medals up top for Experience and Made, where it mattered a ton, where we came back to land. And that's in this whole like graduating class, if you will, if you want to put it that way, with like these 4, Raidish in the middle of that. This is a very dangerous core of players. And again, that just goes to show you how good people have been playing today, because these are people who we expected to be at the top. This is, I believe, if I remember correctly, seed number 1 and 2 overall of this whole tournament.
Yep.
Playing for 7th. That's how crazy it's been today.
This is going to be wild. This is going to be an absolute firecracker of a match, and I can't wait to get started.
I am super excited. This is basically the same as like earlier when we had the winner's quarters match of Sandstorm Boomy versus Luna Snowy, and it felt like grands. Well, this one also is going to feel like grands. We have game number 1, elimination top 8 for one of these 2 teams, and it starts off on Lions.
All right, so we see Luna just constantly target swapping, getting so much unanswered damage.
Luna was, and still is, been so on the money with changing his attention when he needs to. Good save there from Made.
Oh my gosh, save denied.
Nope, it's yet another denial. He keeps swatting away the ball from anybody who wants to get a recovery so far today. Happened earlier, Boomstorm matchup, and it's looked like it's going to continue here. Also, we have
man.
spent 90% of this start of the match on the left side of the stage, off stage, and now 2 will fly away.
All right, so they managed to score 2 knockouts to the 1 that Snowy and Luna were able to get very early on. Made holding on, definitely keeping the lead for his team.
Experience is kind of fading away there. I also like this pick from Made with Cesario too. We saw this during EU, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And it's an incredible. Oh yes, Fozy, of course. That literally the team that got the dub. So it's incredibly good pick, and I'm curious to see if Made will maybe do something similar and swap off that. The Blaster D-Sig not getting the KO that far away kind of surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of screen left to cover, and Zario, you know, he'll survive.
Not up until the call of recovery. Like right as he will survive. Gone. It's always always hilarious when it's right on cue.
I was talking about this next time. Of course.
It was build up. It was build up. Also, Made is doing everything he can to try and avoid getting KO'd at yellow. It gets back on, but how many times has he been getting covered by Luna on that soft platform? The blasters on the soft platform all day from Luna, Boomy, Cody, it doesn't matter, has been putting in so much work.
Yeah, Luna's blasters have been looking absolutely phenomenal, and it's just really cool to see.
Wow. I wish that worked. Snowy, you were cooking and it missed. Oh, that was so good. The weapon toss up, the coverage he had, trying to go for the volley off the wall, but instead, it's going to be Snowy who falls. Luna is deep in the red too, so this is very close, but I'm staring heavily over at Experience on that last stock.
Yeah, you see him kind of taking this support role towards the back, using the range of the blasters to not get in the fray himself, but can't avoid it, getting tagged in the back, and the weapon toss seals the deal. Made left alone versus 3 stocks, really 2.5.
A very difficult thing for trying to go for those D-Light starters without anybody to back you up. That's going to be a free punish, essentially. Big team combo coming in, and they did that off the wall. Weapon toss to get the extender, and then Luna accidentally hitting Snowy, but they're just getting so much damage on, and that is the game as we see game number 1 go to Luna and Snowy.
What an absolute beautiful conversion. They really are just playing it like jazz, you know?
Yep.
They're like aerial starters, we got those. We don't need these grounded combo initiations.
Yeah, bro, they started that off stage. I hope that's in the highlights here when we pull it up. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Neutralites. Send them off. Light it up. Send them right back in. Volley it off there, and then
look at all the damage, the pressure.
The weapon toss to cover the dodge
and
too.
And then the final confirm here. Just boom, right up. Elevator to the sky.
I'm actually semi-sad. I wonder if Luna got close enough where that dare would have led to after that spot dodge coverage or the weapon toss. Like, I kind of wish we could have seen where that went. But what it did lead to was the first game. What do you think Experience and Made need to do? Because to be honest, most of the beginning of that game was them just fighting for their life off stage on the left, but they started picking it up.
Yeah, I mean, just stabilizing that early game. Losing that stock, 20 seconds in on barely any damage, that definitely hurt them, and you could see it hurt the mental. Unfortunately, history repeats itself once again. Experience falling.
This graduated class, if you will, again, to bring it back up, they love to throw hands. And not even just with the fact that everybody loves gauntlets, but they spend so much time saying, I will not be the first one to budge off stage. I will pressure this. And Experience is an incredibly great player at getting edge guards, and he might have tried to find one here, but Luna's just been that much better.
Wait a minute!
There's no way back!
There's no way back!
Fall. Stop fighting Luna off stage! He is just ready every time!
Man, they are just all foregoing for these massive high-risk, high-reward situations.
Bro, if we had like an idle animation off stage, he's just literally just bobbing and weaving the entire time right there. It's just like nothing hit him down there. And now you're looking at what was a close game to a very large deficit.
Oh my gosh. Man, all right, so Snowy and Luna have been so consistent at interrupting Made signatures. Zario's signatures, they're pretty far-reaching, but they have a lot of animation time on hit. That gives you a lot of time for your teammate to come in and just tap them out of it.
Yes, I'm actually very curious is that if we stay on the same pick here for Experience, because usually when these situations happen, Experience will tend to switch off. We might see maybe a switch back over to Amethyst. I don't know if we'll for sure see that. I think that I don't think switching off Cross is the best idea, but so far it has just been completely shut out by the blue team. I don't know what their approach is going to be in this next game.
Oh man, look at all this damage. Activating DI early in the combo, but didn't matter. Made wasn't able to get out.
Made is putting in a valiant effort for sure, is the best way to put it, and gonna get at least one. But that should probably seal the deal. No, gets the wall touch.
This is getting dangerous. Made, yeah, keeping it off stage. I understand. You've got the bow in hand. Zariel's high strength. You want that massive power on the ground pound, but Snowy and Luna going up 2-0. They are on set point. Experience and Made could go home with this very next game.
If Made managed to pull it off, I personally would have got him winter merch and sent it to the house. like you earned that if you pulled it off. But the theme of this first match, it's the elephant in the room. It's kind of hard to ignore. The offstage game was not only dominated by the blue team, but it was not only after they lost the first one, it was challenged again. And it didn't work out again. And then the third time it was challenged again, and it didn't work again. So, stage control must be your primary focus. Trying to challenge them off stage is not working, and currently, Luna has been having a whole field day. Look at how little damage they did, but the game finished that dominantly in their favor because of all those early KOs.
Man, I'm even just looking at like those scramble situations. There's a lot of team damage flying out. Like a lot. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at
Look
this
at the
graph, man.
Take it. Just take a look at the graph. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
That is actually brutal.
That's just that right there is it's a throwaway game. Put it to the side. Oh, I was correct. So we are going to switch off of. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong character. Never mind. I saw the Onyx. I was like, oh, Cannon did show up. It was Snowy I was staring at. So we're going to stay. The big thing, though, again, and Experience is just already down there. I mean, I credit where credit's due on committing to still pushing for it, and he is absolutely an incredible edge guarder. But you have to be very careful if you're going to try doing this again after what happened before. And Made is now already exiting the building. Blue team is just on fire.
Yeah, they have just seemed absolutely unstoppable. No matter which game plan you try to approach them with, they've got the answer on lock.
Yeah, it's one of those things like I entered the cheat codes. Okay, I submitted the run. I used hacks and I tried to get through to get the best run in GDQ, and for some reason it still didn't work. What is going on? It's because Luna is the programmer himself, and he's preventing you from happening it. Luna has been unstoppable. Snowy has been unstoppable. But so far, at least at the beginning of this game, it's looking a little bit better, as for a rare occurrence, the red team has the lead.
Yeah, so Experience definitely was able to make the changes to his own gameplay. And there it is, once again, saving Made from the team combo. That's the kind of adjustment we want to see. It cost him the first stock, but he wasn't let him get the second.
Ooh, it looked like he had the read on the dodge there, but because of the positioning of where Luna was, he didn't really want to commit to the recovery. They are getting more double ups though. Snowy's taking a lot of damage. Snowy does get body blocked, of course, by Luna. Doesn't really feel Made didn't feel comfortable chasing there.
Ooh, Made scoring the knockout off the top. There it is. Oh, not able to get a punish on Luna. He turns this one around.
That's been a kind of a theme so far, but there's Experience. Experience
Bravo.
has woken up. This is exactly what you needed. They are not out of it yet. They are up massively in the lead. So those first two games, whether it be difficult or not, they are still very much in this.
Yeah, I mean, Experience just lost his first stock 2 minutes in. So now it's 3 stocks to 2, Snowy and Luna on the back foot.
Luna trying to get that 1v1 with Experience over the side, but Experience smartly noticing that Snowy was in a weird spot right next to Made, so he changed his focus, went over there to help out.
Ooh, great dodge read, a little bit of extra punish. Wow, saving Made once again, Experience interrupting Snowy's flow.
Big facts on that. Experience does fall to Luna, so all of a sudden we're on 1 stock apiece, but you're right. If Experience doesn't get in there, we're looking at what is probably a 2v1, and now Made is going to fall, but that is a damaged Snowy. If Experience can get to him, that depends on if he gets away from this combo. First, he does.
Yeah, that combo drop from Luna and Snowy gives Experience at least one more chance.
Got one more hope, of course. You already saw they could put the damage on and get that full combo, send you packing.
Everything rides on him right now. Experience Made are down 2-0.
Yeah, right now the whole play is, can I bait one of you to come up here towards the soft platform, catch a recovery off of D-Light, and just force that 1v1. Experience very smartly, not trying to rush right in, and same with the blue team. You're trying to get him sandwiched between both so you can line this up. This might, no, Snowy was out of position.
Man, Experience trying to play around that corner just so that way they can't get any stable confirms. Uh-oh, there it is, downlight into side air. The damage is building.
Experience tried to separate with the D-Sig, and Luna said, let me show you how it's done. He catches him after the spot dodge, and that's going to be a 3-0. Almost the game on the board, but incredibly well done by Experience and Made to bring it back that game. It just was not enough to shut it down. Made already had too much damage applied to him. He talked about that save before that kept him in the game, but it was this right here, once again, where they just covered him on his way up, and Experience could not finish it out.
Yeah, I mean, just phenomenal effort, really great adaptations. Unfortunately, it was always that early stock lead that Snowy and Luna were able to propel to the advantage for game win.
Yeah, it's still phenomenal job. I mean, you can see right there the damage difference for Experience, and also the fact that Experience was in it all the way through. I mean, look at that first one. Look, that was so much better than before, but of course that second one was another early knockout. It did allow them to get back in. Luna catching him with that incredible snipe at the top. He caught him with a recovery again. But that's just what Luna's been doing all day, and it's been to everybody. It doesn't matter who. Luna's been reading routes so well. And we said it earlier, you know, you send Luna down to the limb side, and everybody was voting for Boomstorm today. Boomstorm. I'm going to get it right. It's going to put a chip on his shoulder. It's like, no, hey, don't forget about who was the best last year. Don't forget about me as they keep that bracket run alive.
Yeah, so they've got another shot. They burn deeper into that lower bracket. But, man, their next opponent, do you have the bracket up there?
Let me take a look at that.
Can you tell me what we're setting the stage for here?
First off, just thinking about the fact that, you know, most of these teams that we were thinking about earlier that we brought up in conversation, a lot of them aren't even here. I mean, Made in Radish and company are here. But one team I was very kind of hoping they would do well, but I didn't know how they'd do because I'm a big fan of this guy. Jetbeat and Clem are their opponents on the other side of that.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of crazy. This was another one of those teams that was punching so far above their weight, burning into the top 8 for the winner's bracket.
Yep.
And that was absolutely phenomenal. You know, unfortunately, they came against the other team that had a similar storyline.
Hey, you know what's great about that too? Both Jetbean and AO Blue separately on their own individual times last year had really strong ones performances, and they backed it up. They brought it all the way back. They're able to do it in twos as well. And it's not just them. It's not a one-person show in twos. You're doing it along with Clem and along with Daddy Heizo. So kudos to them too for making it as far as they have, and for, you know, both teams, as a matter of fact, both of them are still in. Like, they're not out yet. They still have a shot.
Yeah, so this is going to be absolutely crazy. These matches, I can't wait. There's some really interesting matchups. But you know what? We're going to take a quick short break. Don't go anywhere. That's the docket we got coming up as the Winter Championship continues.
Yo, I'm Snowy, the world champion
of 2v2.
2v2.
And I'm Luna, PR1. I got third in the recent Brawlhalla World Championship. And yeah.
Already know. 6 hours of ranked, 6 hours of training mode practice, and then 6 hours of ranked again. Sleep for a couple hours and straight back to it.
That's exactly what we do. Alright, let me answer this. So first, we kind of would like to practice some combos and stuff because, you know, we had to have muscle memory for our combos and make sure that we getting our combos right. Because Snowy be messing up everything every time. So
everything, a lot.
Yeah, literally every time.
Literally.
It's kind of just getting annoying at this point.
Yeah, just drop me.
Yeah, so hopefully, you know, we can hit our combos in our tournament. So yeah.
Probably not.
Well, this is kind of a hard question because when I get asked this question, I don't really know what to say. It's no, there's really no strengths to my teammate. I kind of just, I don't know. I have
one.
Oh yeah, you do have one. He kind of just runs a lot.
Really fast.
Yeah, really fast. And he's even if he's on 5 speed, he's just running from his opponents really fast and they can't catch him.
I'm like the Flash.
So yeah, he can avoid everything, and his opponents just don't know what to do about it because he's just so fast on the map.
Yeah, I'm like a rat.
Yeah, and you know, he doesn't really just hit or attack, but he just kind of runs and he's there, but he doesn't really live. He just exists in the map, and I think that helps me because I could just really pop off and make sure that I get my hits in while Snowy's just there kind of existing. You want to start?
Oh, I got it. Well, first and foremost, everybody is scared of Boomy Sandstorm. Like, they just came back, you know, better than ever, supposedly. You know, they're taking ranked games off of us. That's number one. Number two, probably like Noel Blood Diamond. That's a scary one. Number three, Low Cap Ithro for sure. For sure. You cannot like keep your eyes off of them.
I've literally been just watching them the whole time.
Yeah, their streak is crazy. Jeez.
Yeah. And then wait, another team is who else?
Support what?
Oh no, Double Diamond Atrophius. Gotta watch out for that, you know, because like we could really get
double side is deadly.
Yeah, the double side. Yeah, the Kaya.
Yeah.
And we really just don't know what to do against them. Every time we fight them, we kind of just get destroyed every time 6 stocked, and there's really no chance that we can even beat them. So hopefully we don't fight them.
Don't expose all our weaknesses.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's an easy one.
EU doubles. Well, isn't it just Godly and Fozy? What do you think?
Well, Blaze Acno also got a shot. I don't really know anyone else from there.
Yeah, I think either Fozy and Godly or Blaze and Acno is like the best chances because remembering in BCX2s, Fozy and Godly got second, right?
Yep.
And they fought you.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it went like last set, what, game 4?
3-1. Yep.
Yeah, game 4. So, you know, they're a really good team, and that's like the data I have on them to conclude that they might win.
And obviously it's winter, so you don't know who's gonna win. Like Addy Mestic and Cake could easily take the cake.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, easily take the cake right there. Good one.
Thanks. Oh, of course. In 1v1, I might have gotten 333rd and 33rd, but in 2v2, we definitely will not. We'll definitely aim for, you know, past pools, top 32, definitely somewhere up there.
And yeah, Snowy might have gotten 333rd and 33rd, but you know, we always make sure that we improve off our losses, and it's kind of a hard thing with both of us as players because we never improve, but you know, us as a team, we make sure that we use all our might to improve for this tournament.
Like, Winters is what matters to us, and we will be taking it home for the fans at home.
Taking it home for the fans at home.
Yep.
And make sure that when you guys see the predictions on the Twitch, just don't bet on us because you will lose points.
Yep.
So I'm letting you know now, and just like, you know, for future reference, do not vote on us because I want you to not lose your points.
He cares about you guys.
Yeah, and we as a team want to make sure that we do everything to make sure you guys are happy.
Yep. Like, we don't even play for Winters, we just play for you guys.
Yeah. And yeah, hopefully we get past the pools.
And welcome back to the Winter Championships. You saw that silly little interview right there, and now let's talk about that silly little match we saw right before it and why exactly that confidence that they had, that low self-esteem, is not the reality of it. These guys are playing out of their minds. They just took out your mid-season champions on their first official tournament together, and I want to look exactly how we got to this position. Hard work and practice between both those teams is something that's always going to be true, but to a certain point, Luna and Snowy are just better. They were better off stage. They were better on stage. Their KOs were better. Their combos were better. And we're going to look at almost everything that happened there, starting off with this clip right here. An offstage clip from the red team, actually, showing off that they do have that potential for those KOs. Experience going for that ground pound, clears off the left side, and Made, with the play through the stage, goes off the right and gets that KO onto Snowy. No, onto Luna. It's not too big of a deal. They did get that lead in that game, but it almost immediately bounced back with Snowy getting this KO. And like I said, the team combos between these two are exquisite. This setup right here, after that down sig, the punish comes through, and Snowy is already in position to get the downlight recovery G-Seed, cover all the options, and apply pressure onto Made immediately after. These guys are a well-oiled machine. They don't stop for anything, even in the 2v1s, impromptu combos. Having to send back into the stage is not an easy task, especially on the gauntlets. So he gets the side light. The dare is there for the fall follow-up, and it continues on with the strings, going all the way to the left side of the stage. Like I said, it doesn't matter where they are. The combo is ready. Now look at this lineup from Luna. He already knows what's coming off. They told you they practiced their combos. Here it is for you. The side sig comes out, and the punish is there with that beautiful drawn line for you guys, so you can see exactly where he went and where you guys need to go in your own combos. Continuing on here, like I was saying, off stage, experience is good off stage. He has that confidence. He's always going to go off stage. Luna is just better. The down air interrupts him, and it's gauntlets. You know what comes next. The ladder sends him straight down. You can see his teammate rushing down for the assistance. Snowy applying pressure up here just in case anything were to happen, and it gets stopped almost immediately. Experience doesn't make it back. Made has to fall too because of it. Giant lead for the blue team. Stuff like that's always, I mean, at that point, there's giving stocks away at the end, right? Continuing on, like I said, the on-stage combos, it doesn't need to be a 1v2. Look at the work that they do together here with the teammate present. The Nair comes out, Snowy, GC, downlight. Why? I don't know. I'm the analyst, and I don't know. But it pays off perfectly. Luna gets the end light, and the end sig is there waiting to get that early KO onto Made. Everyone's still in the yellow. Made is out. Stuff like that is always going to be beautiful. Like I said, these guys' combos on stage are beautiful. And just the confidence, because let's look at how that recovery takes off the top on experience there, giving them that major lead they needed because Snowy's on his last stock here. It's a 3-0 for a reason. These guys are amazing. They might lie to you in their interview, but I will tell you the truth. They're playing clean. The casters are going to tell you else who is playing clean.
As Remy said, he will not lie to you. Experience is incredible off stage, but they were just that much better. Also, I was giggling the entire time during that interview.
Oh my
gosh. When, like, I mean, obviously, Snowy is just a huge troll having fun, and Luna was right there with it. But that chemistry, you could feel it.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They haven't really teamed before, but you could feel the vibes were good, and you need that, because if you're not having fun and you feel that confident with your teammate going to this, there's no shot you're winning the whole thing. But they definitely feel, they feel like they have it.
They riff off each other well. They play like a well-oiled machine. It's just so smooth.
Yes, but now we have the two smoothest names for team names coming up. We got Team Boomstorm versus Team Ayo Daddy. Which one is going to be the one to come out on top? That's what I'm looking forward to, because right now, Boomstorm has been going crazy. Of course, the return of the Titans, but they did fall. They fell earlier, and now they're here in the elimination side where they will potentially get a rematch, depending on the opposing side.
I'm not too surprised by the viewer vote here. You know,
yeah, just a little bit.
There's a lot of fans. Ayo Daddy, definitely the team that's kind of new on the block, punching way above their weight. This is their breakout performance for sure. And
it's kind of hard to skew the viewer vote away. I mean, we all collectively said together that we were expecting Sandstorm and Boomy to take it all, but they have to get through Ayo Daddy, and I will say this is a good stage to start off with for game number 1, because it's exactly where the red team was looking very strong in that first match we came on with.
yeah, so it seemed like they worked out best when Daddy Heizo was able to just kind of take control of the entire stage, using those Lance side airs and down airs to really just make no landing area safe.
Yeah, it does feel like he's this ever-present force of danger around here. It's like if all the incidents of no issues since set day, Daddy Heizo has been ruining it this entire time, because you can't exist anywhere without getting caught. But that's the jump scare side sig. Caught him slipping and sent him right in the hands of Boomy. And not only that, but he gets another one as they start off with 2.
Yeah, it is crazy that Sandstorm and Boomy here, they're playing 2 of the highest strength legends in the game. So you know those knockouts are going to happen early.
Yeah, very early and often. That D-Light Seer, of course, will find that first KO. Boomy getting sent pretty far over to the other side with that ground pound. Avoids Daddy for one good exchange. Needs to get down to the ground. He does, but Daddy Heizo having a bit of a hard time kind of tracking down Boomy at the current moment.
Yeah, Boomy is just like always tagging him after every single side air. Boomy gets up and over, and even if it's not a lot of damage, that was unarmed neutral airs, they add up.
I feel like I'm watching a very Mayweather-esque fight right now. It's like just like comes in, tags, hoo-hoo, and it gets away. Like, but it's
gotta get your points.
Gotta get my points. I'm not gonna actually knock you out, but it's one of those things where you have to be very careful, because as long as you can line it up for Sandstorm to get those KOs, it doesn't matter as long as you're applying your damage.
Woo! The quick handoff right at the edge of the corner there. Boomy scores yet another knockout. So now it's 4 stocks to 2.
And Sandstorm sporting a little bit of damage, but look at Boomy refusing to give up any, and he's going to take that to his advantage. He can afford to go off stage like that. Meanwhile, Sandstorm having a field day with AO Blue in the skies.
AO Blue looking for the weapon, manages to arm up with the spear, gives him a little bit of extra range here.
Yeah, you kind of need it right now. I need to keep away, but look at Sandstorm just moving himself across the other side of that neutral light. And what a bait! He stood right there, made it look like he had a free opportunity to get the punish, and then he forces AO Blue right next to Daddy Heizo, couples them up.
Oh, wow. Sidelight, wait for the dodge, then gets the uppercut. Daddy Heizo having to fight the most massive of mountains to make this comeback.
Well, if you're going to try and continue...
Yo!
It worked.
That's 2.
It worked, so can he do it again? I mean, hey, you never know. It is Demon Island, so greater things have happened, but currently, it's one straight hit from being a knockout.
Oh,
there we go.
There it is. The sidelight recovery to clean it up, but down to final stocks for game number 1.
I am a big fan of Daddy Heizo. After just doing that stutter step, you
can see the attitude in the gameplay.
Yeah, it reveals the player, and this is fantastic. They weren't able to get it down to the last stock, but they were behind the whole game. The ever-present danger we mentioned before of Daddy Heizo being everywhere. Their solution to that was, okay, you do you. We're gonna go hit AO Blue, and AO Blue screaming for help, but there was nowhere to be. It was none to be found.
Yeah, that is a bit of the danger, and why you don't see, a lot of the North American top players playing Lance in the doubles space is because it is a lot of committal movement. It is a lot of movement. You do get a lot of coverage, but you are locked into moving that direction. You don't really get to rotate to your teammate as often as you'd like.
Yeah, and in North America too, this is the meta of where everybody hits you once, they go, you know what? Yeah, I can knock you out right now. And if you have something like Lance, it could be very easy to get whiff punish on, or for that matter, you commit to something and then they could go after their partner. But we are going to see a swap over. We're going to bring the Scythe into play.
Ooh, a little bit of a dodge punish, so that way they know they can get those extra tags. That's something that Sandstorm was great at noting in game number 1. Every time that AO Blue or Daddy Heizo would spend their dodge, he'd go, hey, now I can get a 3-piece instead of my usual 2. Oh, you burned your dodge? I get sidelight recovery confirmed. You can't get out of this on the gauntlet.
There's another double-up lineup for them right there. Sandstorm trying to recover the high recovery with his own recovery there on boots. But, of course, AO Blue, well known for the Jiro, and I'm not too surprised to see it has shown up because the Kaya was kind of getting figured out, and so far the game is completely even.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a little bit scary of a pick, and I really just like the fact that it's working out for him, keeping the stocks even, just because, as I mentioned, Boomy and Sandstorm playing 2 of the highest strength legends in the game. Jiro, one of the lowest defense legends in the game. You've got a strength defense differential of 4 or 5 going into that.
Yeah, it is the trade-off, but you're going with like your true main, so it's like what you're most comfortable with. And we did see, I mean, even like with low defense legends from Moxie, who had the incredible performance with Thatch the other day. So it can work. Your movement just needs to be absurd, though. You cannot afford to get caught.
You can't trade blow for blow.
No.
You will lose that fight.
And Sandstorm hovering over that third stock still, but is going to disappear, as I pointed out. Boomy just trying to make sure he lands, does not want to lose this 2v1, and he does walk out on top. Only takes a side air, but weapon toss down is actually a good opportunity. Misses the D-Light into the ground pound.
But Daddy Heizo took Sandstorm all the way across the screen, then target swapped for the knockout onto Boomy for the stock lead for the red team.
And here, AO Blue wanted one early, but he's going to take a ground pound for it. That's the trade-off for trying to go for a play like that. But he was already had so much damage on him, it was worth the attempt. Daddy Heizo definitely looking a lot better, and it's not too far off from getting that KO on the Sandstorm.
Yeah, AO Blue has been able to keep the pressure off of Daddy Heizo a lot better than last game, able to fend for himself a lot better than last game.
Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. Don't get caught up in the middle of that over there. But this is actually way more close now. Look at Daddy Heizo refusing to give up the second stock is a big difference maker in this game being as close as it is.
Yeah, now they're just looking for the knockout. Sandstorm down to final stock. They've got a momentary power play against Boomy. Couldn't get the punish.
Trying to look for that recovery on Boomy, does not get the hit, but again, Daddy Heizo refusing to get knocked out. Doesn't even get caught in a spot dodge, but that is going to... No, Sandstorm couldn't even commit to that because he had to go help Boomy.
Boomy fighting his way back. You know he's looking to take out AO Blue, but no, Boomy and Daddy Heizo trading stocks. So now Sandstorm in a 1v2.
This is the last person you want to see against you in a 1v2. Like, there's not really much else to say. It's Sandstorm in the 1v2. He's already won one earlier today, and that is AO Blue hovering on the worst case scenario of one Sair takes him out.
Yeah, chance for a handoff there. AO Blue wanted the stability of getting back on stage.
Eddie Heizo just trying to see if he, oh my God, no swings at all, but it's because they're just waiting for that one mistake, and Daddy Heizo, MVP of that game too. Of course, on the back of the fact that AO Blue's Jiro was definitely popping off at the beginning, it allowed him to get some hits, but the most crucial part, the stat you don't see as often as it gets credit, is that survivability, that time frame that he spent on not losing that second stock. That's why we point out the graphs as often as we do, because he could have easily lost that way earlier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look at the graph myself while we're waiting for that to come up. Let's see.
Oh yeah, you're going to see those final stocks.
Look at that.
Look at those plateaus.
Look at that second stock. He lost that first one way before the the blue team, excuse me, and then he just refused to the point where it wasn't just him surviving, but he also was able to stay alive before Sandstorm got knocked out. Like that made a big difference.
Yeah, so it seems like we are just going to keep running this back. The only changes are going to be in the gameplay.
I don't disagree with it, to be honest. I think that it was incredibly well done, and they put the fact that they put a point on the board against this incredibly ridiculous team so far today, the only team essentially that was able to do that was the Cody Travis Phazon core earlier, and Luna Snowy. So that just goes to show you how good Daddy Heizo and AO Blue are playing.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. You see them maintaining this corner guard control. Daddy Heizo threatening with that chainsaw signature. You can vary how long you want to hold it. Definitely a timing mix-up option. Are they getting the delayed double? Yes! Sandstorm decides against going for the save, saw the risk that was sitting there on the corner.
Yeah, that's a big W for them, because Boomy's very difficult to knock out sometimes, even when he's that low. But rightly so, like you said, don't. It's not worth taking the attempt down there. At that point, it's forfeit, and you don't want to get gimped early. But instead, they're able to get rid of one. Does Daddy Heizo fall soon? Nope, because of AO Blue blocking Boomy.
Oh, the reversal. Boomy turning that chase around, scoring the knockout onto Daddy Heizo, so he's not able to get as much of extra credit as he did last game.
And Sandstorm, it looks like Sandstorm is the one who's taken the lead on trying to deal with Daddy Heizo now. But actually, no, they're switching it up. Boomy now going right after AO Blue, doubling up on the nairs, putting that damage on. But AO Blue is, he's finally got access to a weapon. Sandstorm almost getting knocked out.
Oh, there it is, right at the tail end. You're dodging into that wall. Daddy Heizo, he's got that ground pound.
Oh, this man is built different. Where have you been? Daddy Heizo is out here performing phenomenally. Not only holding on to his last stock that last game, but look at who is the most undamaged person on the screen. Daddy Heizo is still holding on to that second stock with a relatively comfortable lead, and this is a bad spot. Boomy going to chase him right now, misses out on that Sair, misses out on the dare, and then still misses the Sair after.
Yeah, the red team was split wide for a little bit. They're managing to regroup now. AO Blue getting some unanswered damage. That's just going to propel their lead even further. Quick little handoff, but it all counts.
And Sandstorm just trying to get one big mistake from either player. If you could couple them up, you could get a double up with a Sair, lining them up into Boomy, but instead the pass was not meant to be received because AO Blue catches them. They do, however, get AO Blue.
All right, momentary power play against Daddy Heizo. They're not even playing with it. They're like, do not go off stage. These final stocks, we got to hold on.
Yeah, exactly. It's not worth it. Daddy Heizo's been very difficult to knock out to begin with, but that D-Light recovery is going to take it out. Here's the power play available on AO Blue. Sair comes through, tries to catch him with the neutral lights. They get a little bit more. AO Blue forced to go very high, but Daddy Heizo getting in time to separate the two of them.
Ooh, AO Blue getting a ton of damage. Oh, but now he's caught. Not enough for the knockout, but that significantly shortened his time on stage.
Yeah, that definitely changes the tempo a little bit. Now Daddy Heizo needs to play block game, where you see now he's throwing out a lot of nairs to try and cover the aerial range. Boomy, oh, there's Sandstorm snatching him, and that's going to be the stock. As soon as you saw the sweat beads, immediate closeout.
Yeah, that was a great adjustment, noticing, hey, whenever we're trying to track down AO Blue, he takes to the skies.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to set myself up there beforehand so I can get the GCD light combos.
And you saw Sandstorm literally just hovering above, waiting to perfectly time, not dropping that recovery. Their win ratio of when they're up at the last two, obviously stats are pretty skewed on when you are the two at the end, but they don't really drop 2v1s, and that is going to put them back into the lead at 2-1. But this has been no way, shape, or form an easy dub. This has been a very difficult battle to try and get this W over AO Blue and Daddy Heizo. That Jiro switch making a huge difference still.
Yeah, you love to see it. And we are just going to run it right back once again.
Yeah, I think at this point we've kind of just established that
This is
Demon
the
Island is the
stage.
home of where we're
These
going
are
to be.
the players. These are the characters. Nothing.
Everybody getting caught in the midst of Sandstorm's aggression right there. A little bit out of range, catching Boomy in the middle of that too. Could have been a lot more.
Man, Boomy's blaster's just juggling Daddy Heizo. He hasn't been able to like actually get any solid footing, and now he's disarmed. That almost knocked out.
Yeah, that's your win condition. Whatever you need that includes Daddy Heizo not playing the game, that's the one, because he has been a massive problem. Side air won't be enough to take him out just yet.
Man, and Boomy's so incredibly undamaged because he's just been going toe-to-toe with Daddy Heizo the whole time, and it's all been Boomy.
And Sandstorm doing his best to try and survive Daddy Heizo's pressure at the ledge. The neutralites still won't be enough to do it.
Oh, again, those blasters, man. So uncontestable.
You can literally not leave the two of them alone together. This is like two children in the playhouse who are ready to destroy every single wall you have. They, as soon as they see you're by yourself, bad things are going to happen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maximum conversion off of all these power plays. Oh, but momentary power play for Daddy Heizo and AO Blue, and they convert to tie up the stocks.
All right, anything you could do, we could do better. He answered right back. Daddy Heizo not taking much damage. AO Blue, of course, has to keep that high mobility game up, and he's already he's chasing Boomy well, and he almost had even. Actually, he's still going. Sandstorm had to stop what he was doing to go help.
That scythe was looking so incredibly clean.
Still looking good at that as he snatches off Boomy one more time. He catches him again. Meanwhile, Sandstorm is nowhere near him to help him this time.
Boomy with the hard rotation, enough to relieve the pressure from Sandstorm, but not enough to save him entirely.
Sandstorm still holding on to that second stock very well. AO Blue doing the same thing, but AO Blue is going to fall to that Sarah. Sandstorm is very close to falling away. This is very close. All the weapon toss interrupting his chase.
Man, Boomy's moving. Just a continuation for that little bit of tag.
And it made that one rare mistake. Catching him with the recovery, but again, right on the money. The focus is AO Blue. Daddy Heizo, however, again, just sporting this big lead that has now immediately disappeared. It made me a whole liar. One stock apiece here in Game 4.
No purchase off the momentary power play this time. AO Blue stayed out of the danger zone.
And Sandstorm trying to catch him. Actually, Sandstorm has read four straight routes that Daddy Heizo took in a row. Got two good strings out of it. AO Blue going to chase. Honestly, this is so stressful. Daddy Heizo, at any point in time, if he wants to, he hasn't done it yet, but he can go for a chase off stage with a Sair.
Oh, yeah.
Like that, actually, I think that's the most frightening part about him. He has only done this through stage control. He hasn't really been edge guarding deep that much. He does it maybe once or twice throughout a set, and he might not get a chance to if Sandstorm keeps pressuring him like this.
Yeah, Boomy and Sandstorm definitely switched over to getting just momentary 1 and 2 tags. That's it. They weren't going to extend the combos while both players were in the mix.
That was the most important part. Simplicity is key. We have the 1v1 that no longer exists as Sandstorm slides his way right into the victory. Home plate is his as they get the 3-1 W. Incredible, incredible job, though, from Team AO Daddy. AO Blue and Daddy Heizo getting here to 5th place, taking out experience in Made, going all the way through this incredibly frightening elimination side, also beating Fakey and Java just before this, and looking as good as they did against Sandstorm and Boomy. This is a team to worry about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for this massive breakout performance from them, taking Boomy and Sandstorm to final stocks, taking games off of them, again, this was a bit of a toss-up of a set, more so than anyone ever expected it to be.
Yeah, and I just love what we're seeing here, and there we go. That ending, by the way, that's something you were pointing out. They stopped going for team combos. They went for 2 tags and dip. They separated them at that point. It's like, okay, now we're going to win 1v1s. We haven't been trying to 1v1 you too much because it's been too difficult to keep you apart. So we're just going to get big plays on the AO Blue when we can. But Daddy Heizo was too difficult to hit to the point where we said, okay, let's see if we can separate them. They did. They're one-weapon Andes for the most part throughout that match, but it doesn't matter because as long as they got the W, that's what matters the most. And they're going to be sitting in that spot waiting for what could be potentially a rematch from earlier in winner's quarters, and only for 4th place, depending on how that next set goes.
This is wild. This is absolutely wild. And I really do just love that gameplay adjustment that Boomy and Sandstorm made throughout the latter half of that game particularly. Where, you know, usually they would, we'd try and go for a bit of an extended team combo, the 3-4-5 hits, but we'd get interrupted, we'd get damaged, and then just really out of position because of AO Blue's Scythe, and Daddy Heizo's Lance. There's so much carry on that team.
That's the part that got me the most, is that you don't really see Sandstorm or Boomy out of position too often, let alone getting edge guarded early. And a big part of that will be broken down as we get to hear from the champ himself, Remy, breaking down exactly why they are still keeping this run alive.
Sandstorm and Boomy, they do what we like to call apply pressure. They're always on someone's body the entire time. It's like non-stop. Especially in this scenario here, we see that they don't actually go for a lot of combos throughout that set. Instead, one person is just completely destroying another person, and as soon as that person has some leeway, they're getting destroyed by the next person. So right here in this clip specifically, Boomy was going for some options, misses his options, goes, okay, I'm done with you. Sandstorm from behind runs up, gets a beautiful end-sig, and Boomy reacts to it in time and lines up for his own end-sig, getting that early KO. And then they're just back onto that power play, going for that 2v1 combo. Sandstorm misses his combo. Boomy says, that's fine, you suck, I'll handle it. Sidelights him, gets the recovery on, making sure that the KOs stay consistent. It's all about that pressure and that consistent follow-up options, even if your teammate isn't there for you. Now, continuing on, this is another one of those scenarios where I said, it may look like they're playing together, but they're really not. So let's just look at how Sandstorm handles AO Blue by himself on the right side here. Just consistent juggling, takes him up high, realizes that, okay, wait, this guy is completely out of options. Let me just go for the GC through the weapon throw, and you're going to see it right here. The weapon throw comes down, AO Blue uses it to protect himself. It is Spirit, has a big hitbox. Sandstorm instantly GC downlights, gets the recovery, sending him up, gets a stock all by himself. Boomy nowhere to be found. Not even protecting him from Daddy Izo, just making sure that nothing's happening. He's just absolutely chilling. As soon as he gets the chance, he gets a recovery up, and then they go into that 1v2 power play again. That's the only time you really see them getting combos. The rest of the time, it's just strong 1v1 potential and passes where you can find them. It's not really a big combo game like we're seeing from Luna and Snowy and the likes of those players. Again, right here, you can see just pressure from Sandstorm by himself in the air. Boomy's playing off that Izo, going for these bastard sidelights, the side airs. Sandstorm, GC downlight, out of nowhere. You're not even focused on him because there's no combo to happen. And that's the majority of their plays. We have some more combos here just to clean up the 1v2s, and they're ready for each other. They're reacting to each other, and that's the beauty of it. They have these 1v1 situations. They have their own plays, but when they have that time where it's like, okay, now we work together like here, they're going to follow up on it every single time. It's that level of control that each of these players just like protrude independently. They just have that own independent power, and teams just have to fear it. Nice KO from Sandstorm here. Boomy does get knocked out, but Sandstorm, they are a team at the end of the day. It's not ones. Is going to clean up that KO and get them moving on in the bracket. The casters would tell you more about everything else.
Yeah, great breakdown on how Boomy and Sandstorm have been able to propel themselves so far into the bracket and looking to push even further, I'm sure, to all their fans' delight.
Yeah, this is, it's so funny to talk about this sometimes when we've been breaking it down all day. In times past, even saying these sentences was not, like it never happened. It was not possible because Sandstorm and Boomy's dominance for so long. But this is now the return tour for them, and so far the performance has been incredible. The Boomstorm dream is still alive for some, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy ride because they got through that, but they still have the opposing match coming up. And for Luna and Snowy, they have a pretty good history at being here up at the top. Meanwhile, we got the new blood here of Jetbean and Clem being right there. Solid performances. You can see those top 32 placements coming from recent. But Jetbean putting his name out there last year with those 1 performances as well. So no one to sleep on.
Yeah, burning their way. You see the power ranks down at the bottom, 20 and 24 for Jetbean and Clem, 2 and 3 for Snowy and Luna. Snowy, of course, current reigning 2v2 world champion, although in a new construction here for this year.
Yeah, and from the looks of things, too, I believe from some of the matches that have been played, they're going to be looking at the same matchup they lost to earlier. It's going to be... actually, so Clem is going to be going with Barraza, so I'm not entirely correct on that. Yeah. It looked like he was going to be going with Cross for a second, but we're going to see the Barraza. We're also seeing the Teska show up. Jetbean has been doing very well with it all day, and this is, again, what the blue team lost to earlier today by the hands of Boomstorm. So let's see what they're able to do to make that adjustment as we get the game started.
Snowy just opens up with some big damage. Luna in there for the mix just to keep it going.
Luna has, again, he had been a absolute monster at all times, especially off stage. Look at that, he's already out there, weapon toss down. Clem gonna get caught. No, Jetbean goes for the save. Jetbean now in a terrible spot, but he gets his way out. That was a perfectly timed save for Jetbean.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Interruption and a double knockout. Luna is just so clutch.
It doesn't matter who's there. His teammate, he could be in the midst of it, doesn't matter. The reduced knockback, he's gonna catch everyone. He was in the middle of trying to get a double KO on the left side. I wasn't done with you yet.
That was fully charged. That down signature just up and down, slams him out of here.
Let's see if he can continue that success right now. It is kind of focused Luna time. Luna has been a big problem.
I mean, he has just been absolutely dominating the match. He's been having those massive plays, that double knockout so early on.
Luna's gonna get caught by the Sarah, won't be enough to get a knockout free team combo, but instead Clem accidentally mistiming the spot dodge and hitting Jetbean in the midst of it. Here goes a ground pound. Clem trying to block. They do at least finally catch Luna.
Yeah, great punish on that signature, and that's a lot of times what it boils down to in this double space is, hey, if they're going to go for that big damage on a signature on your teammate, make sure they pay for it.
Exactly, and Jetbean is going to pay for that one. There we go. Clem is now in a 2v1. Luckily got pushed just far enough away from that recovery. Might not have gotten a KO yet, but the last thing you want to do is be right above both of them on that soft platform. As you can see, once again, just barely getting away.
Snowy looking for a weapon, but Jetbean steals it out from under him.
Jetbean has been very good at kind of just keeping that weapon starve going here. And you see right there, Dealing Recovery is going to catch Snowy once again, looking for that weapon spawn. Well-placed bait from Clem, and they have an even game.
So incredibly dangerous. So now we're looking at Jetbean. We're looking at Snowy because they are down on their final stocks. Luna joins them shortly.
That side sync going to go ahead and send the other way. Active input sending towards the right, and Jetbean holding a good front line for a moment for Clem, but does finally get caught by the desync.
Yeah, that one, he's going to cover both sides. Luna used it in past sets to great effect.
Yeah, Luna is incredible at separating the two, and it looked like Snowy might have had the lineup to volley him back, but was blocked instead by Clem. And there they go. Look at that target shift, and the Luna chasing Clem. Not looking too comfortable. The neutralize is going to send them off, and Snowy interrupting that as well.
Ooh, going for that side signature once again, Luna. But Jetbean and Clem have been starting to take to the skies. They're recognizing the grounded threat of that, and they don't want to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, and this is as dead even as you can ask for, quite literally, on all the damage on board. Neutralize won't be enough. The weapon toss catches Snowy, though, going for the Sarah to get back on. Luna was almost able to get a 2v1 earlier. That will not be happening here, as it's going to be Jetbean and Clem who strike first.
All right, incredibly close game. Massive damage down to final stocks.
And Tezca in that strength stance too. That's just gonna be so you literally can't afford to get hit by him. Like, you just can't. Everything.
It's a lot.
And the fact that Clem is just been so on the money with lining himself up. He's always there to separate the two. I think that was the biggest thing that I enjoyed watching from Clem that game, is that even though they weren't getting a lot of big team combos, his presence was ever known at all times when you were trying to hit Jetbean. That slowed down that big damage they were applying to Jetbean early on and allowed them to get that game.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. Sets the momentum for the set. So now Snowy and Luna are going to have to figure out how to turn this one around.
Oh, definitely, for one, we're going to switch off the two soft platforms. I think a part of why the cannon damage was so low, even though usually it's pretty good at covering the soft platforms, is the red team was just hovering away from it. They never got caught by any low-grounded starters, so Snowy should be able to find some more here with only one on Apocalypse.
Going for the corner guard here. Luna fighting back on stage. That extra range of the blasters letting him contest Clem's axe.
Luna's blasters have been so on the money too. Not even just the blasters, the gauntlets too, but the blasters have just been next to none. Snowy's gonna at least get back on. Good save from Luna, getting in the midst of that. Look at that. It doesn't matter who he. You want some? You want some? I'll fire either way. I'm gonna catch you.
Yeah, his coverage, his target swaps, just so incredibly aware. And yeah, I absolutely love his blasters. That is one of the newer pickups for him.
Yeah.
You know, he does have quite a stable of characters that he can choose between.
Yes.
But these blasters, man, there's something new.
We were mentioning it in the pre-show. If there's anybody right now in the game who I would like to see, well, for one, as I'm talking about them in a positive manner, not get knocked out immediately. But I feel like Ground Pound is going to get rid of Luna. But Luna's that person, if you have a meta change and you need someone to be the one to pick it up, Luna's going to be able to do it.
Oh yeah, incredibly versatile. But right now, Clem shortly. I mean, he just fell on his final stock. He held on to it so much longer than everybody else, but didn't really amount to too much extra credit damage.
Yeah, but it's mostly like we said. Clem sets up for JetBean to go off, and this is this is the par for the course for JetBean too, because his Mordex is the same way. His advantage state with Mordex Scythe is so good, so I'm not too surprised to see that the Tezca is also doing the same thing. As we say that is now 3 times in a row where we hype someone up and they immediately got knocked out. So Luna is trying to survive, and he's looking good at it, and he is that time actually going to touch the ground.
Oh, big signature attempt. Doesn't get punished for it. Clem gets to swing.
Both of them giving respect to Luna's range that time. They were getting caught a lot by those Blaster D6 we mentioned earlier, but Clem doing just the same. Drifts off, gets the reversal stare, tries to go for a GCD light.
Stuffed recovery. The save.
Clem in a weird spot now, but there's the coverage from JetBean.
Yeah, he was ready. He was calculating the angles. How am I going to get this dash jump ground pound to seal the deal?
Snowy is going to fall shortly after that. Luna trying to get a knockout onto Clem. Clem has been very solid at holding that lead. Like you said, when he gets involved, it's at the right moments, and he's chasing a bit, but it's allowing JetBean to do what he needs. But currently, you can't let JetBean take too much else, because that's a potential 2v1 coming.
Oh,
and
man,
there it is.
What a conversion on that power play. Clem left alone, and Snowy and Luna this time incredibly healthy.
And now this is where you have to stand up and play tall, but that's if you can even play the game. GCD Light's the wrong way, but still, Clem hasn't been able to win neutral once so far yet.
He's looking for his way back to ground. Unfortunately, it cost him the weapon. He was able to grab that one just as it was falling. But man, he's got a stick and move.
That's the hard part about it. When you get to this blasters mode in the 2v1, it's just straight hits. That's it. You're trying to, your best play is to trip someone up on that platform and hope to take them out. Well, that's going to be a D-Light recovery. It doesn't matter whether that second hit would have gotten there or not. That does lead to an even set.
But I like that Snowy was there for the conversion.
The key is to always steal the KO from your teammate. That's the most important part.
You gotta pad the stats.
Yes, you must pad the stats. If you're not, then you're doing it wrong. Remember, as we all know, the math is the most important, as said by the one and only Sparky himself. So if you're not upping the numbers and reporting your legends, you're doing it wrong. Granted, you can't do it in twos, but
just in case that wasn't enough. You know, because they will run into situations where they've got less damage on the opponent, and that's what you need for those conversions. And they've already shown, hey, yeah, we do have that.
Yeah, there's been a few times today, too, where Luna's are actually stolen away KOs that I think about it from Snowy. So it's like, no, that's mine. And if you can tell from the interview, I would not be surprised to see if that's part of what they're doing. But currently, the play of going to the one-soft platform did work. Now, we're looking at a very interesting 3 remaining. We got Fabled City, Miami Dome, and Air Temple. So at minimum, you either have 2 platforms or 1 really long one. We're going to go back to Miami Dome, which, curiosity-wise, I'm wondering what Snowy's going to do to adjust this time here, because Snowy's cannon wasn't, well, actually, to be honest, the last game, Snowy's cannon really didn't do as much either. It was mostly Luna, but he needs to try to find a way to get it to pop off, because Luna has been the one putting a lot of damage on the board. But once that cannon starts going crazy, that's the player that won BCX.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't sell that short. It is just the pinnacle of doubles gameplay.
So far, he's doing a good job at it. He's rushing in more. I like it. Got caught though, kind of grouped up with Luna, and Snowy has taken a decent amount of damage, but it feels like it looks like he's more confident when he's trying to go in.
Yeah, JetBean and Clem, they had the damage lead for a little bit, but Snowy and Luna have been able to propel themselves back into the game. There's the conversion. But kind of trading 1 for 1.
Yeah, getting caught up in the midst of that too. JetBean saw Snowy going up there to help out and said, no, that's for me. So honestly, the stars of the show with this set has been JetBean and Luna and the support roles of Clem and Snowy. That's kind of been the theme of these first few matches so far.
Yeah, so I wonder when players are going to...
No
wait a minute.
shot, bro. Come on, dude. Not again. Stop fighting him off stage. It's not worth your life expectancy. He got another one with the weapon toss down. Sealed the deal on on JetBean, who looked like he might have a shot, but luckily at least Clem got out of there.
Yeah, I mean, Luna is just too dangerous off stage. We've seen it in previous sets against other teams. We've seen it here. If you go off stage against him, you're probably already giving up that stock.
Yeah, I think literally the one solid dub is the fact that Clem's alive. That was so close to Clem losing that one, but Clem does fall. So And also Snowy's been slowing down the damage. He's still getting hit, but he's been slowing it down, primarily going with the gauntlets. Does avoid the side sig. That would have absolutely gotten rid of that.
Oh, yeah. So here we go. I know the damage is high on Jetbean and Snowy, but I'm looking at Clem. If he falls early, it's all but done.
We're here in game 3. I'm looking to see which one of those two is going to be the one to start popping off more. Is it going to be Clem or Snowy first? Because that's going to be that's basically what's going to tell the tale on what changes it all. But Luna deep off stage, avoids the weapon toss, is going to get caught with a dare, and that's actually going to get rid of him. So the red team sporting a lead. Jetbean once again still the one with the most.
Yeah, Clem making sure to get that conversion, get the dive kick before Luna touched the wall. Absolutely crucial. Didn't come a moment too soon.
Yes, and there goes Clem in a terribly uncomfortable spot. Snowy just missing the side air, but gets the volley off the wall that time. Nothing that Jetbean could do because he's too busy getting comboed himself.
Uh-oh, man, just such a quick pickup. I mean, I know they were looking to just cover the space, but man, it is effective.
Ow, that was so well played again, and this is the theme that we have to look at. I don't mean to keep pointing it out, but it is really showing its face here. When I look at the numbers overall, as we see, Luna has just been a menace to everyone on the stage throughout this game. Here comes that, I believe this is going to be that edge guard play. Neutral light setting him off. No, actually, no, that was just a neutral light KO. But
yeah, I mean, he was so incredibly damaged, and they were all the way at the corner of the stage. But what a beautiful conversion right here. Not letting Jetbean get back on the stage.
Yeah, no opportunity to get something started. And you think back to the offstage play again, sure, that was definitely a difference maker and kind of stopping A, Jetbean from holding onto that third stock for longer, but B, looking back at the numbers like I was just building up to. Jetbean and Luna are kind of the ones who've been primarily getting the KOs. So it's fine if you have a teammate who's always getting them, right? That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Sure,
As long as you're getting the W at the end of the day. But the only way you get a W is you have to apply damage and do something yourself. Snowy was able to minimize that damage that time. He only did 396, but only took 382. But on the other hand, Clem dealt 238 and took 581. That means that Clem is getting shut down the whole time. He's got to wake up here if they want to see a Game 5.
Yeah, right now, Jetbean falling 20 seconds in.
Clem was soon to join him.
Oh
he
my
does
gosh.
join him. That is 2. This is where the writing starts to appear on the wall, and you start to feel a little bit hopeless. There's still time to try and make adjustments, but it is a very difficult task.
Yeah, it seems like Luna and Snowy have really just dialed into Jetbean and Clem's game plan, and they're just dancing around it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the hindsight is 20/20, right? Every game plan, every playbook can also just fail. Like, sometimes it just won't work. And that's kind of the way it feels right now. But that is at least one. They've minimized the damage, misses a GCD light. But do they get the dare? Yes, they do. Do they get Luna finishing his food?
Snowy there for the save. He relieved that pressure, took one of the players out of the equation for the edge guard.
The Sarah won't even be enough either. They need to get rid of Luna, but without overextending to do it, because they've already taken a lot of damage. So if you start putting yourself too high like that, you're going to get reversed yourself. They do get the D-Light Sarah. Can they get some damage applied to Snowy? No, Snowy smartly dipping far away with active hitboxes to prevent a 2v1.
Yeah, even that slide charge, just threatening the angle as he was fading away. Oh, yeah. Do not follow me.
I also respect entirely, even though everything in your mind right now tells you to go for that play. You need to be careful about when you decide to strike. And they're getting damage built on the blue team because they just held side instead of trying to rush for an edge guard that might have cost them stocks.
Yeah, big punch from Luna, but trades for it. Clem making sure he pays 1 for 1.
Think back to that moment we just talked about. Look at how we're at an even game. If they decide to rush them off stage, they might have gotten knocked down instead. But right now, everybody falls, 1 stock apiece, dead even game.
Yeah, this is as close as it can get.
See if Jetbean and Clem can bring it together. Can they pull out the clutch factor and get themselves to a Game 5? They've already done it multiple times today. They are sporting really good Ws.
Wow. Clem, oh my gosh, getting knocked up to the sky. He almost got taken out.
That's the last place you want to be, anywhere near Luna. They had something cooking there, but didn't find a recovery off of the boots. And Snowy chasing high. I mean, Snowy's gauntlets, at least, even though the cannon wasn't working as well over the last few games, the gauntlets have really been picking up.
So now Clem fighting blasters versus blasters against Luna. They've got the setups, they've got the range.
And not getting caught by the charge on that D-Sig, but that's going to be a reversal from Luna, trying to get to the Sair. Jetbean's going to get back on. Meanwhile, on the left side of the stage, that's going to be a ground pound, and they get one. Snowy is damaged enough, but that is an irrelevant fact because it is going to be the rematch coming up in a minute as Snowy and Luna keep their bracket run alive as the #1 seed of the event to go into Elim semis to have that match against the ones who put them there in the first place, TWK. It's Boomstorm.
Yeah, this is going to be wild. This is going to be absolutely insane. I'm still just stuck on the fact that Jetbean and Clem were able to make the adjustments for that final game. Unfortunately, if it came one game sooner, I think we would be looking at a very different set.
Yep.
But it was just too little too late. Snowy and Luna could not be stopped.
Yes, and I'm still incredibly happy to see that the trend rising stars of late, after all of that new generation of players we see doing so well, AO Blue and Jetbean both respectively getting 5th place here today, along with the incredible performances of Clem and Daddy Heizo along with them, proving it's not just those ones runs that they had. They were able to do it here in the 2v2 format as well. Very well done. Of course, they want more, and I think these are teams that can absolutely get more in the future because they were making it close against some of the best that we have right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people's favorites still in it. You know, you got to find out how are those actually going to shake out now that we're approaching top 4.
Here's the crazy part. We've been hyping up heavily how the Boomstorm rematch versus Snowy and Luna is coming up, right? We still have to talk about the fact that there is a winner's final set away from them. From the reason why Boomstorm is there in the first place, it is Cody, Travis, and Faison, a team that was brought up earlier today, left out of some predictions, but that's just because Cody has been on a hot streak or he is not. It's hot or not depending on the day, and right now in Winters it is happening. But the other side of that, a team we've always wanted to see get back up to this position, they're looking phenomenal at it. It's Cutie and Walshy.
Yeah, man, they have been on an absolute tear. I know Sparky was kind of talking about, like, do I want them in my predictions or not, you know, kind of playing around with that.
You have no idea. Sparky was going through it emotionally beforehand. Actually, no, he's not. He's always very firm with his predictions. But it was very difficult to pick today.
Rough, man. NA is stacked.
Yeah, like, and by the way, this is a good timeline. This is a good timeline because as fun as it is to have things be dominant, it's more fun to see a bunch of people in contention to constantly make everybody get better. That's the most important thing because without that, you're not growing together.
Yeah, I mean, that's really just going to set the stage, and how are you going to be able to burn through this top 4? This is the highest caliber. I know I would be sweating, especially if I was wearing the Winter Championship hoodie while wrapped in the Winter Championship blanket.
Well, yes, both of those would keep you very warm and toasty, which they also could do for you if you want to, because today's the last day. Like, literally, you have 4 more matches to go. Like, this is the time, okay? It's not a simulation anymore. You have to get it now. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Again, it's exclusive, so it's awesome. Be the ones to be able to flex it at the events. And just the fact that it's something that's, you know, new to all of these. I'm going to make sure I collect mine throughout all the seasonals throughout the year. Make sure you do, too. And, of course, you have the Battle Pack.
That's right. So go to Brawlhalla.com/winter merch to get the Winter Championship merch. And then also on the store of your choice, you can find the Winter Championship pack, which is the best deal on Mammoth coins. So if you were looking at anything in the store that you want to increase your drip with, definitely go snag it there. You'll also get the Winter Championship blasters and the avatar.
And we have the final showcase coming up for you. The pieces are ready to fill out the picture. We have only 4 teams left. We're going to find out which one of them is going to take it all. As we got Winter Championships Final 4 coming up right around the corner. Stay tuned.
For credit, and that could spell doom. Fakey has an extended 1v2 that he's got to fight.
And this is pretty much the end of set 1v2. Oh, they just missed the timing on it. That was supposed to be so clean, but at this point, double weapon toss out. You're behind 4 stocks, even if...
I mean, right now, they've just had struggle getting footing in the neutral game. Wait, but it's
target mark. And Java trying to separate them, trying to send Daddy Heizo off, and instead going to be Java, who gets red on his high recovery, and now 1... Also, we have spent 90% of this start of the match on the left side of the stage, off stage, and now Green left to cover. And Zario, he'll survive. Not up until the caller recovers. Like, right as it, he will survive. Go for those D-line starters without anybody to back you up. That's going to be a free punish, essentially. Big team combo coming in, and they did that off the wall. Weapons on attack, really hitting Snowy, but they're just getting so much damage on, and that is the game. As we say, Will Precious, and Experience is an incredibly great player at getting edge guards, and he might have tried to fight on here, but Luna's just been that much better. Luna's just been that much better. There's no way back. Will Precious, and Experience is an incredibly great player at getting edge guards, and he might have tried to fight on here, but Luna's just been that much better. Luna's just been that much better. There's no way back.
Bow in hand. Zario's high strength. One. Massive.
Iso trying to see if no swings at all, but it's because they're just that won't be enough to do it.
Oh, again, those blasters, man.
That won't be enough to do it.
Oh, again, those blasters, man. So unkept.
Bad things are going to happen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maximum conversion off all these power plays. Oh, but momentary power.
Bad things are going to happen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maximum conversion off of all these power plays. Oh, but momentary power. He's moving just a
Absolutely phenomenal. In to get back on, Luna was almost able to get a 2-1 earlier. That will not the trip someone up on that platform. Hope to take him out. But that's going to be a two-guy recovery. Nothing that Jeffy can do because he's too busy getting comboed himself.
Oh man, just such a quick pickup. I mean, I know they were looking to cover the space, but man, it is just cover the space, but man, it is effective.
Oh, but that's going to be a reversal from Luna, trying to get to the Sair. Jeppy is going to get back on. Meanwhile, on the left side of the stage, that's going to be a ground pound, and they get one. Snowy is damaged enough, but that is an irrelevant fact because it is going to be the rematch coming up in a minute as Snowy.
What is up, y'all, and welcome to the Final Four of the Winter Championship. We've got about 4 sets left to go to crown our final championship team, and the way things are looking right now, there might be a couple of surprises to see who ends up wearing that crown.
Our top 4 teams in our schedule is going to start off with Faison and Cody Travis against Walshy and Cutie. Then we're going to go down to the elimination bracket to see Snowy and Luna versus Sandstorm and Boomy. The winner of that moves on to face the loser of the first set that I mentioned. And then, of course, we make our way into grand finals to see who will be crowned our North American 2v2 Winter Champion for the year of 2023.
And because there's only 4 sets left to go, that means there's only 4 sets left for y'all to pick up your Winter Championship merch. Once again, we want to remind y'all, Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Pick it up before it's too late. And also, Left Stick gets an email every time you buy something, so that's kind of fun.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah. He was like counting them. He was like, I got 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So at least 4 of y'all bought something because I saw him count out 4 emails. But also, you can pick up that hoodie and that blanket. But let's get into it. We've got Cody Travis and Faison on the top side, and they're going up against Walshy and Cutie, 2 people that I don't think a lot of people really expected to be in this position.
Let's see. Ice Pingu did. He sent me his predictions.
Bro, he's cheating.
He sent me his predictions. Yeah, I think he might have a little bit of collusion on this one. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes in the Brawlhalla Deep State. But the matchup between these 2 teams is a little bit interesting. We talked about Faison and Cody Travis the last time that they played together was at the Summer Championship of last year before they took a break to see if they would have better success with other partners leading up to BCX. Now that they're back together, when was the last time that we saw Faison and Cody versus Walshy and Cutie? It was at the Summer Championship. And who came out on top? It was Walshy and Cutie. Went all the way to a Game 5.
And that is their only history against each other. Obviously, if it went to a Game 5, that means that they have the 1-0 lead over Cody Travis and Faison. Although, again, like when it comes to this whole like transitive esportsy, like, oh, this team beat that team, a lot of people have a lot of faith in the current Faison and Cody Travis, but at the same time, like Walshy and Cutie, they're playing really well today.
Yeah, they are. I didn't have quite that much faith in Cody Travis and Faison going into this weekend, but they have, of course, changed my mind quite a bit. I was feeling better about Walshy and Cutie. I didn't expect them to get top 3, or of course I would have put them in my top 3. I expected them to top 8, maybe a top 6. Didn't expect to see it going much past that, but of course, Walshy and Cutie are here to prove everybody wrong, including myself. They're going to hope to push past this top 3 into a guaranteed top 2 by sitting in the grand finals from the winner's side.
And of course, when it comes down to the medals, they have far less than Faison and Cody Travis. When we saw those stats, they do have a silver, they also have a bronze. So they have been on those podiums. They'll once again guarantee at least a bronze medal with where they are, guaranteed top 3 finish. That's how brackets work. But of course, they want that gold medal finally. On the other side, Faison and Cody Travis, they've gotten multiple gold medals. They've been around for a really long time. Like we said, kind of split up for a little bit. There was a tumultuous time where they weren't really succeeding, but now again, they're back on the podium.
Faison has won with so many different people. Faison won a LAN with Remy. He won many online tournaments on the side of Lil Cap. That was back when it was the sort of tug of war between Faison and Lil Cap, and then Boomy and Remy. It was the online warriors were like Faison and Lil Cap, and then LAN. It was no discussion there whatsoever. It was always Boomy and Remy when it came down to those in-person tournaments. So Faison's also won with Cody Travis as well. They have so much more experience than pretty much every other team in North America except for Boomy and Sandstorm.
I think to a degree they almost have more together experience, if I'm not mistaken, because Boomy and Sandstorm have also kind of shopped around a little bit. Boomy's kind of been notoriously picking up a variety of teammates, but right now it looks like the lock-ins are starting to happen, and it's pretty obvious what they're going to be playing.
It's going to be the same thing it's been all day.
At this point, everybody's kind of locked into their picks.
We're still waiting on Cody Travis to actually choose his legend here. Of course, it's been the Barraza, and it is going to be the Barraza. No surprise there whatsoever. Was probably waiting for just a moment until his team was absolutely ready to get this going. Stage bans are coming out. Seems like they do not like soft platforms very much. We're going to have Demon Island still on the board. Then we're going to have Small Fortress of Lions and Apocalypse, the 2 maps that have just a single soft platform compared to like Miami Dome that has 2, Western Air Temple that has 2, and Small Enigma that seems to have 100.
And even though Small Fabled has 1, it's bigger
Yes.
than the Apocalypse small platform. It's bigger than the other small platforms out there. So no surprise to see them kind of leave these like relatively lesser small platform maps. And it's going to be Apocalypse for game number 1.
We're going to be getting into this one here right in front of your very eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a good one. Walshy and Cutie versus Cody Travis and Faison. Faison is going to be taking a little bit of punishment here, but he was able to grab a weapon. Cody's able to grab one about 12 seconds into this game. And they're going to grab quite a few hits onto Walshy, who is very close to being in the red, but Faison is taking quite a bit of punishment as well. Bottom side of that recovery is not going to make a contact from Cutie, but the neutral light does, zoning Faison out, and he is disarmed in the process. They almost got caught right in the middle, but Faison hit Cutie while Walshy hit Cody.
But it's going to be Faison, the first one to fall. That axe recovery of Cutie, he's been taking stocks with that throughout the day, but this time it goes to the side instead of that vertical knockout that he's been hitting.
So we're seeing a kind of scary precedent here early on in this game that has caused failure for Faison and Cody Travis in the past. If you look at the top right, if we didn't actually get that stock off of Cutie, you see Faison going down very early while Cody was still in the yellow. Usually when they're that disjoint from one another, Cody ends up being in the 1v2 staring at 3 or 4 stocks from the other team. If Faison goes down too early, this has kind of always been one of the main linchpins of this team, one of the final nails in their coffin, is if Faison goes down too early, then he's cooked, just barely getting through the side air with a dodge, but the desync hits on stage. Cody's gonna fall, barely getting through the side air from Cutie as well, and Faison is on final stock, not even a minute and a half into the game, Duke.
And this is what you were talking about, that linchpin, that situation that has historically been the reason why this team crumbles, is Faison gets taken out so quickly, and it leaves Cody Travis in this really tough spot.
So the only time that usually ever leads to success is when they focus on Faison, which means Cody can just run around in the background and go absolutely bananas mode, doing 800, 900, 1,000 damage. So we have seen him do that in the past. But it doesn't look like he really is going to have the chance to do that here. Faison is in the yellow, now in the orange. So his survivability, he's really going to have to stretch this for the rest of the game, or Cody's going to have to go crazy, or Faison is also going to have to start putting out damage and stocks all over the place.
Yeah, the Faison losing this stock before Walshy and Cutie are on their final stocks it's not an option. If they want to win game number 1, that option cannot be on the table. And right now, Faison, he's still trying to put out the damage, and I like that decision to pull away from that side air and instead get out of dodge.
Faison has the gauntlets.
That's
so dangerous. That is so dangerous for you to do, especially like if that hit, okay, that could lead to a stock, but it's only going to be one of 2 stocks that both opponents still have on their team. And now we're seeing exactly the situation that I laid out in the beginning. Cody staring at the 1v2, staring at 4 stocks of Walshy and Cutie.
And he's not even getting one. There's the N-Sig.
Again?
Nice.
Oh, I thought it was going to be back-to-back N-Sigs.
Now, he's got to add up a lot of damage. Yes, he's on the Barasa. Yes, he's not quite deep red, but this is going to be very hard to do. Walshy and Cutie, they're looking for some cheekiness. They didn't want any weapons. Downlight recovery is not going to quite do it.
I think they probably knew that they needed maybe a little bit more than just the straight-up D-Light recovery, which, of course, they tried on Walshy's sword. Finally ending that one there. They kind of made that one look easy. You know what? Faison still did 412 damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Like, the damage was good on basically everyone there. Really, the standout is Cutie, putting out 634 damage, taking 373 damage. In comparison, like everybody else in the 400s, that's not too bad. Everybody else taking 500 plus damage. Obviously, like, that's not great, but of course, you're able to survive on that. But really, I think Cutie is the standout for that game.
Normally, when we see that result for Faison and Cody Travis, of Faison going down super early, we don't see him putting up numbers like 412. Normally, he's doing the 200s, maybe even the mid to high 100s. So the fact that he was still able to put out 412 makes it look a little bit better for him, but still, ultimately, even if he put out 1,000 damage, it wouldn't really matter because they still had 4 stocks by the time Cody was all by his lonesome.
Yeah, I guess a good argument to be made is that how effective was that damage that was being put out? They put out about 800 to 900 damage, but ultimately it was not that many stocks that quickly. You know what I mean? Like it took them a long time to finish those stocks off.
So maybe we can look at the graph real quick right here. Faison losing his first 2 stocks before Cody even lost a single one. That is a tough way to start that game. And we are seeing the immediate swap over to the Zuko. I expected a quick swap. Faison is not usually one to sort of linger on a single legend until we get to like they're about to lose the set, their final game. This is my last-ditch effort. He has so many people in his kit, so many legends that he can lean on, from the Gauntlet experience to the Spear experience, of course, leaning on that here with this Zuko pick, of course, the Hattori crossover.
Yeah, we've seen him play a multitude of characters, of course, like Val. Also, Kaya is in those pockets if he wants to switch it up. But Zuko has been that switch up that he's been playing throughout today as well, when the Wushang isn't looking too hot.
So really when we saw Faison go absolutely bananas mode in his career was usually when the other team started to kind of focus on Cody Travis and he became that real damage tank, doing that great survivability that we know Cody for. It's a beautiful insig on the Cutie. But then Faison was usually on the Kaya and was coming out and doing huge damage while Cody was just there soaking up as much damage as he could with the high defense. Cody's actually going to fall here. Meanwhile, the damage Faison's taking is on pace with everybody else. He doesn't get punished for that. Going to put a little bit of team damage out, nothing serious. That recovery finally turned him red, and the second one was enough to take him out. That sort of lower defense coming in here, even though he is in the defense stance, going from 4 to 5.
Once again, though, blue team struggling to finish these stocks off of the red team. You saw Cody Travis hit that side air. Finally, will take down Walshy. Cutie still swinging, still has some health to play with, as that neutral light not going to lead to a KO. Neither will that side air.
Now, they weren't able to find that immediate KO follow-up, but it was good that Faison was able to fastball down and hit with sort of that second swipe of the side air once he saw Cody caught Cutie in the Blaster's neutral light. That gave Faison plenty of time to get down there to at least put something out.
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming in with this Zuko, with that Hattori stat line, you've got high movement speed, you need to be looking for those follow-ups. And he's been hitting a lot of those downlight GCN SIGs on the red team. They're not ready for him. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
What a turnaround! I didn't think Walshy was going to have the strength on this Val pick. I didn't think Cody had that damage on his stock to pick something up that high. Thought Cody was going to fall back down to the platform after getting hit by that, but no siree.
Yeah, Cody went for a second recovery there and ended up just putting him in prime position so high in the sky. And Cutie with the side air is going to put Faison on his final stock. This is looking bad for the blue team.
We're still sitting on 4 stocks if you're looking at the red team. The neutral air, he's looking for the second one. Faison knew was coming out, though. That's why that dodge was put exactly right there. Oh, the side air sends Walshy flying. You can see how damaged he is, even with the reduced knockback from the unarmed recovery. That almost sent him off screen. They're able to clean that one up, get the full team wipe. They need to go reset mode right now. Even though they're just a little bit behind, it is far from over in this game. But Cutie now has Cody in the orange. He does have to be careful. He is a tankier legend, but they haven't had trouble taking him out whatsoever this game.
Yeah, really, it's the blue team that's been struggling to finish off stocks. Red team, when they see somebody get into the red, they're like, all right, time to go. Nice pogo there. Will stop that side signature, but
nice.
Faison getting bounced around.
That was actually a really interesting decision for Walshy to hit the side air, turning that around to send it back into Cutie. He knew that he needed just a little bit more damage, so if the timing would have been right, Cutie could have found like a neutral signature perfectly there. So that was a really good choice from Walshy, even though it may not be the first thing that most people think of, like, oh, hit him with the side air towards the blast zone, but that wasn't going to be the KO. I really like that.
I mean, one thing that's really bad for this blue team right now is Cody has not gotten to play. He's literally just been coming back to the wall and then immediately gets launched, and there's the recovery. Cody Travis and Faison are 1 game away from joining the people in the elimination bracket.
Cody Travis doing 481 damage, only 1 more damage than he did last game. Meanwhile, Faison, he did what he could. He stepped up 570 damage. He also took 607 compared to the high defense on Cody Travis. He only took 527 by the time he fell. If you look at the other side, Cutie, that 600 looking really good.
Interestingly enough, Walshy only put out 398 damage. The damage is actually in favor of Faison and Cody Travis, but once again, I gotta reiterate, they were struggling to finish off the stocks. If we see the graph, I gotta imagine the peaks on the red side are much higher than the peaks on the blue side.
So if we're adding up the total damage for the red team, it's gonna be 998. We're gonna divide that evenly for the 6 stocks of the blue team, 3 for Faison and 3 for Cody Travis. That equals 166.3, repeating, of course. That is amazing KO efficiency, especially for the way that 2v2s work.
Yeah, I mean, with so many opportunities to save with these maps that can be pretty wide, there's so many ways that you can survive past that 150 efficiency. But blue team definitely struggling to get any survivability as Faison.
Oh, he's taking so much punishment here. Is he going to be able to get back to the main platform? Yes. Cody almost picked up the neutral light on a Cutie that would send it back into Faison for a follow-up, but no. They're both in the red now. This is getting dangerous. Whoa. Cutie is swinging, but Faison, beautiful hit. They're going to trade 1 for 1, but Cody is behind Cutie in terms of damage.
Yeah, Cutie has just been so good this set. He's been putting out big damage and taking great damage as well. Side air, and the red team continues their lead.
That's going to be the full team wipe. You saw the neutral air that came out from Faison. Cutie was still in the orange until he just got hit by the bottom side of that recovery from Cody Travis. So Cutie, again, survivability looking good for Faison. It is looking like yet another game one where Faison is taken out so early. If he is not able to survive, if he's not able to keep it going, Cody is actually sending Walshy onto his final stock first.
Blue team might have a game plan here. They might be wanting to take out Walshy and see if they can go for the 2v1s on Cutie. I've seen multiple times where they try to set up for these team combos and then it gets interrupted. Edge guard opportunity. Faison did get the wall touch. He's okay.
There's also several times where like Cody will be fighting Walshy and then Cutie will be between Cody and Faison. That's going to be a stock off the top. And like the other person in the blue team, this is looking horrible for the blue team.
It's falling apart. They were holding on for dear life, but suddenly the damage is being done. Cutie still has the movement, the handoff into the side air.
They're in a good spot here. They all of a sudden turn this around with complete stage control, and Faison is going to go in and side sig Cody. Does make up for it by turning around, getting the stock off of Cutie, putting him on final stock. They aren't able to...
the interrupt.
Oh, that interrupt from Cutie was so good. The down air was going to stop the D-Light side air, but Cody was still able to finish it up. And all of a sudden here, at the last moment, the last chance that they really had as they're down 0-2, Faison and Cody Travis are looking like this is their game to lose.
I mean, they do have a lead, but Cutie's still pretty healthy here. Faison playing a little more aggressive than I would have expected in this position, given the fact that, again, he's pretty close to the red, and that's Cutie, who's been hitting KOs with those axe hits.
You see Cody, he was looking for that neutral signature. That was going to send over onto the edge. Ooh. Doesn't fall prey to that one. Faison, you see how much space he's putting between Cutie and himself. Immediate answer. Cody's neutral light has Cutie on the edge in KO damage. That is going to be the cleanup. Beautiful neutral air into the side air follow-up from Faison. They're keeping themselves in this.
But once again, Cutie, the one to put the most damage on the board. 700 damage put out by Cutie. Compare that to the 657 from Cody Travis, the 465 from Faison, and then 256 from Walshy.
Now, if we're looking at that graph, I'm looking at Cody Travis's second stock. That part right in the middle of your screen where he didn't take damage for an extended period of time. You can see how long he went without taking any damage whatsoever. That's probably 15 to 20% of the overall game. That's a shocking percentage to just not take damage.
That looked like a boot.
Like a cowboy boot.
Yeah. I would wear a boot that looks like that. But 956 damage put out on the red team. And it seems like maybe the game plan of this blue team, Cody Travis and Faison, try to take Walshy out early, then they can go for the 2v1 power play on Cutie. Will it work again, though? Once you've kind of shown your hand, sometimes that doesn't work that well. Especially, like, we've seen people try to do that against Cody Travis and Faison time and time again, and it just lets Cody run wild.
Yeah, so it seems like the game plan for really both teams is to bully the person out who typically does the quote-unquote lesser damage. For the red team, that means they're going to focus out Faison, really try to take him out early, because Cody Travis is the one doing the major damage. Cody might fall here.
Faison
the ground
the
pound.
save?
Faison's looking for the save. Is he going to get caught? The D-Light ground pound. Cody not able to get back. He's gone anyway. Faison trying to do exactly as much as he possibly can here. Putting damage onto Walshy. Might get caught again. He's now in the orange on his first stock.
They put out so much damage. They got the stock on Cody and extra damage as Cody sets up for the nair from Cutie. The side air. Things are falling apart for the blue team already.
They need to find stocks quickly. They have to get cuties. They have to turn that into the man advantage to put the damage onto Walshy to turn him from orange to red to get him into that KO damage zone. That was a bold move for Phazon to just throw because he was going to end off stage there. He didn't end on the main platform right over the corner where he could run away the other direction or jump or anything like that. He was off stage when his opponent was playing lower on the wall to not get caught by anything.
Phazon keeps going for these risky plays. He's trying to get the high risk, high reward. The pogos don't work out. The Sair doesn't work out. Once again, this red team is just living.
They have Cody so damaged. Walshy is finally going to fall about 1 minute 24 seconds into this game. Cutie still on first stocks here. Their eyes are probably going to be set a little bit on Cody to put him on the final stocks quickly. That way they can turn for the man advantage onto Phazon. Cody coming in for the interruption. Nice follow-up. There was that kind of delayed follow-up. Oh, this is big!
That was good damage. Unfortunate that it didn't lead to a KO. That could have put the blue team in a great position because right now, again, Cody Travis is pretty damaged as a side sig gives them the lead.
Okay, juggling a little bit with the neutral. Airs the dodge came out, so you know Phazon was going for that side light into the GCD light into the follow-up side air after that. Okay, seeing good follow-ups from the blue team. They're still just barely in the lead because Phazon is still only in the later stages of orange while Cutie is definitely in the red.
Yeah, but when it comes down to that final 1v1, right now I kind of believe a little bit more in Cutie. Falling side air from Cody Travis. Walshy with the Sair. Phazon can't make it back. Can Cody Travis make this a trade? He can't find the recovery.
He's lucky he has a soft platform there to kind of stay around as his home base. He can act like he's going to move down to the main platform. He can jump high to get away from his opponent. Cutie put on the final stock, both Cody and Phazon in the yellow. Walshy doing a great job avoiding most of the damage that Cody and Phazon are trying to throw out. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Cutie almost grabs it, but actually gets caught in the neutral light as the iframes run out.
Oh man, that side sig, he let go of it early so it wouldn't catch Walshy. He has the ground
that was huge.
Catches him. 2v1 opportunity. Can they take this to game 5?
Nice little simple, quick follow-up. That soft platform kind of ruined any dreams of any major follow-up happening there.
Yeah, they were really high when they hit that dare. There weren't a lot of things that could have been done. Oh, Cutie.
Oh, Phazon actually didn't throw a move out. If he did, he knew that Cutie had plenty of time to dodge it, and then all of a sudden, Phazon gets punished, and they just like take turns getting hit by Cutie back and forth.
He's just swinging in all directions. Now Phazon stripping away. There's the side air.
Sticking with the blasters. For that reason right there, to perfectly set up for Phazon's side air, we're going to a game 5.
A sigh of relief for a brief moment as they manage to hold on. But they've got one more game to go. Walshy picking up the damage. Cutie not putting out the big damage this time. 507 on Cutie's side versus the 558 from Phazon, 530 from Cody Travis, and 422 from Walshy.
You're seeing the team's signatures coming out. You see 8 coming out from the red team. Meanwhile, they only hit 12% of those. Oh, I'm going to have to look at my stats. The blue team hit more. They put like one less and hit like 40%. Yeah,
they hit
throughout
more.
7 hit like 43%, I believe it was. You can see most of the damage was done for Cody Travis on the blasters and for Phazon, of course, on the spear. Meanwhile, on the other side, Walshy and Cutie were really focused on those gauntlets. No surprise there whatsoever.
The two things that stand out the most for me, this initial stock from Cody Travis, again, that one was taken quick, but they managed to get a quick one from Walshy that kept it even, kept it close. We'll see how this one shakes out as we're going into game number 5. Winner of this goes into the grand finals, a guaranteed top 2 finish.
Now we're going back to Small Fortress of Lions, but there is going to be one major difference, and that is a set of blasters being added onto the red team to meet the blasters of Cody Travis's Barraza.
No longer going to be the Akuma, it's going to be the Luke coming out from Walshy, that crossover. Walshy, we'll see what he can do with it.
And that makes sense because like we already mentioned, most of the damage was done on the gauntlets. We didn't see anything that was necessarily that inherent to Val, that unique on Val. I'm looking at really those signatures that really made a difference whatsoever last game. Like we saw, the signature hit percentage was very low, kind of trading damage back and forth as a blue team member and a red team member was caught in that combo.
Whoa! Cody, though, with the falling side air, will put Walshy down to his second stock. The one signature that I saw from Walshy a lot was like that sword neutral signature, but it isn't really KOing.
So it's really tough that Walshy already found himself getting knocked out about 35, maybe 38 seconds into the game. After this swap onto the Luke, does have a lot more damage in his favor. Now, of course, he's coming in with the movement speed stance, so he also can be zooming all over the place.
Cody's the one who's looking like he's zooming, though. He is getting so many hits out. Cutie in the red, Cody as well. Whoever falls first, gonna put their team slightly behind as Phazon with a target swap leads to a recovery onto Cutie.
That was actually really slick coming out from Phazon. The red team probably thought he was going to go in for the D-Light and then continue that on the player that was aerial, but no, he actually went back down to the ground, threw out the side signature on the person that was below, Walshy, who was going to be waiting to punish Phazon, interrupt that combo, and save his teammate.
Yeah, it was a really good mix coming out from Phazon in that brief 1v2 moment, and the fact that Walshy fell so early, it's continuing.
It's happening.
It's continuing.
It's game 5. You really cannot be handling that here. That's going to make this a really tough mountain to climb for this red team, and Cutie is also taking more damage than everybody else on the field here. Now on his second stock, the damage is actually evening up just a little bit. Nice side signature. That's one of the reasons to pick Luke. You can do that so quickly, put Cody on his final stock so quickly.
And it was a great target swap. Again, he was putting the damage out onto Phazon and then immediate turnaround side sig. Cutie just comes in, puts a downlight, interrupts it, makes sure that he can keep Walshy alive.
Yeah, that was really smart because if he actually tried to go in with anything past that, he risked doing damage to Walshy in the process. Of course, you see how damaged Walshy is right now. They can't afford that. So all he did was the D-Light to interrupt that. Cutie on a final stock. Walshy, I'm in danger, and he's taken out of the game. Cutie staring at 3 stocks of Cody, Travis, and Phazon. This is going to be tough.
He's got a fresh stock. Cody on his last one. There's the tiniest of chances. If he can take out Phazon, he's got to go for the power play briefly. Here's his chance. Cody, Travis dancing away. Cutie can't find the hits that he needs, and now it is going to be a challenge.
Cutie does have that soft platform that he can kind of play around. That's going to be a big interrupt for any of the combos, or maybe most of the combos that Phazon and Cody Travis have prepared. We saw that earlier, that Cody hit a down air above the soft platform, and all Phazon could do was throw out a sword nair. That way he doesn't have to go to the main platform and have blue team members on either side. Woo! Good setup. Still going to take a little bit more damage.
The combos coming out, blue team getting more and more damage per hit, converting it into a better position as Cutie wants the double. Sweat beads, but he still gets his way back down.
Cody, he celebrated just a little bit early there. Phazon putting a lot of space between him and Cutie.
That was a Cutie dodge.
That is gonna do it in game 5. Phazon and Cody Travis are gonna be moving on into your grand finals. A top 2 guaranteed placement after the reverse 3 against Walshy and Cutie.
From down 2-0 to winning it 3-2 over Cutie and Walshy, changing the records because it was 1-0 in favor of Cutie and Walshy. Now Cody Travis and Phazon have a guaranteed top 2 finish.
And if we're looking at the damage that game, we talked about how Phazon was going down early. And even the first game when he did, he still put out decent damage. But since then, he really stepped it up. We talked about it that previous game where he put out 500 plus. This time, he's doing 600 damage. Again, the majority of it being done by, of course, that spear that we've known him for so long.
Yeah, Cody Travis also putting up some good damage, 457 for his part. Walshy, 353, and then 628 coming out from Cutie. Again, Cutie's putting out this big damage, but it just wasn't enough.
So let's get a look at this graph, and we're going to see quantified how quickly Walshy went down. You can see that he lost not 1, not 2, but all 3 stocks essentially by the time Cutie lost his second. That meant that entire final stock was played by himself without a teammate, without anybody else on his side other than cheering along in the Discord call.
I mean, sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes you got this. I believe in you. But you know what? They gotta shake it all off because now they're going down to the elimination finals, and they'll be awaiting the winner of our next match. Cody Travis and Faison, they got some time to chill, maybe think about, hey, what can we do so that we don't have to lose 2 games before we start getting that ball rolling?
It'll be interesting to see what Faison leads with legend choice-wise, but it'll be a little bit before we get to that moment, because before that, we have Snowy and Luna versus Sandstorm and Boomy. No, this is actually not the grand final set if you are just tuning in this moment. This is the elimination semifinals. Either Snowy and Luna or Sandstorm and Boomy will be finishing not on the podium when you and I and many other people put them on that podium around that second spot. You put them in first. So we could see some hearts breaking today.
I think someone's heart is definitely going to be broken in just a little bit. I mean, this is a rematch from earlier today. This was the qualifier to get into the top 8, and I think by a lot of measures, people expected that to be the defining moment of this tournament to see who's going to be ultimately sitting in the grand finals. But Cody, Travis, and Faison were the ones to upset Boomy and Sandstorm, knock them down to the elimination bracket so that they could meet again in this top 4 elimination side.
Now, the last time they fought, of course, we saw it go all the way to that Game 5. It was not really an easy game for either team. It took every single game possible in the set before a victor was determined. And, of course, that was Sandstorm and Boomy. That was how they got into that top 8 to then go up against Faison and Cody Travis, where they lost. Meanwhile, the movement through the elimination bracket for Snowy and Luna, they went 3-0 over Experience and Made, who are admittedly having a very rough day. By their own admittance, that's not just me doing hearsay. Then Snowy and Luna went 3-1 over Jetbean and Clem, and that's how they found themselves where they are right now.
And then on the other side, of course, Sandstorm and Boomy came in top side of top 8, and then after their loss to Cody Travis and Faison, had to play one set, which went
3-1.
And then they're here in the top 4, waiting on them to, I think, get in the lobby. Honestly, I don't know. I'm just watching Dalsim ride an elephant right now, so
he seems happy, even though he just lost. I mean, Walshy also with the little flower laying down with the flower, he also seems pretty happy. Maybe he can finally take a rest. It's been a long day for these players. It's probably been quite a while since they've been put through the rigorous test of Brawlhalla Esports. Of course, we did have winter championships last week for 1v1s, but still, maybe some of these players are not used to the grueling conditions of how long these online tournaments can be.
Well, let's check out the stats on these 2 teams. Of course, on one side, you've got Snowy and Luna. Of course, historied players, relatively young, though, in comparison, relatively new to the esports season. On the other side, 2 GOATs, 2 world champions, Sandstorm and Boomy. Of course, there's technically 3 world champions in the lobby, right? Snowy and Boomy were the 2v2 world champions. Sandstorm has won many a world championship title, both in 1v1s and 2v2s.
Now, given that both of these teams have made it this far, we will see in future tournaments the seeding kind of return to normalcy. Right now it was really strange because Sandstorm wasn't really playing 2s with a main 2s partner. Like his past 2 placements in 2s were like 17th and 13th. So the seed going into this one, they were seed 8, which is why we saw Snowy and Luna fighting Boomy and Sandstorm for the top 8 qualifier. So that really just put another wrench into all of the wrenches that are put into the machinery that is the winter championship. So maybe things will return a little bit more to normal once we get to the spring championship and even lands, now that we've had some of these standard teams making it deeper into the bracket.
Yeah, I know a lot of people look at the PR numbers, right? You've got PR1, PR2, PR3, and then PR49 on Sandstorm.
One of these things is
like,
not like the other.
What is this? And it's just, again, because he hasn't really been playing 2s for a long time, but expect that to kind of shift more towards what we're traditionally used to seeing, assuming that Boomy and Sandstorm continue in their 2s plays. But right now, they're in the map banning. They're taking their time. And again, no surprises on the character picks.
Of course, we're coming in with the Onyx and the Cross from Snowy and Luna. They talked about it earlier. They've been playing it all day. And then on the other side, we have the Cross and the Teska. They've been playing it all day. That's what they've been prepping with. For the most part, I believe them to essentially stay on that.
Yeah, I would be fairly surprised to see much of a shift, if at all. And I don't even know what they could shift to. Like, yes, they all have pretty large character pools that they could shift to, but that would really change the dynamic of their teams that I imagine they haven't been practicing that much of other things for.
And that's something I think Boomy kind of touched on a little bit in one of his more recent videos. It was the one where he was playing Ada in Ranked, and he was talking about how people always say, like, oh, why don't you bring this out? Why don't you bring this out? And it's like that hasn't been the thing that he was practicing. He goes in with his game plan. We've seen that throughout his entire career, is he goes in with the game plan, and for the most part, he's going to stick to that game plan because that's where the practice came from. That's where the hours were put in, and he might be needing to think something different because 18 seconds into the game, Boomy is knocked out, Sandstorm is knocked out, and Snowy has barely been touched.
And that is the double going the way of the red team. A fantastic edge guard from Snowy that led to extra as Sandstorm went down for the help, and they're getting the vertical juggles. Luna and Snowy have something to say about the fact that they lost earlier today.
They've been waiting for this match for a little while as well. Boomy's already on final stocks. It's not like either of these players came into this one warm. We just had an entire set to watch while they've been chilling. But no, Luna and Snowy are red hot.
Honestly, sometimes that time to chill is time to heat up, and Luna and Snowy were just in the oven getting hotter. Snowy on the left side still manages to get back. Should I remind everyone, there's still 6 stocks left on the red team versus the 3 of the blue team.
Boomy and Sandstorm maintaining that center stage position. They're zoning each member of the red team. Oh, Snowy with the signature that makes contact with his own teammate.
A bit tragic as, of course, he denies his team that 6 stock, but the damage is being done to the blue team. Red team is fired up. Boomy's already in the red. That side heavy, that haymaker almost does it, but it's team combo time.
Needed just a little bit more elevation on that for that D-Sig to actually make a connection from Snowy. Sandstorm, he's trying to push Luna off. It's 4 stocks, man. They're looking at 4 stocks here in game 1. What a way to start this one. You see Sandstorm kind of turning that around, sending Luna off stage to the right side.
Oh, Sandstorm playing the edge guard. Luna and Snowy might want to rethink their strategy of just going in because Luna is in the red. Sure, they've got 4 stocks left to go, but this is still Sandstorm. This is still someone a lot of people know, and a great interrupt from Snowy, but Sandstorm with a turnaround.
Boots,
he'll make it back. No,
Boots 1v2s are so fun to watch. Like you truly look like an action hero. Because you're just carrying your opponents all over. You go over here, you're going over there. You're choosing where you want to send your opponent. You're choosing where you want your person to actually be after you hit your opponent. It's really enjoyable to watch because it does look like the ultimate power fantasy.
Well, unfortunately, it wasn't powerful enough for Sandstorm, as of course game 1 goes quite handedly in favor of Luna and Snowy. I'm waiting for that stat screen because they jumped through the end screen stats, which is where I usually look. So what are some big numbers?
We have Snowy doing 509 damage. He is doing more damage, let me add up. Not quite more damage than Sandstorm and Boomy combined, but near enough as it makes no difference. He essentially did more damage than the entire blue team combined. You saw it barely on the graph. Actually, if you blinked, you might have missed it because the first 2 stocks from Boomy were so small. The first stock from Sandstorm was so small. It was gone lickety-split in a heartbeat.
Boomy did not get to play Brawlhalla. All of his weapons and unarmed were each in double digits.
Yep.
He got handled.
Boomy did 156 damage. He was essentially just watching a cutscene, waiting for the quick time moments. Almost a stock off the top of Luna.
Oh, he was going. He even went for the second recovery, but Sandstorm catches both of them with the boots, and now Boomy playing that stage control.
Okay.
Snowy's pretty damaged.
I thought we might have seen a recovery coming after that first neutral air that came out from Sandstorm because Snowy was so damaged, but no, he was just going for the neutral air juggles. Maybe was expecting Boomy to follow up right after that, or just wanted to put out a little bit more damage before he felt comfortable that the recovery could take out, but that one is going to do it right when he threw it out. Luna was the first one to fall this game. We're coming up on a minute into this one. Snowy does have to be a little bit careful because he's going to get bounced off the stage by Boomy's side air, and his first stock is done.
Looking like a complete reversal of game number 1. Now it's the blue team in the driver's seat getting the damage put out. Sandstorm in the red, so is Boomy, but nobody's going to fall just yet.
Snowy kind of pacing back and forth on the stage, choosing whether he wants to punish Sandstorm's landing back to the main stage or whether he wanted to move on to Boomy, who Luna just took care of.
Punish, yep, downlight into the neutral air. Snowy able to clean up the stock count. Damage still in favor of the blue team, but here's the team combo. Boomy avoids that falling Sair.
Getting back onto the main stage. Just barely eats a side air from Luna's blasters after that neutral signature that he threw out. The damage has been added up onto Snowy. Same story for Luna as well. You saw Boomy try to hit that landing side air. Oh, no recovery coming out just yet. Boomy, you know Boomy wants it.
Top of the map, Boomy tried to get the turnaround. Luna also went for one, but it's Snowy with the sig on his teammate.
You see Boomy kind of jittering back and forth, probably a little bit in celebration now that they have a nice lead under their belt. Even if they get this stock on Boomy, it's still 3 stocks to 2 in favor of the blue team. Boomy has a weapon, Sandstorm does as well. It's going to be Luna's Cross that doesn't have a weapon. There is one on the field. He's not moving towards it.
Yeah, he's taking his time, finally gets in, gets the end sig, reads the jump from Boomy.
That's so strong.
3 stocks to 2. There's still a chance for this red team to close this one out. Oh, Boomy.
Oh, that's huge.
He's getting thrown around right now. Sandstorm having to get in there. Snowy gonna back away, hits the ground pound. Luna keeping Sandstorm boxed out with the help of that recovery.
Snowy is on Boomy right now, disengaging just a little bit. There's some team damage coming out. A little bit of chaos happening between these 2 members of the red team. Their wires were getting crossed just a little bit, but it seems like they've dialed it back in. That neutral signature does not make contact. Boomy was too grounded.
Yeah, gets underneath it. Red team definitely going to try to target down Boomy here, and Boomy knows that he's playing a little bit back, but he goes in. Snowy gets in, downlight recovery, not quite enough. Throws it away, downlight recovery, not enough.
Snowy's going to grab that weapon, immediately throws it away in true Snowy fashion. He knows that a D-Light recovery will KO now, but no, he gets that raw recovery by itself down a little bit below the main platform. Snowy also in danger of being taken out. Same story for Luna. Sandstorm has to be going in and doing some work here while Boomy plays a little bit more defensively, relies on that range, including that blaster side air.
Yeah, this is likely going to go in favor of the blue team now. With how damaged Luna is, he can't afford too much more than another side air. Even if Boomy gets taken out here, Sandstorm's got so much health to play with, and yeah, that side air will close out game number 2, ties it up 1-1.
And you saw the way that Boomy and Sandstorm were playing that towards the end, because we saw previously today even a cross getting on stage, hitting a side signature on 2 members of the other team. So they were not stacked on top of one another. Even here, they're not stacked. Sandstorm jumps over Boomy because he knows that neutral light is going to pick up the opponent off the ground and keep them in the air at perfect height to get hit by the side air.
Just making sure not to stack up there. Snowy with 15 weapon throws compared to the 1 of Luna, but also 10 and 11 on the other side. So maybe Snowy's doing it right.
Yeah, Luna's the only one holding on to the blicky there. Meanwhile, the other team, they're just tossing it away, taking a page out of Snowy's book that we always see him doing.
Here we go into game number 3, currently tied 1 apiece. Boomy managed to extend that final stock just long enough that his team could close it out. Luna with the edge guard. Boomy goes down there as Luna backs away.
Everybody's kind of stacked up here. You even see a member of the red and a member of the blue stuck in that down air.
Yeah, that ended up putting out, I think, the bulk of the damage on top of Snowy. Yeah, he looks to be the most damaged person on the screen right now, as Luna's still adding a little bit more onto his teammate.
Snowy came out with a spot dodge to get through the weapon toss from Sandstorm. Threw out a down air as well to put a little bit more damage onto them. I wasn't even looking at that side of the screen, Duke.
He drifted into it. He thought he was below. The recovery was just enough, but Luna still manages to turn that into a trade onto Sandstorm, so the stock count stays even.
And we can see how close this game is getting into it. You can see that they're tied 1-1 in the set. This is why we thought this could essentially be a grand finals match. Even though I put Experience in Made in second and Snowy Luna in third, I could still easily see these 2 teams being the grand finals match as Boomy falls, put on a second stock. Meanwhile, they haven't been able to knock out Luna yet. That's going to do it.
Yep, great recovery pickup for Boomy. Instant edge guard opportunity. Sandstorm hits the ground pound. Snowy is gonna fall, and now it's 3 stocks left for the red team. Sandstorm's pretty damaged, but can they get the stock?
Snowy fell at the final stages of yellow, the beginning stages of orange. That was a massively early stock loss. Even if they get the stock on Sandstorm, the fact that Snowy fell there, he didn't have to fall there.
just got outplayed in the edge guard, of course. Trying to survive against 2 people coming down on you can be very challenging. Sandstorm eats the down sig. No, he doesn't. It was Boomy who ate it, actually.
Boomy's gonna grab those weapons.
Oh!
Right out from underneath Luna. Boomy and Sandstorm end up getting hit. Both of them sent high in the air. Snowy stock loss might be forgiven if they're able to get both members of the blue team out. Meanwhile, Luna's on final stock, Sandstorm on final stock. Boomy, the one living here, and he was the one who went down so early on in game 1 of the set 2 times before his teammate hardly lost a single stock.
Luna does pick up the recovery. Snowy still incredibly damaged, but the
huge.
team combo just misses the dare. Sandstorm gets away.
That was still a full color change for free, though.
Oh, Snowy! And Sandstorm with read after read follows the movement, gets the side air. Luna's left in the 1v2.
Oh! That was so sick. Okay. Is he just going to end it? Oh, it's going to be a weapon toss there, and that's going to be the game. Sandstorm and Boomy going up 2-1. That second down light that he threw out was so nice.
Yeah, but here you're seeing that play from Sandstorm. That was just all Sandstorm in the scramble. Yeah, the second down light, super clean. You can see,
cool.
I think that was a DI off that side air. He went kind of high.
Tried to go down. He didn't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
If he tried to go up, he was probably going to end up burning too much. Both members of the blue team were there, so he had to go down. Look at that damage from Luna. We don't really know him as a Blasters player, but here he's putting out 531 from the Blasters.
I think the most brutal part of looking at that graph is Snowy's second stock. That one was gone. That one did not even have time to get anywhere, and it was gone.
Let's look at this one right here. It wasn't the shortest stock that we've ever seen. I mean, even Luna's final stock was shorter, but like the fact that he lost it here, the fact that it doesn't go any higher whatsoever, that is really tough. And that's probably the main reason that they ended up losing that game.
Yeah, just it got cut short of where you would generally expect a stock to go. I mean, in terms of time, it was still like, I guess, like roughly 30 seconds or so. But even then, like you said, Luna's last stock, that one was just gone.
So looking at the damage, it's a little bit wild how little damage that the blue team actually had to put out. It's 497 from Boomy, great number, 295 from Sandstorm. But it's not like in this case that he just wasn't doing damage and Boomy was doing a million. It's that it didn't take that much because of that second stock of Snowy. They were able to take that out so early. No more damage was required to have a victorious finish for the blue team.
Here we go into game number 4. Snowy likely going to try to play the survival game as long as he can. But he immediately goes off stage towards Boomy.
He's going to chase that one hard. Luna ends up getting caught in the neutral light. Snowy was unable to punish it. He's just floating around. I feel like Snowy hasn't been able to do too much of this game. He's been around the area to do something, but his threat potential just has not been there.
Sandstorm right in the middle. A nice side stick from Luna catches both blue team members, but neither of them too damaged, so not going to be fatal. Nice follow-up from Luna and into the recovery. Great target swapping.
Luna almost grabbed the side air onto Boomy that would have bounced him off the wall. Likely would have led to the stock there. Luna's going to take Sandstorm off the top.
And Boomy tries to make that trade out as Luna went deep with that down air onto Boomy. Boomy's still holding on to this stock, though, as he picks up the recovery onto Luna.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. Boomy has plenty of time to grab it. Oh, he ended up grabbing his same gauntlets back, so Luna was able to pick up the weapon in time, but he got caught by the neutral air. Boomy sent flying. Is he going to be able to get back? It's gauntlets v gauntlets. He's not able to make it. The threat from Snowy has stepped up. It is DEFCON 1 here when Snowy is around you until that D-Light ground pound from Boomy comes out.
And Luna now has to avoid this 1v2 as Snowy respawns. He comes back in. No weapon spawns available for Snowy as Luna nairs him twice.
Boomy just doing his best to zone out with the blasters. Meanwhile, Sandstorm coming in your face with the battle boots.
That's that vertical force again coming out. You saw Luna hit the neutral light, and Snowy was in position. He threw out a neutral light, but Sandstorm flew over it.
Boomy landing back on the main platform. A little bit of overlap there. They have sort of the control of at least the center stage area. Snowy doesn't quite get Boomy off the top.
Snowy back to the weapon tosses, looking for an unarmed recovery. Luna knows a blaster's recovery could do it if he can find the positioning for it. Snowy just a GC sidelight, some damage.
A lot of hopping around here. Luna's just been jumping around for probably 10 to 15 seconds.
But it's
Nice.
the Sair from Snowy, the weapon toss.
It's a nice lead for this red team. Boomy very much damaged, very close to being taken out, and there it is. Luna is in the orange. Oh, Snowy has a chance. He goes for the vertical option instead of the side air. Again, that's one of those moments where you just have to guess. You're going for the read, not the reaction.
Yeah, you got to just pick correctly. I'm surprised because Luna was there to try to cover the other option that they didn't try to split that a little bit better. Nice nair there. Actually gets him away from Sandstorm's string.
Dude, Luna has really good blasters.
Ooh. Down sig,
Oh,
Boomy's
they were
right
stacked
on him.
They were too stacked. We love double-sided signatures because it hits left, it hits right, but it does not hit directly on top of you.
3 people on final stocks. It's Snowy, the only one still sitting on the second one. The recovery takes out Boomy. Sandstorm, can he deny the game 5? No, he cannot. We're going to game 5.
And again, we're seeing why we thought these teams were going to be in the grand finals. They are so close to one another. That's why it's going all the way to a game 5. That's why we saw the wild swings happening where Snowy and Luna opened up game 1 like they are undefeatable, but then all of a sudden things change. The deeper we get into the set, the tug of war back and forth between these two teams.
But if the pendulum swings backwards, then it might end in favor of Snowy and Boomy, giving them the double tap onto Snowy and Luna. We're going to game 5, and this is, in some ways, probably the most important game for both of these teams. Like, I think by a lot of people's expectations, these two teams were like the most fearsome to run into. Look at Snowy's second stock.
Yep, he spent over half the game on that stock. His survivability this game, even it goes so high, even higher than his first stock. He took so much damage on that second stock. He's splitting the damage there a little bit, of course, favoring more on the cannon itself, but even his unarmed damage put out 122. His gauntlet and unarmed damage were pretty close to one another.
That cannon damage actually went up. In some of his previous games, it was like 300 gauntlet, 30 cannon. So he actually kind of stepped up his cannon game for game number 4. We'll see if that ends up being critical here in game 5 as Sandstorm starting off the juggle onto Snowy.
Snowy, normally he'd be at a weapon disadvantage here, but of course, he spends a lot of his time unarmed as a player in 2s and 1s. That's why his damage was so high last game. He throws his weapon away, so if you're going to end up disarmed, you might as well have a strong unarmed game, which he does. Neutral signature, sending Boomy over towards the edge. He just barely gets away from the cannon toss.
Some great combos coming out from this red team, though. You saw those follow-ups. There's the pass from Sandstorm, but Luna's going just a little too fast.
See 2 back-to-back weapon tosses, and then the gauntlet pickup from Snowy coming out. Oh, he's looking for it. The delay after the first side light. No immediately gravity cancel into a side light right or left. Just waits for the dodge to come out, for a jump to come out, for whatever might happen, and he can react to that with the gauntlet recovery.
Yeah, just followed the movement of Boomy. Boomy still manages to find that recovery. Another recovery almost does it.
Snowy without a weapon here. He's hoping the next spawn is going to come near the soft platform, which it does. Over to the gauntlets. Yeah, he just, it's classic Snowy right there. He got the gauntlets, immediately threw them away.
Once the cannon, the ground pound gets beaten out. The nair off the handoff, but it's just another trade. Keeping this one close.
Boomy and Snowy, former teammates, had a quick 1v1 there by themselves because Luna and Sandstorm got knocked out at virtually the same time. The Hand of God here coming out, actually hitting his own teammate from Luna.
It's still a grapple sig, so if one of the blue team members decides to jump into it, could be all right for the red team, but right now, damage all over the place. Downlight into the recovery. Boomy's high. Sandstorm gets interrupted by Luna.
Oh, that's going to take Boomy and put him on his final stock. This is now a big lead for the red team. They aren't able to find too much damage on a Sandstorm in the meantime, but the fact that they got Boomy down that early while Snowy's still in the orange, Luna still has some room to go before he's in KO damage.
Yeah, that was the first momentum swing of this game. It had been so even, but suddenly the burst out comes out from the blue team and Snowy's in trouble. Snowy is gone.
They could take out Luna here. He's playing towards that right side. I think if they make any push towards him, he's going to move over to the wall. Now he feels a little bit more confident given that Snowy has spawned back into the game. He has the gauntlets in his hand.
Sandstorm Not too damaged, but a downlight recovery is still enough. Left side, Boomy, can he survive the edge guard? A ground pound attempt, but
Wow.
Snowy,
What
weapon
a follow-up.
toss. Sandstorm's there, Snowy can't cover, and Luna's gonna fall.
That was a good trade to get that stock. Boomy is in the red, but there wasn't a lot of damage that actually happened in that offstage engagement.
He's got a weapon. Everybody on their final stocks here. The loser of this goes home with the 4th place finish.
They're going to be looking for the KO on to Boomy first. No, he's playing back, so they turn their sights over to Sandstorm. Boomy has the blasters out. Sandstorm has the boots. Looking to stomp the yard here. Both members of the red team.
Oh, the neutral eye misses.
Red team split just a little bit. Okay.
One nair.
The dash jump nairs, the classic KO option. Boomy, I don't think can take a single nair unless it's gauntlets.
Luna comes in with the side light onto Sandstorm. They're making sure not to over-aggress onto Boomy. The recovery almost does it. That one will take out Boomy. Sandstorm in the 1v2. Luna just in the yellow.
He doesn't have the battle boots this time. It's going to be gauntlets, probably for a little while, because Snowy is going to be throwing those weapons the second that they spawn. Not going to give Sandstorm a single chance to get over to the battle boots. He goes for it. Luna immediately picked him up.
He got the boots that he wanted, but at what cost? He is one hit from getting knocked out. The neutral light's not going to do it. Snowy covering the corner. Weapon toss. Weapon toss. And Snowy and Luna get their revenge. They're going into the top 3.
So that's got to feel good for a number of reasons. One, of course, you're taking down a much higher seed in the tournament. Specifically for Snowy, you're taking down your former
They're not
teammate.
a higher seed. Sandstorm and Boomy are a bottom seed. They're at seed 8.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my bad. I mixed that up. So Snowy and Luna coming out and taking out a former teammate of Boomy there. That's fantastic, where it's got to feel good there. Of course, you're moving on in the tournament as well. There were great moments. There were some rough moments there. You see the damage coming out from Luna, 640 damage.
I mean, like you said, Luna's blasters have just been leveling up. He has been on point, putting out some amazing damage with his blasters. On the other side, Snowy, you started to see him lean a little bit more into that cannon, but there you're seeing Luna. These are his past placements, but now it's all about today's placements, and he has, of course, gotten a bronze medal.
Let's look at this graph here. Nothing major one way or the other. I feel like it's just kind of a standard game that happened. Nobody was taken out super early. Nobody was taken out super quickly or kind of different than their teammate whatsoever. It's like, yeah, Snowy was getting taken out before Luna, but that was pretty consistent. It's not like he was being taken out early in the beginning of the game.
If you want to call out a thing, it's that this stock was really short from Boomy. That first stock is, I would say, like shorter than like basically any other stock by comparison. And I think just like that tiny margin of difference was enough that the red team could kind of keep pushing that.
So that is Snowy and Luna taking out former world champions Boomy and Sandstorm, former multi-time world champions there. Wow, big work coming out from them.
Yeah, and again, I think the satisfaction, you kind of talked about like the satisfaction of kind of getting that W over your literal previous teammate, right? Like they literally just won the world championship together and we're like, peace. And Boomy's like, I'm gonna go back with Sandstorm. And Snowy was kind of left to his own devices. He picks up Luna, which is a great pick, of course, because as you can see right behind me, they
ended up winning.
So probably a pretty good decision. But also there's that satisfaction of like, they got the revenge. Again, they had to fight to get into the top 8, and now they're fighting again just inside of top 4, and they get that W, that revenge. It's gotta feel good.
So that's going to be them moving on. They're going to fight Walshy and Cutie in the elimination finals. That's going to be one heck of a set. That's going to determine who finishes in 3rd place and who gets to go back up into the grand finals. But before that, we're going to get some analysis coming out from Remy.
Now, right there, we had an excellent best-of-5 set. That is honestly a game 10 situation because those teams met earlier in the winners bracket for that best-of-5 earlier, and that also went to game 5. Now, that gives you a lot of time to learn about what your opponent's weaknesses are, and we took a deep dive into each of these teams individually in another analysis. Luna, Snowy, they like to go for those team combos, like to play off each other. Boomy, Sandstorm, they split the map. They make sure that they're both winning those 1v1s. In this situation, it seems like they couldn't have done it. We're going to start off with this play right here. onto the edge. This was a little edge guard situation that Snowy set up with that N-Sig. Immediately going down for the ground pound, and the weapon throw interrupts Boomy. Sandstorm, thinking he can help, wastes his dodge, and Luna is there immediately, punish Snowy with the follow-up downer. Those two play so well when you have them right next to each other, so you have to separate them. Boomy and Sandstorm started doing that. That's why we saw them win those 2 games in a row. They decided, all right, separate them, divide, conquer, do what we can individually in those 1v1 situations, because once again, you're going to see here, when you even give them the slight chance to be next to each other, they do stuff like this, stuff you could never imagine. The sidelight from Snowy goes into Luna's ground pound almost immediately. Snowy goes and jumps side airs on the ground, on cannon. No one is doing anything like that into the N-Sig. It's just that area of control that they have, that bubble. If you put them together in it, they're going to take over. So they split them up. What happens when you split them up? Turns out they're pretty good individually as well. Turns out they were able to level up on their 1v1 play, their official awareness, because let's look at where Luna is. Why are you up here and why are you doing this? How do you know Sandstorm's going to come down like that? He gets that read, gets that nice KO on Sandstorm, and is there to help with the power play on Boomy immediately after. It's really good stuff when you can see some creativity like that. Back to the map they go, and Luna really did step up in that 1v1 scenario, that team split like I was saying, because let's look at this here. The save on Snowy is so important here. It keeps that stock alive, especially on Onyx. If you're not getting that KO off fast enough, it's gonna cost you almost a lot, and he continues on the pressure on Sandstorm off stage. Snowy, Boomy on stage, the map is split, but Luna is there to keep it together. He side airs Boomy, keeps the pressure off Snowy, keeps the game going smooth and steady. It's plays like that from Luna that kept this game definitive and kept the red team in the lead. So you can see once again Snowy getting his advantage state over Boomy. Luna staying with Sandstorm, getting his own advantage, but as soon as it comes to it, he's back on Boomy. The GC downlight into the recovery. The plays never stopped from Luna. He exceeded just an insane amount of pressure the entire time. Snowy exceeding his own pressure. The individual play from both of them was very, very apparent in this set, and I like this. Like I said, their team combos are scary. You put them together, you can't beat them. You split them apart, you can't beat them. So what really can you do? These teams are amazing, and that's why they're in the top 3. I'm going to send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Remy, for that analysis. We're going to be moving on now into our elimination finals. We only have 3 teams left. Faison and Cody Travis are waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this next set. It's going to be Walshy and Cutie versus Snowy and Luna.
Walshy and Cutie versus Snowy and Luna. I don't know how much history is between the two of these teams. Again, probably like none, because Snowy and Luna are a new team.
There is some community tournament experience between these two. If we're looking at the Frosted Brawls #2, Hog versus Dragon Rend, that was in December 17th.
Sick name. Shoutouts to y'all community
and
people.
Snowy and Luna ended up winning that tournament, while she and Cutie ended up getting second. And then Brawlhalla Skirmish #4, just a day later, December 18th, it was also a victory for Snowy and Luna, who came out in first place. Meanwhile, that was never mind. Washington Cutie didn't enter that one. So what's the other two? What's the other one?
Well, we can look at their overall stats in the head-to-head at the very least and see that Walshy and Cutie have slightly less gold medals than Snowy and Luna, but you know what? It's all about your performance today. Snowy and Luna have definitely hit the higher highs. Of course, Snowy's a world champion in 2v2s, so definitely had hit some higher highs, but with the way they're playing today, you cannot count out Walshy and Cutie.
Now we are going to see Walshy and Cutie, of course, start with the classic comp that they were doing previously. They're going to move away from the cross that we saw towards the end of the last set and go immediately into the Akuma and the Dhalsim, the full Street Fighter team. We almost have a full Street Fighter game here, as Luna is, of course, coming in with the Luke.
Snowy really messing that up for everyone.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's probably on y'all.
Give us
because you could have put
Blanca Onyx.
That'd
be sick.
That's
actually.
on y'all.
Yeah.
You could have put one on Onyx.
Maybe. Well, you know, I still blame Snowy. Could have just played something else.
No, this is the best comp.
do it for the, you know, like you gotta just
you gotta play to win
at least. Okay.
Play to win, baby.
That's definitely a valuable ability to have. As Luna and Snowy, of course, coming in this hot off their win over Sandstorm and Boomy, but they cannot relax yet.
They're going to be starting this one off on Apocalypse, so we do have, of course, that soft platform that does lend a little bit of aid to the player who is in the 1v2, gives them a little bit of a wall between them and their opponents. They don't have to be landing on the main platform, but of course, it can also extend your opponents up onto that where they can pick up KOs earlier than they might normally. Ooh. Luna tried to show one right there for you. He's been getting early stocks off the top all tournament.
Yeah, both Luna and Cutie have been getting those vertical KOs, but it's Snowy with the horizontal KO, and there's a neutral sig for the vertical as well. Snowy getting the double.
And that is a 40-second 2 stocks for the red team. Walshy and Cutie knocked out very quickly. Meanwhile, Luna and Snowy, they're kind of starting off this game not quite as big as they did the previous set against Boomy and Sandstorm, but I'm still getting flashbacks to what we saw earlier.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the way that they were playing, like, gotta conserve some energy, all right? This is the long road they've got. They just played a Game 5 best-of-5, and now they've got another best-of-5, and if they win this, they go to 2 more best-of-5s potentially. So there's a lot of games left to be played.
Nice little complete split there, Cutie. Gonna drop that one. That is gonna be totally worth it for the red team. Hand over fist, they're going to take that one. It's now 4 stocks to 2 as everybody spawns in. Snowy and Luna were so damaged. They are surely happy to throw away those stocks in order to get 2.
Yeah, throwing away 2 dirty stocks for 2 clean stocks is definitely nice, especially when you have such a stock lead. It is 4 stocks to 2, like you said, and Walshy tries to turn it into 3, but instead it's 1, and it's all left to Cutie in the 1v2. Dare, recovery.
Way
he still is.
Rayman is
the
the thickest legend in this entire game. There ain't no way he's not going to lose that stock. The previous recovery that Luna threw out, knocked out in yellow, but then Cutie is going to survive that one there. Okay, I got to give credit to Snowy and Luna because I tweeted that if we get out of here in time to go to the restaurant that closes at 10, I think I'm gonna slide them a tenner was what I said.
Okay.
They want us to go to that restaurant, and you know I appreciate that.
They care about our well-being and our hunger levels.
They're ready to grab this quick 3-0 and move on up to the grand finals. That was the yellow KO. That was wild.
But here we go, game number 2, back onto Apocalypse. No character swaps yet from Walshy and Cutie. We did, again, see the swap over to the cross in game number 5 against Cody and Phazon, I believe?
Probably something like that. Unfortunately, StarGG does not have character reporting.
Thatch.
Billy Gates, get on that, baby. Microsoft, get on that, baby. What you doing?
For doubles. All right,
now,
well, damage is actually in favor. Well, I was going to say it was in favor of the blue team as Luna was taking a lot, but Cutie is already in the red.
They're able to get this stock from Cutie. You see that side there from Snowy sending Cutie all the way to the left side of the stage. Now the neutral signature taking off the right. Again, a blue team member is the first one to fall here, giving the small 2v1 option. That was nice. Snowy moving over, but Luna is going to fall. Now they have the 2v1 situation as Luna is spawning back in. Just a little bit of damage onto Snowy's, not second, but first stock.
Yo, but Walshy also still on his first stock. He's still got some health to play with, but not for long as there's that recovery from Luna off the sidelight. Second sidelight, but Cutie still got a dodge.
Able to grab that weapon pretty quickly. Of course, Snowy, you see him throwing that weapon, trying to open up that defense of Cutie. Was able to pick it back up, so he's not going to be disarmed. A little bit of team damage. Luna almost autopiloted into that, but you saw him immediately back away from it. Good timing. Snowy is going to be able to get back on the left side, but Luna almost taken off on the right, put on final stocks, and that is where it starts to get a little bit scary.
Yeah, things starting to get a little bit hectic here as a lot of bodies are getting sent flying with every single hit. Luna, Snowy, and Cutie all deep red. Cutie eats the down air, and Luna's in position to guarantee that KO.
And that's what he really was setting up for. He was setting up for that a long time ago. Snowy, I can't remember what move he did, whether it was like a cannon side air or what, but Luna was immediately positioning to get the follow-up. It didn't actually happen, but he stayed down there so he could get future follow-ups. Gonna end up taking his teammate out and then got taken out himself. It is 3 stocks to 3, but the damage is heavily in favor of the red team.
Yeah, Walshy deep red is on borrowed time, but Snowy in the sweat beads still manages to get back to the wall. Cutie putting out the threats, though. Snowy had to get away from that situation. Neutral sig takes out Walshy. Cutie avoids the edge guard, will make it back. Oh, immediately caught.
Has been finding that like crazy this game.
Bro!
We might be going to the restaurant. We might be going to the restaurant.
What was that combo? The improvisation, the unarmed plays, the nair to throw it back to Luna for the nair down into ground pound, ground pound. That was beautiful coming out from him. And Cutie and Walshy make the swaps. It's going to be a Kaya and Luke for game number 3.
This looks like a completely different team. And it's not like remember where we are in the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Remember where we are. We are in the elimination finals. Boys, girls, and NBs, we are this deep in the bracket against the 3rd seed here. That is Walshy and Cutie, and Snowy and Luna are making this look like a Poils match. A Poils match?
Poils.
That's not even a word. That's how thrown off I am. It's a pools match.
They're running through it. You don't have time to think of the words you want to say because they're going so fast. Cutie already getting into the red, despite the swap to the Kaya, already getting launched by the down air from Snowy. Sidelight backs away. The recovery comes out from Luna. Sidelight waits, hits the recovery on the Cutie.
Every time Luna is finding early stocks, even picks up the official double. The first stock was 30 seconds. The next stock was like 4 seconds later.
This is what bullying looks like in 2v2s, because it's starting to feel bad. Like, I feel bad for Walshy and Cutie.
This is just like, this is Luna.
Snowy lives?
Okay, that's going to be Walshy on final stock.
Just nair.
This is so brutal, dude. He lives. He's like using Cutie to ride along under the stage, using Cutie like a surfboard.
No, dude, it's like they went to a playground and he was on the monkey bars, just like grabbing one and then going to the other, but it was just nair after nair after nair.
I swear, this is probably like Pugsy tweeted, if you're listening, please don't let Walshy win a major. This might be Luna being like, hey, you were my former teammate. I got you on this one.
Why did Snowy Luna had the NSIG on both and Snowy downlights his teammate?
Look, man, it's morale is high. They're probably having some fun here. Snowy can get a little wild sometimes. We know this. Do it again.
Okay.
He's just, Luna's amazing.
I mean, Snowy and Luna are both, they're playing out of their minds. They're riding the high of their last win, and here comes the team combo. Doesn't hit the downlight, drops the combo. Go again? Okay.
He's going to do it. He's just going to do it again. He's just going to do it again. He's just going to do it every time. He picked up all 6 KOs. He put out 595 damage. Luna was going berserk that game.
I see Remy getting up. Was that game 3?
Yeah.
That was so fast.
That was the quickness, baby. They had the thickness and they had the quickness. Moving on with a 3-0. That was a 30 no handshake on that one, because if I'm Walshy and Cutie, I'm angry after what they just made me look like. They made me look like I'm not 3rd seed in this tournament.
Yeah, I would be like, nope, I'm done. I'm leaving. Luna, of course, you're going to take that KO if you can. Your teammate's sitting there with 2 stocks. So much 925 put out, 675 taken. On the other side, 578 damage put out collectively from Walshy and Cutie. We've seen Cutie put out bigger numbers by himself.
There it is. You can see those first 2 stocks from Walshy were gone before either player on the red team lost theirs. And then, of course, that final stock from Cutie was deleted almost immediately.
That was destruction by many definitions. I'm definitely still reeling from that, so I'm gonna need a breather while Remy gives us the analysis.
It feels like I was just here. I don't even remember getting up because I felt like I got up. They played 1 game maybe, and then I came back. That was actually 3 games. Luna and Snowy make my job very easy. It feels like every time they're on screen, I have to come back here and teach you guys something new that they were doing. And this time is no different. Luna, he's a monster. He's absolutely insane. Snowy, he's always going to be consistent. There's a reason there's a world championship title under his character right now, and let's just get into it. Luna is not a guy you want to mess with up on stage, off stage, in the air, because this is the second time in the row of sets that we're seeing him get an early KO off the top just by existing. Let's look at that one more time and play it back for you guys. He picks up his blasters and they think they've got him. They think, okay, Luna, you think you're hot stuff. I've got something for you. He goes too deep. You don't even have your second recovery, so maybe it's not wise to even go for that little GC sidelight because you can't follow it up with the KO potential. You miss. Luna instantly takes advantage of it. He says, all right, the KO potential is in my hands now. I have my blasters. Let me just line myself up, scoop you up, take my recovery, take my free KO, and move on through the set. And it felt like that the entire time. Snowy, this was really an interesting situation. So Snowy hits this cannon there, sets up with his weapon throw, and that's fine. Luna creates an entire area on this offstage of a wall. It's like at no point could anyone enter this sphere without getting hit, and it continues on that way. Walshy comes through, he gets hit with an air. Cutie comes back to the stage, he gets dared. Walshy comes back again, he's getting nared. Snowy's there to support. More nairs are coming through. It's just infinite damage adding up, and Luna just never leaves the wall. Some would say he's a sharker. I would say he's a pro player. You can call him whatever he wants, but the fact is he's doing a lot of damage in that area the entire time. And the momentum just kept going. There was never a point where you thought these guys were going to stop. The NC comes out. They're immediately going for the style points. The nair, the ground pound, links up with the next ground pound. It's GG on the screen. It's GG in the game. Even in this last game, you just feel like, okay, you swap your legends, but they didn't. You need to get them off these characters because there's the sidelight recovery to KO. There's the edge guard going down. Luna is unstoppable. Double knockouts on both games. You would think these are the same clips, but nope. I just switched the game. He got 2 double knockouts. He's a monster. He's in top 2 right now. Casper's going to show you what the top 2 match is.
They are heating up. They have now one more opponent to get through to get that gold medal. Sitting on the top side, Cody, Travis, and Faison. They've been ruminating. They just got off a 3-2 over Walshy and Cutie, but Luna and Snowy 3-0'd Walshy and Cutie.
They're going to be coming into this one with a lot of heat behind them. You say they're heating up. I'm saying they're already hot, 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 baby. I'm feeling it in the studio here, and it's not just these bright lights we're under. But before we get to that, before we get to the moment that everybody is waiting for, we have to take a short break. I'm not even going to give the 3-minute outro here. We're just going to get right on in this break because I'm excited for what Grand Finals has to give us. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
forged in the fires of tournament competition. Which world champion will be the victor? We've got Snowy and Luna, of course, the current 2v2 world champion in Snowy on the other side. We've got Cody Travis and FaZe on the old heads. Cody Travis, of course, a 1v1 BCX champion. He's sitting there locked in on the Barraza. You can see Snowy sitting there ready to go. Let's see who's gonna take it. Take it away.
Looking good for FaZe. It is looking like yet another game one where FaZe is taken out so early. If he is not able to immediate answer, Cody's neutral light has Cutie on the edge in KO damage. Sticking with the blasters for that. So all he did was the D-Light to interrupt that. Cutie on a final stock. While she early there, FaZe putting a lot of space between him and Cutie. Cutie dodge. That is hitting that like crazy this game.
Bro!
We might be going.
Side light backs away. The recovery comes out from Luna. Side light waits.
Dude,
hits the recovery on the Cutie.
Every time morale is high, they're probably having some fun here. Snow can get a little wild. Do it again. Morale is high. They're probably having some fun here. Snow can get a little wild. You know this. Do it again.
Drops the combo. Go again.
Okay, he's gonna do it. He's just gonna do it again. It's FaZe and Cody Travis versus Snowy and Luna here in the grand finals of the Winter Championship, the first doubles tournament to kick off this season of Brawlhalla competitive esports.
This will set the tone for 2023. We've got online tournaments, seasonals. We've got in-person tournaments coming later this year, like San Diego. These North American teams want to be the teams with a target on their back, with the gold medal around their neck, and with the crown on their heads.
Snowy wants to be one of the rare players that wins the World Championship and continues that momentum into the beginning of the very next season. Very few players have done that. Snowy wants to add his name to that list.
There's like a handful of players ever to win a BCX and go into the Winter Championship and win. It takes a special caliber of player to not sit back and ride the high of being the world champion, and Snowy is trying to prove that he is one of those people.
Now, one thing that is going to be beneficial for Snowy here is that he played with Boomy in the World Championship. Who did Boomy play in the World Championship? He played the Cross. So overall, the team comp is just a carryover. It's a different player who plays the character differently than Boomy did, but ultimately, it's just kind of like a different t-shirt that you're putting on. It's going to fit pretty similarly. It's going to look a little bit different, but overall, it's still that t-shirt. You still got the pants and shoes that are going to go with it that you were wearing last year, but you also washed them.
Yeah. You got to make sure you wash them between last year and this year, hopefully. But we're going to get into this. On the other side, FaZe and Cody Travis, again, household names in North American 2v2s. One of the longest standing 2v2 teams in North America. This is the first time they've been in the grand finals in a hot minute, but they're here.
Now we have FaZe, of course, coming in. He's been starting his sets on the Wushang. We've seen him switch quickly over to the Zuko pick if the Wushang is not working out. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Snowy and Luna, of course, on the Cross, on the Onyx. I don't think we're going to be seeing a swap whatsoever from them unless it is truly dire straits, and it seems like there is no shot for this comp to work.
Well, with the momentum they had coming out of the elimination finals, I don't expect it, but right now, Cody, making Snowy think about his options on the offstage, manages to get back safely, and a great follow-up onto the down air from Luna.
They're adding some good damage up on a Cody. You're already seeing that side sig coming out from FaZe. That was something that helped win games in the previous set on those gauntlets, but now he's over onto the spear. He actually ends up hitting his own teammate, maybe trying to interrupt that momentum in case Snowy was there for the follow-up, and then takes the stock off of Luna. That's first stock in this grand finals going the way of FaZe and Cody Travis.
No, but over into the middle of the map, Luna hits the neutralite to set up for Snowy. He hits the down sig to take down Cody Travis. Snowy holding on to the stocks.
Inlight into that neutral signature has got to be like the freest KO setup of all time for Snowy and Luna. There's so much time for him to be able to pick that up. Look at that, again, using the neutral light so well to set up for Snowy to follow up without having to worry about too much timing. He has plenty of time to think about what move he wants to use and when it's time to activate it.
I mean, that's one of the big reasons why blasters are good in the 2v2 space. It has so many setup tools. You've got the dare, you've got the neutralite, both fantastic for follow-ups from your teammate.
Luna, though, is taking a lot of damage here on this second stock. Phazon is around that zone as well, especially if we see some signatures coming out from Luna's cross. That could be the stock, but no, it's actually going to be Phazon coming in with the side signature on the spear. Yet again, using that signature kit. That's why people play Wu Shang of all characters. There are other Gauntlet players that people like to play. There are other spear characters that people like to play. But when you play this legend, you have such a strong kit.
Oh! Double downlight. I think Cody actually ended up DIing out of that, so he ended up getting safe because Luna hit him with the downlight dare, and then Snowy had the follow-up downlight. Still, Cody taking a lot of damage. Luna was the first one to fall to the final stock, but Phazon's right there next to him.
Now, despite the confident openings we saw from Luna and Snowy in previous sets, they aren't really having that here. They're going about even with this blue team of Snowy and Luna. No major openings, no 25-second stocks, no massive momentum swings. But here towards the end, towards the second half, that gap is starting to widen. Phazon now on final stock, sent down below. Ooh. Snowy, big boot to the head, even though he doesn't have the boots on his feet.
And a fantastic edge guard from Luna as well to make sure all of that stays inside of the clip for us to put on social medias, because Luna and Snowy are going to take game number one. I should remind everyone again that Luna and Snowy coming from the bottom side means that they are going to have to win a best of 5 and then a second best of 5 if they want to be crowned the champions.
I swear, the way that Luna and Snowy were playing towards the second half of the game, it seemed like they were flow state. Like, you saw the way that clip slowed down. Of course, that's manipulated media right there from production. So everyone at home, and myself included, can see how Snowy and Luna see things in real time. That's when they get into that flow state. Time slows down. The reaction speed seems to be doubled for these two players as they open this one up with a victory.
Their brains are just processing information at such an infinitely fast speed, and Phazon making the immediate swap off the Wu Shang, something that we kind of expected. If the Wu Shang doesn't work, he goes over to the Zuko.
Now, of course, he also is going to have a strong signature kit here as well that he regularly uses. I'm looking at like the side sig specifically on the sword. That's also the neutral signature on the sword. He was loving going for those D-Light into the N-Sigs. Doesn't go for it there, just the D-Light side air, but he actually gets interrupted by Snowy.
Yeah, he definitely hit a lot of those D-Light N6. He was doing a great job following up off of Cody Travis when Cody had the blasters as well. So he'd come in, get that downlight, catching them on that bounce. Right now, though, Luna trying to get some juggles onto Cody Travis. Phazon slightly more damage, but he gets bounced above the down sig from Luna.
Snowy choosing whether he wants to put out moves against Cody or Phazon. A little bit of an interruption there. Snowy with the gauntlets in his hand. You see the signatures coming out from Cody as well. He wants to reach up, grabs into the edge guard, but no, it's going to be Snowy taking off the top. First stock goes to Phazon and Cody Travis here in Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
And Luna's pretty damaged. It's really Cody who's holding the health down. He is feeling good right now, not even close to KO percent. Phazon might go down here soon, but again, Luna could get traded out for it.
Ooh, Phazon ends up throwing out that recovery, gets the stock off the top. I was a little bit worried that he was going to get caught, but once I heard that sword recovery noise coming out, I knew that was his.
Yeah, and over on the right side, Snowy had that follow-up side air, just was not enough. Again, Cody, a little too healthy for Luna and Snowy right now. Sideline, nothing.
Phazon's going to be spawning in. Luna hits the side air to take Cody's second stock. Blue team just a little bit behind. They have the man advantage. Phazon immediately disengages, goes to the other side of the stage onto the soft platform as Cody spawns in. They have Luna in the orange. Phazon coming in with his sword. Meanwhile, Cody has his axe. You don't see that too often. He didn't get immediately punished for it, but his recovery back to the stage was punished by a ground pound from Snowy.
Yeah, you saw Luna had the idea there, went for a jump down air, just didn't quite hit, but Snowy had that extra coverage. Downlight down air. Phazon getting caught up there by Snowy a little bit. Side sig connects for Luna.
A little bit of wires crossed there between Snowy and Luna. They both attempted the edge guard. It was actually Luna's down air that ended up picking Snowy up and Cody.
Yeah, but Phazon was right above both of them, ended up hitting a down air on top and ended up making sure that was a trade. Edge guard opportunity. Cody gets back safely, so does Snowy.
Now, Luna was set up in a pretty good spot for a follow-up, but he was at a weapon disadvantage there. So really all he had as a major finishing move there was going for the GC D-Light into the ground pound. Doesn't have a lot of range on that D-Light, and you saw that's one of the reasons he missed it.
I just wasn't quite able to connect with that finisher. Phazon in the red. Snowy is unarmed. It's going to take him a little while to finish off the stock of Phazon.
Now, even though we're not used to seeing Luna on this cross, he does have a lot of time on it. He has a level 71 cross, going to be his second highest leveled legend in the entire game. That's why his blasters are looking so darn good today.
He puts in the time on the character, but right now he's got to put his time in the training room because he has to watch Snowy go into the 1v2, but Cody's going to fall. Phazon in the 1v1. Can he do it against Snowy? He's got so much health.
Now, last week, Snowy did not have a good placement whatsoever based on what we would expect from him. So this might be his moment to sort of redeem himself there, clutch out this 1v1, and give them a 2-0 lead on Phazon and Cody Travis, meaning one more victory is all that it would take to get the bracket reset.
But he was stuck on this wall. He's still stuck on this wall. The neutral lights from Phazon keeping him on the corner. Gets punished. Side light, side air. There was the dodge, but Snowy wasn't ready for it.
Ooh, Phazon was covering the platform landing with his neutral air. Snowy, it took him a little bit while before he actually threw his weapon out. Phazon's going to snake that one away. Back-to-back neutral lights.
3 neutral lights in a row. Damage is even.
And weapon advantage here. He's going to easily throw that on the corner. It's going to be very tough to punish. And picks up the next weapon. Of course, it's Snowy, baby. You know he's going to throw that one away. Phazon now at the weapon advantage. Snowy's able to grab that. The recovery. One more might do it. Definitely if he sets it up with a D-Light.
This will give the momentum for the set.
Ooh!
And Snowy's going to get it with the ground pound. Phazon had the dodge, but it was just a little late. And Snowy gets the hit.
We gotta slow that one down. I gotta look at that dodge exactly when it ended. You're gonna see him retreat over to the wall after the weapon toss. The dodge is coming out in just a few moments. There it is. It was a diagonal down dodge that meant him and Snowy were moving in the same direction. So when the iframes were gone, they were still essentially where they started. So the hitbox came out, and that was all she wrote.
Snowy and Luna take game number 1, but this is just the first step on a long road ahead of them. Snowy managed to win out in that 1v1. Phazon had the health advantage at the start of it, but Snowy was he was stacking up a little bit better.
Now we can see right as we're getting into this one, based on the graphs, Cody went down early, but so did Luna. It was really that close at the end. Cody and Luna were on the same pace, and then also Snowy and Phazon were really on the same pace as well. Snowy went into that 1v1 at the damage deficit, but was able to bring it back with some incredibly smart play.
Here we go, into game number 2. 2 gauntlets on the side of the blue team. Getting some juggles put out, getting a little bit of damage put out onto Cody Travis. Ooh, double recovery, triple recovery.
He's
Luna
doing it again.
Gets the first stock in less than 30 seconds, and the SIG, weapon toss, not enough.
Almost got that one, but Phazon, I mean, he's in the yellow. You're really not going to find a KO that early on yellow. I mean, unless you're Luna and you're taking off the top, and it happens like virtually every game because he's just that filthy when you get him high in the air.
He's that guy.
Next side air. Oh, the D-Sig. He was expecting Snowy to maybe dash in or make a dash into the dodge right on top of him for the stacked option, but no. Snowy actually moved just away a little bit.
Yo, that was a nice hit from Luna onto that down sig on Phazon, and then Cody had the dare, which Snowy interrupted with the weapon toss. They do manage to take out Luna, but Phazon's gonna fall on the right side.
And Snowy lived.
He lives. He's still holding on to that first stock.
Snowy is the boy who lived here and finds the ground pound as well. They got the dodge from Snowy on the right side. That's what caused Cody Travis's side air to hit. But I can't believe Snowy was able to stay on this first stock. We're about a minute and a half into this. Nice neutral signature from Phazon.
But Cody Travis lost 2 stocks for the one of Snowy. Cody Travis now has to play the survival game. He has to get away from all the troubles that are around him.
We talked about Cody going down early in the previous game, and it wasn't as big a deal because Luna was on the same trajectory as him. That's not quite the case here. If Luna falls very quickly and then gets 100 damage all of a sudden mysteriously added onto his stock, then they'll be in the same spot, but it's going to take all of that 100 damage now that Luna has been taken out and put on final stock. Cody has the axe in hand. It's chunk time.
I'd see him get some big swings. Snowy from below, though. Side sig puts Phazon down to his final stock here. There. Just getting some damage. You can see Cody trying to extend the recovery hit. Snowy is going to get back to the wall.
I feel like I was listening to 21 Savage song because all my Codys, they be running, while Phazon is coming back in. D-Light into the neutral signature. That is going to be Cody taken out of the game. Can Phazon grab the double? He was patient with the ground pound to avoid the neutral air from Luna.
But it wasn't patient enough. Luna still manages to get back to the wall. He still manages to be present in the final moments of game number 2. Phazon has to play a 1v2 against the person who he just lost a 1v1 against, plus his teammate.
Dodge is gone. There comes the hand from Luna. Not going to take off the top. That doesn't have a ton of strength on it. You have to add some reasonable damage before that's going to take off the top because it usually sends up straight up from the actual grounded main platform. Snowy looking to get a little saucy with it here.
Now went for that weapon toss, GCN light. Luna hits the dare. Snowy again throwing out the sauce, but he survives all of those situations. Sidestick connects, and there's the recovery from Luna. They're up 2-0.
We're staring now at a bracket reset potential. Mr. Duke.
Very real potential here. They have so much momentum, already up 2 games, and just the way that last one finished was stronger than the first one. The way everything is pointing, it's looking like a reset unless Cody Travis and Phazon find a way to halt this momentum of Luna and Snowy.
They're coming into this one feeling very confident. They have the movement speed stances locked in on these Legends they've been playing all day. They're ready to run this one, and we're going back to the dome. Nice weapon split there for Luna. 200 on the blasters, 252 on the gauntlets. There was a lot of heavily favored blasters play before, but now it's starting to swap up, showing some differences here for Luna and Snowy.
Maybe a little bit of situational weapon picking, right? He gets some great damage out on the blasters, but we've been seeing him get a lot of KOs with those gauntlet recoveries.
So we'll see what kind of bracket reset we have here. Are Snowy and Luna going to end up taking this one after the confidence showing that they did in the original grand final set? Or are we going to see Cody and Phazon all of a sudden wake up here, come back with that 3-0 or that 3-1? It's certainly starting like the former.
Snowy and Luna already taking the initial stock in this one, and now they're continuing that momentum over Phazon, and Cody doesn't get the recovery there.
I almost thought Luna was going to take off the top. We've seen him do it so many times. It's looking like we're going to get the full wipe here. Cody fighting for his life to get back. He lands just barely.
Phazon is about to have to watch the longest cutscene of his life.
Oh, no.
That starts off with an edge guard on his teammate. Luna making sure he can keep Snowy alive. Both blue team members make it back.
Ooh, Cody, again, going to throw out a little bit of team damage there. Phazon with the ground pound on Snowy. He's able to immediately get back to the platform. And Cody taking off the top. Phazon could be taking some damage here. He has enough room to pick up the D-Light into the recovery without taking too much punishment. Ooh. But every time he gets hit once or twice, that is taking more and more from this team. That is showing...
Bro!
Oh! The full charge. He cranked that Soulja Boy all the way back and got the stock, taking Phazon out of the game.
He respawned and had it charged. Team combo comes out, but he doesn't hit the nair. Luna is in position for the recovery, but Cody didn't get sent to him. The side air will still hit, and Snowy gets back. Cody Travis with 1 stock left.
Dude, that's so disrespectful. The way he charged that up, Cody is done. He got scammed by getting hit by that more than I did when I bought the Soulja game controller in 2019. I don't even remember how many years it's been. I'm still waiting on it, Soulja Boy.
Phazon, man. I don't like. It's like he got hypnotized. Snowy was just look. He just runs in front of it. Oh, he did a dash side light and messed it up. I was like, bro, that you just neutralize.
Side light hits. Dash side light, not gonna hit there. Oh man, damage dealt from Phazon. 109, barely triple digits coming out from Dr. Phazon.
Brutalization is happening right now.
Like, we know he did 109, but when I look at like 81 and 28, that just somehow like looks
it looks
less.
worse.
It looks like 81 and 28 equals like 40. Dude, that graph.
Tiny triangles.
That's kind of a pitiful graph as well.
Wait, where's Cody's third stock?
Yeah, you know.
Oh, that's right, because he just jumped off.
Yeah.
You don't. Your stock doesn't show up unless you take damage.
Yes.
So since he just jumped off on the third, I was like, what? But okay, well.
He jumped off trying to wash his hands completely of that game. Act like a goldfish and forget everything that just happened. As they get into this next one, what are we? Oh, Cody Travis! I saw the Pearl head on the actual map banning side, and I was like, okay, Phazon swapping over to the Pearl here. But you pointed out right behind us, we're getting the Cody Vrax. It's time. Vrax fans out there, this one's for us. When this inevitable W happens, we're gonna take this one, and it's for all of us out there.
I'll let you have it.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. You get one.
We earned this.
Yeah, you put so much effort in getting.
We all earned this.
Cody Travis to play Vrax, but we'll see how well it works out. We've seen him play the Vrax. It's not completely out of left field. I would have expected the Reno before the Vrax just with how he's been playing as of late, but you know what? What's he feeling right now? Looks like the Vraxen on the other side. Phazon over to the Pearl. That Kaya crossover.
You see that Lance coming out from Cody. He's going to be hoping that Snowy and Luna look like a weather balloon here so he can launch that missile and take them out.
He wants to pop any air out of the balloon. That is Snowy and Luna. And so far, it's working. They're getting the damage put out. Down sig thrown out. Luna with the punish. Getting more damage put out.
The Cody Vrax is always such like a nasty surprise, and it's almost like a gimmick that he brings out that he usually will only do like once or twice.
Edge guard.
And then even on victory will sometimes swap, but there may not even be the victory case here. Phazon goes down early. Cody Travis is going to fall as well. That is a full team wipe. Under 50 seconds into this game. Don't really know what Snowy was doing there, extending off stage, hitting his teammate towards that blast zone. But there we see Phazon picking up a quick answer KO.
Yeah, got that down sig onto Luna, and that will keep the stock count relatively close. Snowy in the deep red. We'll see if he can survive any of this damage as they swing onto both red team members.
Snowy still the only one surviving on this first stock. There's the side air from Cody Travis, sending Snowy flying. You see how much damage that is going to KO. And now Luna is very damaged on the second stock. We could see the KO here, but all of those neutral airs coming out, acting like a force field that Phazon does not want to push into. That's going to put him in a lot of stun time. Could be a follow-up into the KO because Phazon is also extremely damaged, and he's going to fall.
We saw Luna drop so many downlight ground pounds in the 1v1s last weekend, but it looks like he's practiced since then because he hit it on the Phazon here in game number 2 of the reset.
That was a really nice dare that came out from Cody Travis. And actually, Snowy unarmed down aired into his teammate. Not going to have a lot of force on that, so maybe that was just to catch him and stop the momentum, which was a really smart choice from Snowy.
So Cody trying to utilize that long range of the blasters down sig. Team combo, and Phazon actually kind of helps Luna fall there as Snowy catches him with the down sig.
I'd say that was worth. It is 3 stocks to 2. That is going to have Luna spawning back in fresh on his stock so he can go ham. While Snowy still has a second one to his name, so they're still in a really, really good spot. Phazon taking a lot of damage here. Cody down airing into the platform. Very curious how much damage he was able to do with the Lance this game, because I just haven't felt that juice coming out from the Vrax that I'm used to seeing when Cody locks it in.
Yo, sometimes you got a really dry fruit, and it's really hard to squeeze out any juice from it. And right now, Cody Travis is the one getting squeezed, and you're finding the pulp as Snowy does fall to the Lance recovery from Cody Travis, but Phazon is done for game number 2.
Oh, that's going to be punished right there. Almost. That should have been it. You saw the gravity cancel neutral heavy coming out. Cody is unarmed, and Snowy and Luna are on the back of a possible 6-0 against Phazon and Cody Travis.
They won in the elimination semifinals over Boomy and Sandstorm, and since then have not dropped a game. They 3-0'd in the elimination finals, they 3-0'd in the grand finals, and now we're in the reset up 2-0. Cody Travis and Phazon need to find the answer.
No way Cody sticks on the Vrax. I think he's going to go back to the Brawlhalla 100%. Yeah, I mean it's decent, but there was really nothing that inherent to the Vrax, and usually he's quick to swap off. Even on victory, he will swap off.
Well, we do see Phazon's Legend Head right now. It is, of course, going to be that Zuko, back to that. Not even back to the Wushang. It's like the Zuko seemed to work the closest to a potential victory for this red team of Faison and Cody Travis. But at the end of the day, they have still yet to take a W over Snowy and Luna.
And he is sticking with this Vrax. Of course, he is moving into the defense stance. Maybe he didn't get the chance to really use his gimmick last game, and so he's going to use it this game. We didn't see those signatures coming out. The side signature on the Lance is so devastating, and Cody uses it so well. Maybe he'll get the chance to do it this game because he didn't really reveal all the cards in his hand with the Vrax last game.
Well, this is game 3 in the reset. This is the last opportunity for Cody and Faison, so he's going to have to play every card that he's got as the team combo connects into the end sig. Cody already launched off stage.
Even though Cody is in the defense stance, it's not like he's a glass cannon out here. I mean, he has low strength, so he's definitely not a glass cannon. But still, that middle of the road, when you're looking at the signatures that can come out from an Onyx, the signatures that can come out from a Cross, that 5 defense ain't looking so hot. And we are 35 seconds into the game when Cody is knocked out. Faison might be right behind him.
Snowy was just watching that recovery of Cody Travis and then catches the trajectory with that side air. Snowy deep red, but Faison is also hurting.
He didn't throw out the downlight. Snowy didn't throw out the downlight to punish. They still were able to find the stock because Luna cleaned that one up. Luna just a little bit too deep in the push-off column because Cody happened to go towards the stage there.
Opportunity here, though, for the red team. Even though they're already onto their second stocks, Luna is one good hit away from joining everybody else in those second stocks. Down sig thrown out. Luna with the punish. Side sig. That'll get the stock.
Keep throwing it. Yep.
Cover it.
Do it
Cover
again.
that corner. Oh, they're wanting to deny weapons. Okay.
Just that D-Light coming out from Cody. He's getting juggled by Luna's unarmed kit. Faison finds his way in, actually lands the side light that time instead of going past like he did previously.
Neutralite launched Faison a little high there, so Snowy's down sig did not connect. Recovery's coming out. Damage being done to the red team again, though. Side air. Snowy with the wake up. Didn't hit it.
That time, that side signature from Faison did not get punished. Oh, Cody taking a lot of damage here. Faison, same thing. Luna sitting in a really good spot as Snowy cleans up Cody Travis, and then Snowy is going to fall from Faison. Doesn't quite get that neutral signature to send Luna off stage.
He needed that too. If he got the neutral sig, could have led to a KO, but instead, Faison's gonna fall. Final stocks here for Cody Travis and Faison to try to hold on. Otherwise, Luna and Snowy are getting the gold medal.
Yeah, we're still just not seeing like the things that are most successful from Cody's Vrax when it goes crazy. We know it has the potential to go crazy. I'm talking the GCD sigs on the Lance. We're also talking the side signature on the Lance. That time he's able to throw it out, but Snowy is going to deal out some punishment. Faison comes in, turns around, Snowy starts hitting him.
Yeah, Snowy swinging in all directions. Cody, deep red. He's one recovery from being done for today. Can he get back onto the stage? Can he get a weapon? Can he get presence here as Faison having to 1v2? He gets some nice pogos onto Luna. Down light.
That's going to be
Snowy's there.
Oh, able to dodge through that final blast. Cody is taken out of the game. Faison fighting for his life here.
Oh, just a little high. Faison in the 1v2. Exclamation points coming out. 3 exclamation points. The neutral light almost takes him out.
Snowy, he wants this, but he doesn't want to commit too hard. And there it is with the final knockout of the game. Snowy and Luna with a 6-0 after the grand final reset. Snowy and Luna are your 2023 North American Winter Champions.
Winning 9 games in a row to be crowned the champions of North America. The 2v2 plays were on point. Team combos, offstage plays, top of the map plays. There was no safe space against this team.
Luna did a fantastic job today of stealing so many different stocks. Snowy did a fantastic job today, providing support when he needed to, clutching. Of course, I'm looking at that 1v2. He did really that 1v1 that he did to sort of redeem that lower placement that he had last week. Even that last game, Luna did 643 damage, big number. Snowy also did 586, so he wasn't getting carried.
They both did their parts. There was questions of whether or not Snowy got carried through the World Championship by the 2v2 GOAT of Boomy, and I think Snowy has given his response. getting a gold medal here at the Winter Championship. Again, one of the few, like less than a handful of people have won a World Championship and then followed up with the Winter Championship double. And now Snowy gets to say he is one of those people.
And he's really the one, after the breakup of Boomy and Snowy, he's the one who not only beat Boomy, who is now with Sandstorm, but also went on to win the tournament. This team is so good. Their chemistry is so good. Of course, their team comp is so good. Everything they're doing is like how you should be playing 2v2. I can't wait to see what the rest of this year has for, I mean, all of the teams that we saw today. Incredible performances, but specifically, of course, Snowy and Luna.
It's been an exciting Winter Championship. We've seen singles action. We've figured out who's coming to the Winter Championship Royale. And then, of course, this weekend has been some fantastic doubles plays. So many upsets, so many fantastic teams. Again, congratulations to North America. Congratulations to Snowy and Luna. Congratulations to Cody Travis and Faison. And then, of course, Walshy and Cutie in that third place spot.
We had a lot of great gameplay this weekend. Unfortunately, I mean, that's the end of the Winter Championship. That's kind of how that happens. But before we go, make sure to go to Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. This is your last chance to pick up the Winter Championship merchandise. You can also pick up the Winter Championship pack on your chosen platform where you like to play Brawlhalla. For me, it's PC. For you, it might be Switch, could be Xbox, could be PlayStation, could be any number of things. So make sure to pick that up as well. Make sure, if you want to know when future things are happening, go to Brawlhalla.com/schedule. That will give you tournaments. That will give you dev streams as well. Make sure to tune in on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central for the esports dev stream to see all of the highlights that you may or may not have missed this weekend. Make sure to also sign up, start.gg/DHSAN23. That is DreamHack San Diego. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll be happening mid-April. That will be the first LAN of the season. It's going to be a great time to watch. Make sure you sign up for it as well. You might run into your favorite players in the bracket.
Of course, we've still got one more piece of Winter Championship left to do. We've got the Winter Championship Royales, the Invitational, to see how these regions stack up against each other after some time has progressed since the World Championship, and we'll get to see all that action in March. But for now, this has been the Winter Championship. This has been Brawlhalla Esports. It's been a fantastic time. Thank you all for watching. Sparky, any final words?
No, that's all I've got. What a weekend it was. I cannot wait for the Royale. I cannot wait to see what the rest of the season has for us here for Brawlhalla Esports. It's always a treat to get to be here for the first tournament of the season and then watch every tournament that comes after to see how these players learn, how they grow, how things change, and eventually, of course, what the ultimate result is. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you next time. Immediate answer. Cody's neutral light has Cutie on the edge in KO damage. Sticking with the blasters. Forward thoroughly there. Faison putting a lot of space between him and Cutie.
That was a pretty dodge.
That is.
Then another side air. Even if Boomy gets taken out here, Sandstorm's got so much health.
Spot dodge to give you the weapon toss from Sandstorm. Threw out a down air as well to put a little bit more.
Whoa! Luna does pick up the recovery. Snowy's still incredibly damaged, but the two is left in the 1v2.
Oh! That was so sick. Okay. Is he just going to end it? Oh, it's going to be a weapon toss. Almost grabbed the side air onto Boomy that would have bounced him off the wall. Likely would have led.
Oh! Snowy covering the corner. Weapon toss! Weapon toss! There's a lot of games left to play.
Nice little complete split there, Cutie. Gonna drop that one. That is gonna be totally worth.
Lead. It is 4 stocks, like you said. And Walshy tries to
hitting that like crazy this game.
Bro!
We might be going in. And picks up the next weapon. Of course, it's Snowy, baby. You know he's gonna throw that one away. Faison now with the weapon advantage. Snowy's able to grab that in the recovery. One more might do it. Definitely if he sets it up with a D-Light.
This will give the momentum for this set.
Oh!
And a little bit of damage put out onto Cody Travis. Double recovery, triple.
It's taking more and more from this team. That is showing.
Bro!
There, almost. That should have been it. You saw the gravity cancel neutral heavy coming out.
Got light. Snowy's there.
Oh, able to dodge.
Exclamation points coming out. 3 exclamation points. The neutral light almost takes him out.
No, he wants this, but he doesn't want to commit too hard. And the one who not only beat Boomy, who is now Sandstorm, but also went on to win the tournament. This team is so good. Their chemistry is so good. Of course, their